Now it befell, after a certain space of time, that fortune furnished him with an occasion of satisfying his desire for vengeance, for that the youth beloved of the widow being, without any regard for the love she bore him, fallen enamoured of another lady, would have nor little nor much to say to her nor do aught to pleasure her, wherefore she pined in tears and bitterness. But her maid, who had great compassion of her, finding no way of rousing her mistress from the chagrin into which the loss of her lover had cast her, and seeing the scholar pass along the street, after the wonted manner, entered into a fond conceit, to wit, that the lady's lover might be brought by some necromantic operation or other to love her as he had been wont to do, and that the scholar should be a past master in this manner of thing, and told her thought to her mistress. The latter, little wise, without considering that, had the scholar been acquainted with the black art, he would have practised it for himself, lent her mind to her maid's words and bade her forthright learn from him if he would do it, and give him all assurance that, in requital thereof, she would do whatsoever pleased him. The maid did her errand well and diligently, which when the scholar heard, he was overjoyed and said in himself, Praised be thou, my God! The time is come when with thine aid I may avail to make yonder wicked woman pay the penalty of the harm she did me in requital of the great love I bore her. Then to the maid, Tell my lady, quoth he, that she need be in no concern for this, for that, were her lover in the Indies, I would speedily cause him come to her and crave pardon of that which he hath done to displeasure her, but the means she must take to this end I purpose to impart to herself, when and where it shall most please her. So say to her and harden her on my part. The maid carried his answer to her mistress, and it was agreed that they should foregather at Santa Lucia del Prado, whither, accordingly, the lady, and the scholar being come and speaking together alone, she, remembering her not that she had aforetime brought him well nigh to death's door, openly discovered to him her case and that which she desired, and besought him to succour her. Madam, answered he, it is true that amongst the other things I learned at Paris was necromancy, whereof for certain I know that which is extant thereof, but for that the thing is supremely displeasing unto God, I had sworn never to practice it either for myself or for others. Nevertheless, the love I bear you is of such potency that I know not how I may deny you aught that you would have me do, wherefore, though it should behove me for this alone go to the devil's stead, I am yet ready to do it, since it is your pleasure. But I must forewarn you that the thing is more uneath to do than you perchance imagine, especially when as a woman would recall a man to loving her or a man a woman, for that this cannot be done save by the very person unto whom it pertaineth, and it behoveth that whoso doth it be of an assured mind, seeing it must be done a nights and in solitary places without company, which things I know not how you are disposed to do. The lady, more enamoured than discreet, replied, Love spurreth me on such wise that there is nothing I would not do to have again him who hath wrongfully forsaken me. All gates, an it please you, show me in what I must approve myself assured of mind. Madam, replied the scholar, who had a patch of ill hair to his tail, I must make an image of pewter in his name whom you desire to get again, which when as I shall send you, it will behove you 7 times bathe yourself therewith, all naked, in a running stream, at the hour of the first sleep, what time the moon is far on the wane. Thereafter, naked as you are, you must get you up into a tree or to the top of some uninhabited house, and turning to the north, with the image in your hand, 7 times running say certain words which I shall give you written, which when you shall have done, there will come to you 2 of the fairest damsels you ever beheld, who will salute you and ask you courteously what you would have done. Do you well and truly discover to them your desires, and look it betide you not to name one for another. As soon as you have told them, they will depart, and you may then come down to the place where you shall have left your clothes and reclothe yourself and return home, and for certain, ere it be the middle of the ensuing night, your lover will come, weeping, to crave you pardon and mercy, and know that from that time forth he will never again leave you for any other. The lady, hearing all this and lending entire faith thereto, was half comforted, her seeming she already had her lover again in her arms, and said, Never fear, I will very well do these things, and I have therefore the finest commodity in the world, for I have, towards the upper end of the Val di Arno, a farm, which is very near the river bank, and it is now July, so that bathing will be pleasant, more by token that I mind me there is, not far from the stream, a little uninhabited tower, save that the shepherds climb up betimes, by a ladder of chestnut wood that is there, to a cellar at the top, to look for their strayed beasts, otherwise it is a very solitary out of the way place. Thither will I betake myself, and there I hope to do that which you shall enjoin me the best in the world. The scholar, who very well knew both the place and the tower mentioned by the lady, was rejoiced to be certified of her intent, and said, Madam, I was never in these part, and therefore know neither the farm nor the tower, but, an it be as you say, nothing in the world can be better. Wherefore, when as it shall be time, I will send you the image and the conjuration, but I pray you instantly, when as you shall have gotten your desire and shall know I have served you well, that you be mindful of me and remember to keep your promise to me." She answered that she would without fail do it, and taking leave of him, returned to her house, whilst the scholar, rejoiced for that him seemed his desire was like to have effect, made an image with certain talismanic characters of his own devising, and wrote a rigmarole of his fashion, by way of conjuration, the which, when as it seemed to him time, he dispatched to the lady and sent to tell her that she must that very night, without more tarriance, do that which he had enjoined her, after which he secretly betook himself, with a servant of his, to the house of one of his friends who abode very near the tower, so he might give effect to his design. The lady, on her part, set out with her maid and repaired to her farm, where, as soon as the night was come, she made a show of going to bed and sent the maid away to sleep, but towards the hour of the first sleep, she issued quietly forth of the house and betook herself to the bank of the Arno hard by the tower, where, looking first well all about and seeing nor hearing any, she put off her clothes and hiding them under a bush, bathed 7 times with the image, after which, naked as she was, she made for the tower, image in hand. The scholar, who had, at the coming on of the night, hidden himself with his servant among the willows and other trees near the tower and had witnessed all this, seeing her, as she passed thus naked close to him, overcome the darkness of the night with the whiteness of her body, and after considering her breast and the other parts of her person and seeing them fair, bethought himself what they should become in a little while and felt some compassion of her, whilst, on the other hand, the pricks of the flesh assailed him of a sudden and caused that stand on end which erst lay prone, inciting him to issue forth of his ambush and go take her and do his will of her. Between the one and the other he was like to be overcome, but, calling to mind who he was and what the injury he had suffered and wherefore and at whose hands, and he being thereby rekindled in despite and compassion and carnal appetite banished, he abode firm in his purpose and let her go. The lady, going up onto the tower and turning to the north, began to repeat the words given her by the scholar, who, coming quietly into the tower a while after, little by little removed the ladder, which led to the cellar where she was, and after awaited that which she should do and say. Meanwhile, the lady, having 7 times said her conjuration, began to look for the 2 damsels, and so long was her waiting, more by token that she felt it cooler than she could have wished, that she saw the dawn appear, whereupon, woeful that it had not befallen as the scholar had told her, she said in herself, "I fear me yonder man hath had a mind to give me a night such as that which I gave him, but, and that be his intent, he hath ill known to avenge himself, for that this night hath not been as long by a third as was his, for be that the cold was of another gate's sort." Then, so the day might not surprise her there, she proceeded to seek to go down from the tower, but found the ladder gone, whereupon her courage forsook her, as it were the world had failed beneath her feet, and she fell down a swoon upon the platform of the tower. As soon as her sense returned to her, she fell to weeping piteously and bemoaning herself, and perceiving but too well that this must have been the scholar's doing, she went on to blame herself for having affronted others and after for having overmuch trusted in him whom she had good reason to believe her enemy, and on this wise she abode a great while. Then, looking if there were no way of descending and seeing none, she fell again to her lamentation and gave herself up to bitter thought, saying in herself, "Alas, unhappy woman! What will be said of thy brothers and kinsfolk and neighbours and generally of all the people of Florence, when it shall be known that thou hast been found here naked? Thy repute, that hath hitherto been so great, will be known to have been false, and shouldst thou seek to frame lying excuses for thyself, if indeed there are any to be found, the accursed scholar, who knoweth all thine affairs, will not suffer thee lie. O wretched woman, that wilt at one stroke have lost the youth so ill-fatedly beloved and thine own honour." Therewithal she fell into such a passion of woe that she was like to cast herself down from the tower to the ground, but, the sun being now risen and she drawing near to one side of the walls of the tower, to look if any boy should pass with cattle, whom she might send for her maid, it chanced that the scholar, who had slept a while at the foot of a bush, awaking, saw her and she him, whereupon quoth he to her, "Good day, madam, are the damsels come yet?" The lady, seeing and hearing him, began afresh to weep sore and besought him to come within the tower, so she might speak with him. In this he was courteous enough to comply with her, and she laying herself prone on the platform and showing only her head at the opening, said, weeping, "Assuredly, Rainieri, if I gave thee an ill night, thou hast well avenged thyself of me, for that, albeit it is July, I have thought to freeze this night, naked as I am, more by token that I have so sore bewept both the trick I put upon thee and mine own folly in believing thee that it is a wonder I have any eyes left in my head. Wherefore I entreat thee, not for the love of me, whom thou hast no call to love, but for the love of thyself, who are a gentleman, that thou be content, for vengeance of the injury I did thee, with that which thou hast already done, and cause fetch me my clothes and suffer me come down hence, nor seek to take from me that which thou couldst not after restore me, and thou wouldst, to wit, my honour, for, if I took from thee the being with me that night, I can render thee many nights for that one. Whensoever it like thee. Let this, then, suffice, and let it content thee, as a man of honour, to have availed to avenge thyself and to have caused me confess it. Seek not to use thy strength against a woman, no glory is it for an eagle to have overcome a dove, wherefore, for the love of God and thine own honour, have pity on me. The scholar, with stern mind revolving in himself the injury suffered and seeing her weep and beseech, felt at once both pleasure and annoy, pleasure in the revenge which he had desired more than aught else, and annoy he felt, for that his humanity moved him to compassion of the unhappy woman. However, humanity availing not to overcome the fierceness of his appetite for vengeance, Madam Elena, answered he, if my prayers, which, it is true, I knew not to bathe with tears nor to make honeyed, as thou presently knowest to proffer thine, had availed, the night when I was dying of cold in thy snow-filled courtyard, to procure me to be put of thee but a little under cover, it were a light matter to me to hearken now unto thine, but, if thou be presently so much more concerned for thine honour than in the past, and it be grievous to thee to abide up there naked, address these thy prayers to him in whose arms thou didst not scruple, that night which thou thyself recallest, to abide naked, hearing me the while go about thy courtyard, chattering with my teeth and trampling the snow, and get thee succour of him, cause him fetch thee thy clothes and set thee the ladder, whereby thou mayest descend, and study to inform him with tenderness for thine honour. The which thou hast not scrupled both now and 1,000 other times to imperil for him. Why dost thou not call him to come help thee? To whom pertaineth it more than unto him? Thou art his, and what should he regard or succour, and he regard not neither succour thee? Call him, silly woman that thou art, and prove if the love thou bearest him and thy wits and his together can avail to deliver thee from my folly, whereof, dallying with him the while, thou questionst aforetime whether him seemed the greater, my folly or the love thou borest him. Thou canst not now be lavish to me of that which I desire not, nor couldst thou deny it to me, and I desired it. Keep thy nights for thy lover, and it chance that thou come off hence alive, be they thine and his. I had overmuch of one of them, and it sufficeth me to have been once befooled. Again, using thy craft and wheeliness in speech, thou studiest, by extolling me, to gain my goodwill, and callest me a gentleman and a man of honour, thinking thus to cajole me into playing the magnanimous and forbearing to punish thee for thy wickedness, but thy blandishments shall not now darken me the eyes of the understanding, as did thy disloyal promises whilera. I know myself, nor did I learn so much of myself what while I sojourned at Paris as thou taughtest me in one single night of thine. But, granted I were indeed magnanimous, thou art none of those towards whom magnanimity should be shown, the issue of punishment, as likewise of vengeance, in the case of wild beasts such as thou art, behoveth to be death, whereas for human beings that should suffice whereof thou speakest. Wherefore, albeit I am no eagle, knowing thee to be no dove, but a venomous serpent, I mean to pursue thee, as an immemorial enemy, with every hate and all my might, albeit this that I do to thee can scarce properly be styled vengeance, but rather chastisement, inasmuch as vengeance should overpass the offence, and this will not attain thereto, for that, and I sought to avenge myself, considering to what a pass thou broughtest my soul, thy life, should I take it from thee, would not suffice me. No, nor the lives of 100 others such as thou, since, slaying thee, I should but slay a vile, wicked, and worthless trull of a woman. And what a devil more account, setting aside this thy scantling of fair favour, which a few years will mar, filling it with wrinkles, art thou than whatsoever other sorry serving drab? Whereas it was no fault of thine that thou failedst of causing the death of a man of honour, as thou styledst me but now, whose life may yet in one day be of more service to the world than 100,000 of thy like could be what while the world endureth. I will teach thee, then, by means of this annoy that thou sufferest, what it is to flout men of sense, and particularly scholars, and will give thee cause never more, and thou comest off alive, to fall into such a folly. But, and thou have so great a wish to descend, why dost thou not cast thyself down? On this wise, with God's help, thou wilt, by breaking thy neck, at once deliver thyself from the torment, wherein it seemeth to thee thou art, and make me the joyfullest man in the world. Now, I have no more to say to thee. I knew to contrive on such wise that I caused thee go up thither, do thou now contrive to come down thence, even as thou knewest to befall me. What while the scholar spoke thus, the wretched lady wept without ceasing, and the time lapsed by, the sun still rising high and higher, but, when she saw that he was silent, she said, Alack, cruel man, if the accursed night was so grievous to thee, and if my default seemed to thee so heinous a thing that neither my young beauty nor my bitter tears and humble prayers may avail to move thee to any pity, at least let this act of mine alone some little move thee and abate the rigour of thy rancour. To wit, that I but now trusted in thee and discovered to thee mine every secret, opening withal to thy desire a way whereby thou mightest avail to make me cognizant of my sin, more by token that, except I had trusted in thee, thou hadst had no means of availing to take of me that vengeance, which thou seemest to have so ardently desired. For God's sake, leave thine anger and pardon me henceforth. I am ready, so thou wilt but forgive me and bring me down hence, altogether to renounce yonder faithless youth and to have thee alone to lover and lord, albeit thou decriest my beauty, avouching it short-lived and little worth, natheless, whatever it be, compared with that of other women, yet this I know, that, if for naught else, it is to be prized for that it is the desire and pastime and delight of men's youth, and thou art not old. And albeit I am cruelly entreated of thee, I cannot believe withal that thou wouldst fain see me die so unseemly a death as were the casting myself down from this tower, as in desperation, before thine eyes, wherein, and thou was not a liar as thou art since become, I was erst so pleasing. Alack, have ruth on me for God's sake and pities. The sun beginneth to wax hot, and like as the overmuch cold irked me this night, even so doth the heat begin to do me sore annoy. The scholar, who held her in parley for his diversion, answered, Madam, thou hast not presently trusted thine honour in my hands for any love that thou borest me, but to regain him whom thou hast lost, wherefore it meriteth but greater severity, and if thou think that this way alone was apt and opportune unto the vengeance desired of me, thou thinkest foolishly. I had 1,000 others, nay, whilst feigning to love thee, I had spread 1,000 snares about thy feet, and it would not have been long, had this not chanced, ere thou must of necessity have fallen into one of them, nor couldst thou have fallen into any but it had caused thee greater torment and shame than this present, the which I took, not to ease thee, but to be the quicklier satisfied. And though all else should have failed me, the pen had still been left me, wherewithal I would have written such and so many things of thee and after such a fashion that, when as thou camest, as thou wouldst have come, to know of them, thou wouldst 1,000 times a day have wished thyself never born. The power of the pen is far greater than they imagine who have not proved it with experience. I swear to God, so may he gladden me to the end of this vengeance that I take of thee, even as he hath made me glad thereof in the beginning, that I would have written such things of thee, that, being ashamed, not to say before other folk, but before thine own self, thou shouldst have put out thine own eyes, not to see thyself in the glass, wherefore let not the little rivulet twit the sea with having caused it wax. Of thy love or that thou be mine, I reck not, as I have already said, a jot, be thou e'en his, and thou may, whose thou wast erst and whom, as I once hated, so at this present I love, having regard unto that which he hath wrought towards thee of late. You women go falling enamoured of young springolds and covet their love, for that you see them somewhat fresher of colour and blacker of beard and they go erect and jaunty and dance and joust, all which things they have had who are somewhat more in years, and these know that which those have yet to learn. Moreover, you hold them better cavaliers and deem that they fare more miles in a day than men of riper age. Certes, I confess that they jumble a wench's furbelows more briskly, but those more in years, being men of experience, know better where the fleas stick, and little meat and savoury is far and away rather to be chosen than much and insipid, more by token that hard-trotting undoth and wearieth folk, how young soever they be, whereas easy-going, though belike it bring one somewhat later to the inn, at the least carrieth him thither unfatigued. You women perceive not, animals without understanding that you are, how much ill lieth hid under this scantling of fair seeming. Young fellows are not content with one woman, nay, as many as they see, so many do they covet and of so many them seemeth they are worthy, wherefore their love cannot be stable, and of this thou mayst presently of thine own experience bear very true witness. Them seemeth they are worthy to be worshipped and caressed of their mistresses and they have no greater glory than to vaunt them of those whom they have had, the which default of theirs hath aforetime cast many a woman into the arms of the monks, who tell no tales. Albeit thou sayest that never did any know of thine amours, save thy maid and myself, thou knowest it ill and believest awry, and thou think thus. His quarter talketh well nigh of nothing else, and thine likewise, but most times the last to whose ears such things come is he to whom they pertain. Young men, to boot, despoil you, whereas it is given you of men of riper years. Since, then, thou hast ill chosen, be thou his to whom thou gavest thyself and leave me, of whom thou madest mock, to others, for that I have found a mistress of much more account than thou, who hath been wise enough to know me better than thou didst. And that thou mayst carry into the other world greater assurance of the desire of mine eyes than meseemeth thou gatherest from my words, do but cast thyself down forthright, and thy soul, being, as I doubt not it will be, straightway received into the arms of the devil, will be able to see if mine eyes be troubled or not at seeing thee fall headlong. But, as medoubteth thou wilt not consent to do me so much pleasure, I counsel thee, if the sun begin to scorch thee, remember thee of the cold thou madest me suffer, which an thou mingle with the heat aforesaid, thou wilt without fail feel the sun attempered. The disconsolate lady, seeing that the scholar's words tended to a cruel end, fell again to weeping and said, Hark ye, since nothing I can say availeth to move thee to pity of me, let the love move thee, which thou bearest that lady whom thou hast found wiser than I and of whom thou sayest thou art beloved, and for the love of her pardon me and fetch me my clothes, so I may dress myself, and cause me to send hence. Therewith the scholar began to laugh, and seeing that Tierce was now past by a good hour, replied, Mary, I know not how to say thee nay, since thou conjurest me by such a lady, tell me where thy clothes are and I will go for them and help thee come down from up yonder. The lady, believing this, was somewhat comforted and showed him where she had laid her clothes, whereupon he went forth of the tower and bidding his servant not depart thence, but abide near at hand and watch as most he might that none should enter there till such time as he should return, went off to his friend's house, where he dined at his ease, and after, when as him seemed time, betook himself to sleep, whilst the lady, left upon the tower, albeit some little heartened with fond hope, natheless beyond measure woebegone, sat up and creeping close to that part of the wall where there was a little shade, fell a waiting, in company of very bitter thoughts. There she abode, now hoping and now despairing of the scholar's return with her clothes, and passing from one thought to another, she presently fell asleep, as one who was overcome of dolour and who had slept no whit the past night. The sun, which was exceeding hot, being now risen to the meridian, beat full and straight upon her tender and delicate body and upon her head, which was all uncovered, with such force that not only did it burn her flesh, wherever it touched it, but cracked and opened it all over little by little, and such was the pain of the burning that it constrained her to awake, albeit she slept fast. Feeling herself on the roast and moving somewhat, it seemed as if all her scorched skin cracked and clove asunder for the motion, as we see happen with a scorched sheepskin, if any stretch it, and to boot her head irked her so sore that it seemed it would burst, which was no wonder. And the platform of the tower was so burning hot that she could find no resting place there either for her feet or for other what, wherefore, without standing fast, she still removed now hither and now thither, weeping. Moreover, there being not a breath of wind, the flies and gads flocked thither in swarms, and settling upon her cracked flesh, stung her so cruelly that each prick seemed to her a pike stab, wherefore she stinted not to fling her hands about, still cursing herself, her life, her lover and the scholar. Being thus by the inexpressible heat of the sun, by the flies and the gads, and likewise by hunger, but much more by thirst, and by 1,000 irksome thoughts, to boot, tortured and stung and pierced to the quick, she started to her feet and addressed herself to look if she might see or hear any one near at hand, resolved, whatever might betide thereof, to call him and crave aid. But of this resource also had her unfriendly fortune deprived her. The husbandmen were all departed from the fields for the heat, more by token that none had come that day to work their night, they being all engaged in threshing out their sheaves beside their houses, wherefore she heard naught but crickets and saw the Arno, which latter sight, provoking in her desire of its waters, abated not her thirst, but rather increased it. In several places also she saw thickets and shady places and houses here and there, which were all alike to her in anguish for desire of them. What more shall we say of the ill-starred lady? The sun overhead and the heat of the platform underfoot and the stings of the flies and gads on every side had so entreated her that, whereas with her whiteness she had overcome the darkness of the foregoing night, she was presently grown red as rettle, and all bescabbed as she was with blood, had seemed to whoso saw her the foulest thing in the world. As she abode on this wise, without aught of hope or counsel, expecting death more than other what, it being now past half none, the scholar, arising from sleep and remembering him of his mistress, returned to the tower, to see what was come of her, and sent his servant, who was yet fasting, to eat. The lady, hearing him, came, all weak and anguishful as she was for the grievous annoy she had suffered, over against the trap-door, and seating herself there, began, weeping, to say, Indeed, Rainieri, thou hast beyond measure avenged thyself, for, if I made thee freeze in my courtyard by night, thou hast made me roast, nay burn, on this tower by day and die of hunger and thirst to boot, wherefore I pray thee by the one only God that thou come up hither, and since my heart suffereth me not, give myself death with mine own hands, give it me thou, for that I desire it more than aught else, such and so great are the torments I endure. Or, and thou wilt not do me that favour, let bring me, at the least, a cup of water, so I may wet my mouth, whereunto my tears suffice not, so sore is the drouth and the burning that I have therein. The scholar knew her weakness by her voice and eke saw, in part, her body all burnt up of the sun, wherefore and for her humble prayers there overcame him a little compassion of her, but none the less he answered, Wicked woman, thou shalt not die by my hands, nay, by thine own shalt thou die, and thou have a mind thereto, and thou shalt have of me as much water for the allaying of thy heat as I had fire of thee for the comforting of my cold. This much I sore regret that, whereas it behoved me heal the infirmity of my cold with the heat of stinking dung, that of thy heat will be healed with the colth of odoriferous rose water, and whereas I was like to lose both limbs and life, thou, flayed by this heat, wilt abide fare none otherwise than doth the snake, casting its old skin. Alack, wretch that I am, cried the lady, God give beauties on such wise acquired to those who wish me ill. But thou, that are more cruel than any wild beast, how couldst thou have the heart to torture me after this fashion? What more could I expect from thee or any other, if I had done all thy kinsfolk to death with the cruelest torments? Certes, me know it not what greater cruelty could be wreaked upon a traitor who had brought a whole city to slaughter than that whereto thou hast exposed me in causing me to be roasted of the sun and devoured of the flies and withal denying me a cup of water, when as to murderers condemned of justice is oftentimes, as they go to their death, given to drink of wine, so but they ask it. Nay, since I see thee abide firm in thy savage cruelty and that my sufferance availeth not anywise to move thee, I will resign myself with patience to receive death, so God, whom I beseech to look with equitable eyes upon this thy dealing, may have mercy upon my soul. So saying, she dragged herself painfully to the midward of the platform, despairing to escape alive from so fierce a heat, and not once, but 1,000 times, over and above her other torments, she thought to swoon for thirst, still weeping and bemoaning her ill yap. However, it being now vespers and it seeming to the scholar he had done enough, he caused his servant take up the unhappy lady's clothes and wrap them in his cloak, then, betaking himself to her house, he found her maid seated before the door, sad and disconsolate and unknowing what to do, and said to her, Good woman, what is come of thy mistress? Sir, replied she, I know not. I thought to find her this morning in the bed whither meseemed I saw her betake herself yesternight, but I can find her neither there nor otherwhere and know not what is come of her, wherefore I suffer the utmost concern. But you, sir, can you not tell me aught of her? Quoth he, Would I had had thee together with her whereas I have had her, so I might have punished thee of thy default, like as I have punished her for hers. But assuredly thou shalt not escape from my hands, ere I have so paid thee for thy dealings that thou shalt never more make mock of any man, without remembering thee of me. Then to his servant, Give her the clothes, quoth he, and bid her go to her mistress, and she will. The man did his bidding and gave the clothes to the maid, who, knowing them and hearing what Rainieri said, was sore afraid lest they should have slain her mistress and scarce refrained from crying out. Then, the scholar being done, she set out with the clothes for the tower, weeping the while. Now it chanced that one of the lady's husbandmen had that day lost 2 of his swine and going in search of them, came, a little after the scholar's departure, to the tower. As he went spying about everywhere if he should see his hogs, he heard the piteous lamentation made of the miserable lady and climbing up as most he might, cried out, Who maketh moan there aloft? The lady knew her husbandman's voice and calling him by name, said to him, For God's sake, fetch me my maid and contrive so she may come up hither to me. Whereupon quoth the man, recognizing her, Alack, madam, who hath brought you up yonder? Your maid hath gone seeking you all day, but who had ever thought you could be here? Then, taking the ladder poles, he set them up in their place and addressed himself to bind the cross staves thereto with withy bands. Meanwhile, up came the maid, who no sooner entered the tower than, unable any longer to hold her tongue, she fell to crying out, buffeting herself the while with her hands, Alack, sweet my lady, where are you? The lady, hearing her, answered as loudly as she might, O sister mine, I am here aloft. Weep not, but fetch me my clothes quickly. When the maid heard her speak, she was in a manner all recomforted and with the husbandman's aid, mounting the ladder, which was now well nigh repaired, reached the cellar, where, when as she saw her lady lying naked on the ground, all furs pent and wan, more as she were a half-burnt log than a human being, she thrust her nails into her own face and fell a-weeping over her, no otherwise than as she had been dead. The lady besought her for God's sake be silent and help her dress herself, and learning from her that none knew where she had been save those who had carried her the clothes and the husbandman there present, was somewhat comforted and prayed them for God's sake never to say aught of the matter to any one. Then, after much parley, the husbandman, taking the lady in his arms, for that she could not walk, brought her safely without the tower, but the unlucky maid, who had remained behind, descending less circumspectly, made a slip of the foot and falling from the ladder to the ground, broke her thigh, whereupon she fell a roaring for the pain, that it seemed a lion. The husbandman, setting the lady down on a plot of grass, went to see what ailed the maid, and finding her with her thigh broken, carried her also to the grass plat and laid her beside her mistress, who, seeing this befallen in addition to her other troubles, and that she had broken her thigh by whom she looked to have been succoured more than by any else, was beyond measure woebegone and fell a weeping afresh, and so piteously that not only could the husbandman not avail to comfort her, but himself fell a weeping likewise. But presently, the sun being now low, he repaired, at the instance of the disconsolate lady, lest the night should overtake them there, to his own house, and there called his wife and 2 brothers of his, who returned to the tower with a plank, and setting the maid thereon, carried her home, whilst he himself, having comforted the lady with a little cold water and kind words, took her up in his arms and brought her to her own chamber. His wife gave her a wine sop to eat, and after, undressing her, put her to bed, and they contrived that night to have her and her maid carried to Florence. There, the lady, who had shifts and devices great plenty, framed a story of her fashion, altogether out of conformity with that which had passed, and gave her brothers and sisters and every one else to believe that this had befallen herself and her maid by dint of diabolical bewitchments. Physicians were quickly at hand, who, not without putting her to very great anguish and vexation, recovered the lady of a sore fever, after she had once and again left her skin sticking to the sheets, and on likewise healed the maid of her broken thigh. Wherefore, forgetting her lover, from that time forth she discreetly forbore both from making mock of others and from loving, whilst the scholar, hearing that the maid had broken her thigh, held himself fully avenged and passed on, content, without saying other wot thereof. Thus, then, did it befall the foolish young lady of her pranks, for that she thought to fool it with a scholar as she would have done with another, unknowing that scholars, I will not say all, but the most part of them, know where the devil keepeth his tail. Wherefore, ladies, beware of making mock of folk, and especially of scholars. The 8th story. 2 men consorting together, one lieth with the wife of his comrade, who, becoming aware thereof, doth with her on such wise that the other is shut up in a chest, upon which he lieth with his wife, he being inside the while. Elena's troubles had been irksome and grievous to the ladies to hear, nathless, for that they deemed them in part justly befallen her, they passed them over with more moderate compassion, albeit they held the scholar to have been terribly stern and obdurate, nay, cruel. But, Pampinia being now come to the end of her story, the queen charged Fiammetta follow on, who, nothing loath to obey, said, Charming ladies, for that meseemeth the severity of the offended scholar hath some deally distressed you, I deem it well to solace your ruffled spirits with somewhat more diverting, wherefore I purpose to tell you a little story of a young man who received an injury in a milder spirit and avenged it after a more moderate fashion, by which you may understand that, when as a man goeth about to avenge an injury suffered, it should suffice him to give as good as he hath gotten, without seeking to do hurt overpassing the behoof of the feud. You must know, then, that there were once in Siena, as I have understood aforetime, 2 young men in easy enough case and of good city families, whereof one was named Spinellaccio Tainina and the other Zeppa de Mino, and they were next door neighbours in Camalia. These 2 young men still companied together and loved each other, to all appearance, as they had been brothers, or better, and each of them had a very fair wife. It chanced that Spinellaccio, by dint of much frequenting Zeppa's house, both when the latter was at home and when he was abroad, grew so private with his wife that he ended by lying with her, and on this wise they abode a pretty while, before any became aware thereof. However, at last, one day, Zeppa being at home, unknown to his wife, Spinellaccio came to call him, and the lady said that he was abroad, whereupon the other came straightway up into the house, and finding her in the saloon and seeing none else there, he took her in his arms and fell to kissing her and she him. Zeppa, who saw this, made no sign, but abode hidden to see in what the game should result, and presently saw his wife and Spinellaccio betake themselves, thus embraced, to a chamber and there lock themselves in, whereat he was sore angered. But, knowing that his injury would not become less for making an outcry nor for other wot, nay, that shame would but wax therefore, he set himself to think what revenge he should take thereof, so his soul might abide content, without the thing being known all about, and him seeming, after long consideration, he had found the means, he abode hidden so long as Spinellaccio remained with his wife. As soon as the other was gone away, he entered the chamber, and there finding the lady, who had not yet made an end of adjusting her head veils, which Spinellaccio had plucked down in dallying with her, said to her, Wife, what dost thou? Quoth she, Seest thou not? And Zeppa answered, Indeed, I have seen more than I could wish." So saying, he taxed her with that which had passed, and she, in sore affright, confessed to him, after much parley, that which she could not aptly deny of her familiarity with Spinellaccio. Then she began to crave him pardon, weeping, and Zeppa said to her, "Hark ye, wife, thou hast done ill, and if thou wilt have me pardon it to thee, bethink thee punctually to do that which I shall enjoin thee, which is this: I will have thee bid Spinellaccio find an occasion to part company with me tomorrow morning towards Tierce, and come hither to thee. When he is here I will come back, and so soon as thou hearest me, do thou make him enter this chest here and lock him therein. Then, when thou shalt have done this, I will tell thee what else thou shalt do, and have thou no fear of doing this, for that I promise thee I will do him no manner of hurt." The lady, to satisfy him, promised to do his bidding, and so she did. The morrow come, and Zeppa and Spinellaccio being together towards Tierce, the latter, who had promised the lady to be with her at that hour, said to the former, "I am to dine this morning with a friend, whom I would not keep waiting for me, wherefore God be with thee." Quoth Zeppa, "It is not dinner time yet a while," but Spinellaccio answered, "No matter, I am to speak with him also of an affair of mine, so that needs must I be there betimes." Accordingly, taking leave of him, he fetched a compass, and making for Zeppa's house, entered a chamber with the latter's wife. He had not been there long ere Zeppa returned, whom when the lady heard, feigning to be mightily affrighted, she made him take refuge in the chest, as her husband had bidden her, and locking him therein, went forth of the chamber. Zeppa, coming up, said, "Wife, is it dinner time?" "Aye," answered she, forthright. Quoth he, "Spinellaccio is gone to dine this morning with a friend of his, and hath left his wife alone. Get thee to the window and call her, and bid her come dine with us." The lady, fearing for herself and grown therefore mighty obedient, did as he bade her, and Spinellaccio's wife, being much pressed by her and hearing that her own husband was to dine abroad, came hither. Zeppa made much of her, and whispering his wife be gone into the kitchen, took her familiarly by the hand and carried her into the chamber, wherein no sooner were they come than, turning back, he locked the door within. When the lady saw him do this, she said, "Alack, Zeppa, what meaneth this? Have you then brought me hither for this? Is this the love you bear Spinellaccio, and the loyal companionship you practice towards him?" Whereupon quoth Zeppa, drawing near to the chest wherein was her husband locked up, and holding her fast, "Madam, ere thou complainest, hearken to that which I have to say to thee. I have loved and love Spinellaccio as a brother, and yesterday, albeit he knowed it not, I found that the trust I had in him was come to this, that he lieth with my wife even as with thee. Now, for that I love him, I purpose not to take vengeance of him, save on such wise as the offence hath been. He hath had my wife, and I mean to have thee. And thou wilt not, needs must I take him here, and for that I mean not to let this affront go unpunished, I will play him such a turn that neither thou nor he shall ever again be glad." The lady, hearing this and believing what Zeppa said, after many affirmations made her of him, replied, "Zeppa mine, since this vengeance is to fall on me, I am content, so but thou wilt contrive, notwithstanding what we are to do, that I may abide at peace with thy wife, even as I intend to abide with her, notwithstanding this that she hath done to me." "Assuredly," rejoined Zeppa, "I will do it, and to boot, I will give thee a precious and fine jewel as none other thou hast." So saying, he embraced her, then, laying her flat on the chest, there to his heart's content, he solaced himself with her, and she with him. Spinellaccio, hearing from within the chest all that Zeppa said, his wife's answer, and feeling the Morris dance that was toward over his head, was at first so sore despite that him seemed he should die, and but that he stood in fear of Zeppa, he had rated his wife finely, shut up as he was. However, bethinking himself that the offence had begun with him, and that Zeppa was in his right to do as he did, and had indeed borne himself towards him humanely and like a comrade, he presently resolved in himself to be, and he would, more than ever his friend. Zeppa, having been with the lady so long as it pleased him, dismounted from the chest, and she asking for the promised jewel, he opened the chamber door and called his wife, who said naught else than, "Madam, you have given me a loaf for my bannock," and this she said laughing. To her quoth Zeppa, "Open this chest." Accordingly she opened it, and therein Zeppa showed the lady her husband, saying, "Here is the jewel I promised thee." It were hard to say which was the more abashed of the twain, Spinellaccio, seeing Zeppa and knowing that he knew what he had done, or his wife, seeing her husband and knowing that he had both heard and felt that which she had done over his head. But Spinellaccio, coming forth of the chest, said, without more parley, "Zeppa, we are quits, wherefore it is well, as thou saidst but now to my wife, that we be still friends as we were, and that, since there is nothing unshared between us two but our wives, we have these also in common. Zeppa was content, and they all four dined together in the utmost possible harmony, and thenceforward each of the two ladies had 2 husbands and each of the latter 2 wives, without ever having any strife or grudge anent the matter. The 9th story. Master Simone the physician, having been induced by Bruno and Buffalmacco to repair to a certain place by night, there to be made a member of a company that goeth a roving, is cast by Buffalmacco into a trench full of ordure and there left. After the ladies had chatted a while over the community of wives practised by the 2 seen Nessa, the queen, with whom alone it rested to tell, so she would not do Dioneo an unright, began on this wise: right well, lovesome ladies, did Spinellaccio deserve the cheat put upon him by Zeppa, wherefore meseemeth he is not severely to be blamed, as Pampinea sought a while ago to show, who putteth the cheat on those who go seeking it or deserve it. Now Spinellaccio deserved it, and I mean to tell you of one who went seeking it for himself. Those who tricked him, I hold not to be blameworthy, but rather commendable, and he to whom it was done was a physician, who, having set out for Bologna a sheep's head, returned to Florence all covered with miniver. As we see daily, our townsmen return hither from Bologna, this a judge, that a physician and a third a notary, tricked out with robes long and large and scarlets and minivers and store of other fine paraphernalia, and make a mighty brave show, to which how far the effects conform we may still see all day long. Among the rest a certain Master Simone de Villa, richer in inherited goods than in learning, returned hither, no great while since, a doctor of medicine, according to his own account, clad all in scarlet and with a great miniver hood, and took a house in the street which we call nowadays the Via del Cocomero. This said Master Simone, being thus newly returned, as hath been said, had, amongst other his notable customs, a trick of asking whosoever was with him who was no matter what man he saw pass in the street, and as if of the doings and fashions of men he should compound the medicines he gave his patients, he took note of all and laid them all up in his memory. Amongst others on whom it occurred to him more particularly to cast his eyes were 2 painters of whom it hath already twice today been discoursed, namely, Bruno and Buffalmacco, who were neighbours of his and still went in company. Him seeming they recked less of the world and lived more merrily than other folk, as was indeed the case, he questioned divers persons of their condition, and hearing from all that they were poor men and painters, he took it into his head that it might not be they lived so blithely of their poverty, but concluded, for that he had heard they were shrewd fellows, that they must needs derive very great profits from some source unknown to the general, wherefore he was taken with a desire to clap up an acquaintance, and he might, with them both, or at least with one of them, and succeeded in making friends with Bruno. The latter, perceiving, after he had been with him a few times, that the physician was a very jackass, began to give himself the finest time in the world with him and to be hugely diverted with his extraordinary humours, whilst Master Simone in like manner took a marvellous delight in his company. After a while, having sundry times bidden him to dinner and thinking himself entitled in consequence to discourse familiarly with him, he discovered to him the wonderment that he felt at him and Buffalmacco, how, being poor men, they lived so merrily, and besought him to apprise him how they did. Bruno, hearing this talk from the physician and him seeing the question was one of his wonted witless impertinences, fell a laughing in his sleeve, and bethinking himself to answer him according as his folly deserved, said, Doctor, there are not many whom I would tell how we do, but you I shall not scruple to tell, for that you are a friend and I know you will not repeat it to any. It is true we live, my friend and I, as merrily and as well as it appeareth to you, nay, more so, albeit neither of our craft nor of revenues we derive from any possessions might we have enough to pay for the very water we consume. Yet I would not, for all that, have you think that we go steal, nay, we go a roving, and thence, without hurt unto any, we get us all to which we have a mind or for which we have occasion, hence the merry life you see us lead. The physician, hearing this and believing it, without knowing what it was, marvelled exceedingly and forthright conceiving an ardent desire to know what manner of thing this going a roving might be, besought him very urgently to tell him, affirming that he would assuredly never discover it to any. Alack, doctor, cried Bruno, what is this you ask me? This you would know is too great a secret and a thing to undo me and drive me from the world, nay, to bring me into the mouth of the Lucifer of San Gallo, should any come to know it. But so great is the love I bear your right worshipful pumpkin headship of Legnagia and the confidence I have in you that I can deny you nothing you would have, wherefore I will tell it you, on condition that you swear to me by the cross at Montesone, never, as you have promised, to tell it to any one. The physician declared that he would never repeat what he should tell him, and Bruno said, You must know, then, honey doctor mine, that not long since there was in this city a great master in necromancy, who was called Michael Scott, for that he was of Scotland, and who received the greatest hospitality from many gentlemen, of whom few are nowadays alive, wherefore, being minded to depart hence, he left them, at their instant prayers, 2 of his ablest disciples, whom he enjoined still to hold themselves in readiness to satisfy every wish of the gentlemen who had so worshipfully entertained him. These 2, then, freely served the aforesaid gentlemen in certain amours of theirs and other small matters, and afterward, the city and the usages of the folk pleasing them, they determined to abide there always. Accordingly, they contracted great and strait friendship with certain of the town folk, regarding not who they were, whether gentle or simple, rich or poor, but solely if they were men comfortable to their own usances, and to pleasure these who were thus become their friends, they founded a company of maybe 25 men, who should foregather twice at the least in the month in some place appointed of them, where being assembled, each should tell them his desire, which they would forthright accomplish unto him for that night. Buffalmacco and I, having an especial friendship and intimacy with these 2, were put of them on the roll of the aforesaid company and are still thereof. And I may tell you that, what time it chanceth that we assemble together, it is a marvellous thing to see the hangings about the saloon where we eat and the tables spread on royal wise and the multitude of noble and goodly servants, as well female as male, at the pleasure of each one who is of the company, and the basins and ewers and flagons and goblets and the vessels of gold and silver, wherein we eat and drink, more by token of the many and various viands that are set before us, each in its season, according to that which each one desireth. I could never avail to set out to you what and how many are the sweet sounds of innumerable instruments and the songs full of melody that are heard there, nor might I tell you how much wax is burned at these suppers, nor what and how many are the confections that are consumed there, nor how costly are the wines that are drunken. But I would not have you believe, good saltless pumpkin-head mine, that we abide there in this habit and with these clothes that you see us wear every day. Nay, there is none of us of so little account but would seem to you an emperor, so richly are we adorned with vestments of price and fine things. But, over all the other pleasures that be there is that of fair ladies, who, so one but will it, are incontinent brought thither from the 4 quarters of the world. There might you see the sovereign lady of the rascal roughs, the queen of the Basques, the wife of the Soldan, the empress of the Uzbeg Tartars, the driggle-draggle tail of Norway, the Malay green of Flapdoodleland and the mad Kate of Woolgather green. But why need I enumerate them to you? There be all the queens in the world, even, I may say, to the Reverence of Prester John, who hath his horns amiddleward his arse, see you now? There, after we have drunken and eaten confections and walked a dance or 2, each lady betaketh herself to her bedchamber with him at whose instance she hath been brought thither. And you must know that these bedchambers are a very paradise to behold, so goodly they are, and they are no less odoriferous than are the spice boxes of your shop, when as you let bray come in seed, and therein are beds that would seem to you goodlier than that of the Doge of Venice, and in these they betake themselves to rest. Marry, what a working of the treadles, what a hauling to of the battens to make the cloth close, these weaveresses keep up, I will e'en leave you to imagine, but of those who fare best, to my seeming, are Buffalmacco and myself, for that he most times letteth come thither the Queen of France for himself, whilst I send for her of England, the which are 2 of the fairest ladies in the world, and we have known so to do that they have none other eye in their head than us. Wherefore you may judge for yourself if we can and should live and go more merrily than other men, seeing we have the love of 2 such queens, more by token that, when as we would have 1,000 or 2,000 florins of them, we get them not. This, then, we commonly style going a roving, for that, like as the rovers take every man's good, even so do we, save that we are in this much different from them that they never restore that which they take, whereas we return it again, when as we have used it. Now, worthy doctor mine, you have heard what it is we call going a roving, but how strictly this requireth to be kept secret you can see for yourself, and therefore I say no more to you nor pray you thereof. The physician, whose science reached no farther belike than the curing children of the scald head, gave as much credit to Bruno's story as had been due to the most manifest truth, and was inflamed with as great desire to be received into that company as might be kindled in any for the most desirable thing in the world, wherefore he made answer to him that assuredly it was no marvel if they went merry, and hardly constrained himself to defer requesting him to bring him to be there until such time as, having done him further hospitality, he might with more confidence proffer his request to him. Accordingly, reserving this unto a more favourable season, he proceeded to keep straighter usance with Bruno, having him morning and evening to eat with him and showing him an inordinate affection, and indeed so great and so constant was this their commerce that it seemed as if the physician could not nor knew how to live without the painter. The latter, finding himself in good case, so he might not appear ungrateful for the hospitality shown him, had painted Master Simone a picture of Lent in his saloon, besides an Agnus Dei at the entering in of his chamber and a chamber pot over the street door, so those who had occasion for his advice might know how to distinguish him from the others, and in a little gallery he had depictured him the battle of the rats and the cats, which appeared to the physician a very fine thing. Moreover, he said whiles to him, when as he had not supper with him overnight, I was at the society yesternight and being a trifle tired of the Queen of England, I caused fetch me the dolidoxy of the Grand Cham of Tartary. What meaneth dolidoxy? Asked Master Simone. I do not understand these names. Marry, doctor mine, replied Bruno, I marvel not thereat, for I have right well heard that Porco Grasso and Vanacina say not thereof. Quoth the physician. Thou meanest Ippocrasso and Avicenna. I faith, answered Bruno, I know not, I understand your names as ill as you do mine, but dolidoxy in the Grand Cham's lingo meaneth as much as to say empress in our tongue. Egad, you would think her a plaguy fine woman. I dare well say she would make you forget your drugs and your clysters and all your plasters. On this wise he bespoke him at one time and another, to enkindle him the more, till one night, what while it chanced my lord doctor held the light to Bruno, who was in act to paint the battle of the rats and the cats, the former, him seeming he had now well taken him with his hospitalities, determined to open his mind to him, and accordingly, they being alone together, he said to him, God know it, Bruno, there is no one alive for whom I would do everything as I would for thee, indeed, shouldst thou bid me go hence to Pertola, methinks it would take little to make me go thither, wherefore I would not have thee marvel if I require thee of somewhat familiarly and with confidence. As thou knowest, it is no great while since thou bespokest me of the fashions of your merry company, wherefore so great a longing hath taken me to be one of you that never did I desire aught so much. Nor is this my desire without cause, as thou shalt see, if ever it chance that I be of your company, for I give thee leave to make mock of me and I cause not come thither the finest serving wench thou ever setst eyes on. I saw her but last year at Cockhaven Sigli and wish her all my weal, and by the body of Christ, I had e'en given her 50 Bolognese groats, so she would but have consented to me, but she would not. Wherefore, as most I may, I prithee teach me what I must do to avail to be of your company and do thou also do and contrive so I may be thereof. Indeed, you will have in me a good and loyal comrade, and a worshipful. Thou seest, to begin with, what a fine man I am and how well I am set up on my legs. And I have a face as it were a rose, more by token that I am a doctor of medicine, such as I believe you have none among you. Moreover, I know many fine things and goodly canzonets, marry, I will sing you one. And incontinent he fell a-singing. Bruno had so great a mind to laugh that he was like to burst, however he contained himself and the physician, having made an end of his song, said, How deemedst thou thereof? Certes, answered Bruno, there's no Jew's harp but would lose with you, so archigothically do you cater warble it. Quoth Master Simone, I tell thee thou wouldst never have believed it, hadst thou not heard me. Certes, replied Bruno, you say sooth, and the physician went on, I know store of others, but let that be for the present. Such as thou seest me, my father was a gentleman, albeit he abode in the country, and I myself come by my mother of the Vallecchio family. Moreover, as thou mayst have seen, I have the finest books and gowns of any physician in Florence. Cock's faith, I have a gown that stood me, all reckoned, in nigh upon £100 of Deutz, more than 50 years ago, wherefore I pray thee as most I may, to bring me to be of your company, and by Cock's faith, an thou do it, thou mayst be as ill as thou wilt, for I will never take a farthing of thee for my services. Bruno, hearing this and the physician seeming to him a greater numbskull than ever, said, Doctor, hold the light a thought more this way and take patience till I have made these rats their tails, and after I will answer you. The tales being finished, Bruno made believe that the physician's request was exceeding irksome to him and said, Doctor mine, these be great things you would do for me and I acknowledge it, nevertheless, that which you ask of me, little as it may be for the greatness of your brain, is yet to me a very grave matter, nor know I any one in the world for whom, it being in my power, I would do it, and I did it not for you, both because I love you as it behoveth and on account of your words, which are seasoned with so much wit that they would draw the straps out of a pair of boots, much more me from my purpose, for the more I consort with you, the wiser you appear to me. And I may tell you this, to boot, that, though I had none other reason, yet do I wish you well, for that I see you enamoured of so fair a creature as is she of whom you speak. But this much I will say to you, I have no such power in this matter as you suppose and cannot therefore do for you that which were behoving, however, and you will promise me, upon your solemn and surbated faith, to keep it me secret, I will tell you the means you must use, and meseemeth certain that, with such fine books and other gear as you tell me you have, you will gain your end. Quoth the doctor, say on in all assurance, I see thou art not yet well acquainted with me and knowest not how I can keep a secret. There be few things indeed that Messer Guasparulo de Solicito did, when as he was judge of the Provostrati at Ferlimpopoli, but he sent to tell me, for that he found me so good a secret keeper. And wilt thou judge an I say sooth? I was the first man whom he told that he was to marry Bergamina, seest thou now? Marry, then, rejoined Bruno, all is well, if such a man trusted in you, I may well do so. The course you must take is on this wise. You must know that we still have to this our company a captain and 2 counsellors, who are changed from 6 months to 6 months, and without fail, at the first of the month, Buffalmacco will be captain and I shall be counsellor, for so it is settled. Now whoso is captain can do much by way of procuring whomsoever he will to be admitted into the company, wherefore meseemeth you should seek, inasmuch as you may, to gain Buffalmacco's friendship and do him honour. He is a man, seeing you so wise, to fall in love with you incontinent, and when as with your wit and with these fine things you shall have some deally ingratiated yourself with him, you can make your request to him, he will not know how to say you nay. I have already bespoken him of you and he wisheth you all the weal in the world, and when as you shall have done this, leave me do with him. Quoth the physician, that which thou counsellest liketh me well. Indeed, and he be a man who delighteth in men of learning and talketh but with me a little, I will engage to make him go still seeking my company, for that, as for wit, I have so much thereof that I could stock a city withal and yet abide exceeding wise. This being settled, Bruno imparted the whole matter to Buffalmacco, wherefore it seemed to the latter 1,000 years till they should come to do that which this arch-zany went seeking. The physician, who longed beyond measure to go a roving, rested not till he made friends with Buffalmacco, which he easily succeeded in doing, and therewithal he fell to giving him, and Bruno with him, the finest suppers and dinners in the world. The 2 painters, like the accommodating gentlemen they were nothing loath to engage with him, and having once tasted the excellent wines and fat capons and other good things galore, with which he plied them, stuck very close to him and ended by quartering themselves upon him, without awaiting overmuch invitation, still declaring that they would not do this for another. Presently, when as it seemed to him time, the physician made the same request to Buffalmacco as he had made Bruno aforetime, whereupon Buffalmacco feigned himself sore chagrined and made a great outcry against Bruno, saying, I vow to the high God of Pasignano that I can scarce withhold myself from giving thee such a clout over the head as should cause thy nose drop to thy heels, traitor that thou art, for none other than thou hath discovered these matters to the doctor. Master Simone did his utmost to excuse Bruno, saying and swearing that he had learned the thing from another quarter, and after many of his wise words, he succeeded in pacifying Buffalmacco, whereupon the latter turned to him and said, Doctor mine, it is very evident that you have been at Bologna and have brought back a close mouth to these parts, and I tell you moreover that you have not learnt your ABC on the apple as many blockheads are fain to do, nay, you have learned it aright on the pumpkin, that is so long, and if I mistake not, you were baptized on a Sunday. And albeit Bruno hath told me that you studied medicine there, meseemeth you studied rather to learn to catch men, the which you, with your wit and your fine talk, know better to do than any man I ever set eyes on. Here the physician took the words out of his mouth and breaking in, said to Bruno, what a thing it is to talk and consort with learned men! Who would so have quickly apprehended every particular of my intelligence as hath this worthy man? Thou didst not half so speedily become aware of my value as he, but, at the least, that which I told thee, when as thou saidst to me that Buffalmacco delighted in learned men, seemeth it to thee I have done it. I hast thou, replied Bruno, and better. Then said the doctor to Buffalmacco, thou wouldst have told another tale, hadst thou seen me at Bologna, where there was none, great or small, doctor or scholar, but wished me all the weal in the world, so well did I know to content them all with my discourse and my wit. And what is more, I never said a word there, but I made every one laugh, so hugely did I please them, and when as I departed thence, they all set up the greatest lament in the world and would all have had me remain there, nay, to such a pass came it for that I should abide there, that they would have left it to me alone to lecture on medicine to as many students as were there, but I would not, for that I was e'en minded to come hither to certain very great heritages which I have here and which have still been in my family, and so I did. Quoth Bruno to Buffalmacco, how deemest thou? Thou believedst me not, when as I told it thee. By the Evangels, there is not a leech in these parts who is versed in ass's water to compare with this one, and assuredly thou wouldst not find another of him from here to Paris gates. Marry, hold yourself henceforth if you can from doing that which he will. Quoth Master Simone, Bruno saith sooth, but I am not understood here. You Florentines are somewhat dull of wit, but I would have you see me among the doctors, as I am used to be. Verily, doctor, said Buffalmacco, you are far wiser than I could ever have believed, wherefore to speak to you as it should be spoken to scholars such as you are, I tell you, cut and slash fashion, I will without fail procure you to be of our company. After this promise the physician redoubled in his hospitalities to the two rogues, who enjoyed themselves at his expense what while they crammed him with the greatest extravagances in the world and fooled him to the top of his bent, promising him to give him to mistress the Countess of Jakes, who was the fairest creature to be found in all the back settlements of the human generation. The physician inquired who this countess was, whereto quoth Buffalmacco, good my seed pumpkin, she is a very great lady and there be few houses in the world wherein she hath not some jurisdiction. To say nothing of others, the minor friars themselves render her tribute, to the sound of kettle drums. And I can assure you that, when as she goeth abroad, she maketh herself well felt, albeit she abideth for the most part shut up. Nathless, it is no great while since she passed by your door, one night that she repaired to the Arno, to wash her feet and take the air a little, but her most continual abiding place is in Draught Houseland. There go oft times about store of her sergeants, who all in token of her supremacy, bear the staff and the plummet, and of her barons many are everywhere to be seen, such as Sir Reverence of the Gate, Goodman Turd, Hardcake, Squitter Brick, and others, who methinks are your familiars, albeit you call them not presently to mind. In the soft arms, then, of this great lady, leaving be her of Caucavan Sigli, we will, an expectation cheat us not, bestow you. The physician, who had been born and bred at Bologna, understood not their canting terms and accordingly avouched himself well pleased with the lady in question. Not long after this talk, the painters brought him news that he was accepted to member of the company, and the day being come before the night appointed for their assembly, he had them both to dinner. When they had dined, he asked them what means it behoved him take to come thither, whereupon quoth Buffalmacco, look you, doctor, it behoveth you have plenty of assurance, for that, an you be not mighty resolute, you may chance to suffer hindrance and do us very great hurt, and in what it behoveth you to approve yourself very stout-hearted you shall hear. You must find means to be this evening, at the season of the first sleep, on one of the raised tombs which have been lately made without Santa Maria Novella, with one of your finest gowns on your back, so you may make an honourable figure for your first appearance before the company, and also because, according to what was told us, we were not thereafter, the Countess is minded, for that you are a man of gentle birth, to make you a knight of the Bath at her own proper costs and charges, and there you must wait till there cometh for you he whom we shall send. And so you may be apprised of everything, there will come for you a black-horned beast, not overbike, which will go capara'ing about the piazza before you and making a great whistling and bounding, to terrify you, but, when he seeth that you are not to be daunted, he will come up to you quietly. Then do you, without any fear, come down from the tomb and mount the beast, naming neither God nor the saints, and as soon as you are settled on his back, you must cross your hands upon your breast, in the attitude of obeisance, and touch him no more. He will then set off softly and bring you to us, but if you call upon God or the saints or show fear, I must tell you that he may chance to cast you off or strike you into some place where you are like to stink for it, wherefore, and your heart misgive you, and unless you can make sure of being mighty resolute, come not thither, for you would but do us a mischief, without doing yourself any good. Quoth the physician, I see you know me not yet, maybe you judge of me by my gloves and long gown. If you knew what I did aforetimes at Bologna a nights, when I went a wenching whiles with my comrades, you would marvel. Cock's faith, there was such and such a night when, one of them refusing to come with us, more by token that she was a scurvy little baggage, no higher than my fist, I dealt her, to begin with, good store of cuffs, then, taking her up bodily, I dare say I carried her a crossbow shot and wrought so that needs must she come with us. Another time I remember me that, without any other in my company than a serving man of mine, I passed yonder alongside the cemetery of the minor friars, a little after the Ave Maria, albeit there had been a woman buried there that very day, and felt no whit of fear, wherefore misdoubt you not of this, for I am but too stout of heart and lusty. Moreover, I tell you that, to do you credit at my coming thither, I will don my gown of scarlet, wherein I was admitted doctor, and we shall see if the company rejoice not at my sight and I be not made captain out of hand. You shall e'en see how the thing will go, once I am there, since, without having yet set eyes on me, this countess hath fallen so enamoured of me that she is minded to make me a knight of the Bath. It may be knighthood will not sit so ill on me, nor shall I be at a loss to carry it off with worship. Marry, only leave me do. You say very well, answered Buffalmacco, but look you leave us not in the lurch and not come or not be found at the trysting place, when as we shall send for you, and this I say for that the weather is cold and you gentlemen doctors are very careful of yourselves thereanent. God forbid, cried Master Simone. I am none of your chilly ones. I reck not of the cold, seldom or never, when as I rise of a night for my bodily occasions, as a man will betimes, do I put me on more than my fur gown over my doublet. Wherefore I will certainly be there. Thereupon they took leave of him, and when as it began to grow towards night, Master Simone contrived to make some excuse or other to his wife and secretly got out his fine gown, then, when as it seemed to him time, he donned it and betook himself to Santa Maria Novella, where he mounted one of the aforesaid tombs and huddling himself up on the marble, for that the cold was great, he proceeded to wait the coming of the beast. Meanwhile Buffalmacco, who was tall and robust of his person, made shift to have one of those masks that were wont to be used for certain games which are not held nowadays, and donning a black fur pelisse, inside out, arrayed himself therein on such wise that he seemed a very bear, save that his mask had a devil's face and was horned. Thus accoutred, he betook himself to the new piazza of Santa Maria, Bruno following him to see how the thing should go. As soon as he perceived that the physician was there, he fell a caperaing and caracoling and made a terrible great blustering about the piazza, whistling and howling and bellowing as he were possessed of the devil. When Master Simone, who was more fearful than a woman, heard and saw this, every hair of his body stood on end and he fell a trembling all over, and it was now he had liefer been at home than there. Nevertheless, since he was e'en there, he enforced himself to take heart, so overcome was he with desire to see the marvels whereof the painters had told him. After Buffalmacco had raged about a while, as hath been said, he made a show of growing pacified and coming up to the tomb whereon was the physician, stood stock still. Master Simone, who was all a tremble for fear, knew not what to do, whether to mount or abide where he was. However, at last, fearing that the beast should do him a mischief, and he mounted him not, he did away the first fear with the second, and coming down from the tomb, mounted on his back, saying softly, God aid me. Then he settled himself as best he might, and still trembling in every limb, crossed his hands upon his breast, as it had been enjoined him, whereupon Buffalmacco set off at an amble towards Santa Maria della Scala, and going on all fours, brought him hard by the nunnery of Ripoll. In those days there were dykes in that quarter, wherein the tillers of the neighbouring lands let empty the jakes, to manure their fields withal, whereto when as Buffalmacco came nigh, he went up to the brink of one of them, and taking the opportunity, laid hold of one of the physician's legs, and jerking him off his back, pitched him clean in, head foremost. Then he fell a snorting and snarling and caperaing and raged about a while, after which he made off alongside Santa Maria della Scala till he came to Allhallows fields. There he found Bruno, who had taken to flight, for that he was unable to restrain his laughter, and with him, after they had made merry together at Master Simone's expense, he addressed himself to see from afar what the bemoiled physician should do. My lord Leech, finding himself in that abominable place, struggled to arise and strove as best he might to win forth thereof, and after falling in again and again, now here and now there, and swallowing some drams of the filth, he at last succeeded in making his way out of the dyke, in the woefulest of plights, bewrayed from head to foot and leaving his bonnet behind him. Then, having wiped himself as best he might with his hands and knowing not what other course to take, he returned home and knocked till it was opened to him. Hardly was he entered, stinking as he did, and the door shut again ere up came Bruno and Buffalmacco, to hear how he should be received of his wife, and standing hearkening, they heard the lady give him the foulest rating was ever given, poor devil, saying, Good lack, what a pickle thou art in! Thou hast been gallanting it to some other woman, and must needs seek to cut a figure with thy gown of scarlet. What, was not I enough for thee? Why, man alive, I could suffice to a whole people, let alone thee. Would God they had choked thee, like as they cast thee, whereas thou deservedst to be thrown. Here's a fine physician for you, to have a wife of his own and go a-gadeeing a nights after other folks' womankind. And with these and many other words of the same fashion she gave not over tormenting him till midnight, what while the physician let wash himself from head to foot. Next morning up came Bruno and Buffalmacco, who had painted all their flesh under their clothes with livid blotches, such as beatings used to make, and entering the physician's house, found him already arisen. Accordingly they went into him and found the whole place full of stench, for that they had not yet been able so to clean everything that it should not stink there. Master Simone, seeing them enter, came to meet them and bade God give them good day, whereto the two rogues, as they had agreed beforehand, replied with an angry air, saying, That say we not to you, nay, rather, we pray God give you so many ill years that you may die a dog's death, as the most disloyal man and the vilest traitor alive, for it was no thanks to you that, whereas we studied to do you pleasure and worship, we were not slain like dogs. As it is, thanks to your disloyalty, we have gotten so many buffets this past night that an ass would go to Rome for less, without reckoning that we have gone in danger of being expelled the company into which we had taken order for having you received. And you believe us not, look at our bodies and see how they have fared. Then, opening their clothes in front, they showed him, by an uncertain light, their breasts all painted and covered them up again in haste. The physician would have excused himself and told of his mishaps and how and where he had been cast, but Buffalmacco said, would he had thrown you off the bridge into the Arno. Why did you call on God and the saints? Were you not forewarned of this? By God his faith, replied the physician, I did it not. How, cried Buffalmacco. You did not call on them. Egad, you did it again and again, for our messenger told us that you shook like a reed and knew not where you were. Marry, for the nonce you have befooled us finely, but never again shall any one serve us thus, and we will yet do you such honour thereof as you merit. The physician fell to craving pardon and conjuring them for God's sake not to dishonour him and studied to appease them with the best words he could command. And if aforetime he had entreated them with honour, from that time forth he honoured them yet more and made much of them, entertaining them with banquets and other what, for fear lest they should publish his shame. Thus, then, as you have heard, is sense taught to whoso hath learned no great store thereof at Bologna. The 10th story. A certain woman of Sicily artfully despoileth a merchant of that which he had brought to Palermo, but he, making believe to have returned thither with much greater plenty of merchandise than before, borroweth money of her and leaveth her water and tow in payment. How much the Queen's story in divers places made the ladies laugh, it needed not to ask, suffice it to say that there was none of them to whose eyes the tears had not come a dozen times for excess of laughter, but, after it had an end, Dionio, knowing that it was come to his turn to tell, said, Gracious ladies, it is a manifest thing that sleights and devices are the more pleasing, the subtler the trickster who is thereby artfully outwitted. Wherefore, albeit you have related very fine stories, I mean to tell you one, which should please you more than any other that hath been told upon the same subject, inasmuch as she who was cheated was a greater mistress of the art of cheating others than was any of the men or women who were cozened by those of whom you have told. There used to be, and belike is yet, a custom, in all maritime places which have a port, that all merchants who come thither with merchandise, having unloaded it, should carry it all into a warehouse, which is in many places called a custom house, kept by the commonalty or by the lord of the place. There they give unto those who are deputed to that end a note in writing of all their merchandise and the value thereof, and they thereupon make over to each merchant a storehouse, wherein he layeth up his goods under lock and key. Moreover, the said officers enter in the book of the customs, to each merchant's credit, all his merchandise, causing themselves after he paid their dues of the merchants, whether for all his said merchandise or for such part thereof as he withdraw it from the custom house. By this book of the customs the brokers mostly inform themselves of the quality and the quantity of the goods that are in bond there and also who are the merchants that own them, and with these latter, as occasion serveth them, they treat of exchanges and barters and sales and other transactions. This usance, amongst many other places, was current at Palermo in Sicily, where likewise there were and are yet many women, very fair of their person, but sworn enemies to honesty, who would be and are by those who know them not held great ladies and passing virtuous and who, being given not to shave, but altogether to flay men, no sooner espy a merchant there than they inform themselves by the book of the customs of that which he hath there and how much he can do, after which by their lovesome and engaging fashions and with the most dulcet words, they study to allure the said merchants and draw them into the snare of their love, and many an one have they aforetime lured thereinto, from whom they have wiled great part of their merchandise, nay, many have they despoiled of all, and of these there be some who have left goods and ship and flesh and bones in their hands, so sweetly hath the barbaress known to ply the razor. It chanced, not long since, that there came thither, sent by his masters, one of our young Florentines, by name Niccolo da Signano, though more commonly called Salabito, with as many woolen cloths, left on his hands from the Salerno fair, as might be worth some 500 gold florins, which having given the custom house officers the invoice thereof, he laid up in a magazine and began, without showing over much haste to dispose of them, to go betimes a pleasuring about the city. He being of a fair complexion and yellow-haired and withal very sprightly and personable, it chanced that one of these same barbresses, who styled herself Madame Biancofiore, having heard somewhat of his affairs, cast her eyes on him, which he perceiving and taking her for some great lady, concluded that he pleased her for his good looks and bethought himself to order this amour with the utmost secrecy, wherefore, without saying aught thereof to any, he fell to passing and repassing before her house. She, noting this, after she had for some days well enkindled him with her eyes, making believe to languish for him, privily dispatched to him one of her women, who was a past mistress in the procuring art and who, after much parley, told him, well nigh with tears in her eyes, that he had so taken her mistress with his comeliness and his pleasing fashions that she could find no rest day or night, wherefore, when as it pleased him, she desired, more than aught else, to avail to foregather with him privily in a bagnio. Then, pulling a ring from her pouch, she gave it to him on the part of her mistress. Sailabito, hearing this, was the joyfulest man that was I, and taking the ring, rubbed it against his eyes and kissed it, after which he set it on his finger and replied to the good woman that, if Madame Biancofiore loved him, she was well requited it, for that he loved her more than his proper life and was ready to go whereassoever it should please her and at any hour. The messenger returned to her mistress with this answer, and it was appointed Sailabito out of hand at what bagnio he should expect her on the ensuing day after vespers. Accordingly, without saying aught of the matter to any, he punctually repaired thither at the hour appointed him and found the bagnio taken by the lady, nor had he waited long ere there came two slave girls laden with gear and bearing on their heads, the one a fine large mattress of cotton wool and the other a great basket full of gear. The mattress they set on a bedstead in one of the chambers of the bagnio and spread thereon a pair of very fine sheets, laced with silk, together with a counterpane of snow-white cypress buckram and two pillows wonder curiously wrought. Then, putting off their clothes they entered the bath and swept it all and washed it excellent well. Nor was it long ere the lady herself came thither, with other two slave girls, and accosted Sailabito with the utmost joy. Then, as first she had commodity, after she had both clipped and kissed him amain, heaving the heaviest sighs in the world, she said to him, I know not who could have brought me to this pass, other than thou hast kindled a fire in my vitals, little dog of a Tuscan. Then, at her instance, they entered the bath, both naked, and with them two of the slave girls, and there, without letting any else lay a finger on him, she with her own hands washed Sailabito all wonder well with musk and clove-scented soap, after which she let herself be washed and rubbed of the slave girls. This done, the latter brought two very white and fine sheets, whence came so great a scent of roses that everything there seemed roses, in one of which they wrapped Sailabito and in the other the lady, and taking them in their arms, carried them both to the bed prepared for them. There, when as they had left sweating, the slave girls did them loose from the sheets wherein they were wrapped, and they abode naked in the others, whilst the girls brought out of the basket wonder goodly casting bottles of silver, full of sweet waters, rose and jessamine and orange and citron flower scented, and sprinkled them all therewith, after which boxes of sacades and wines of great price were produced, and they refreshed themselves a while. It seemed to Sailabito as he were in paradise, and he cast 1,000 glances at the lady, who was certes very handsome, him seeming each hour was 100 years till the slave girls should be gone and he should find himself in her arms. Presently, at her commandment, the girls departed the chamber, leaving a flambeau alight there, whereupon she embraced Sailabito and he her, and they abode together a great while, to the exceeding pleasure of the Florentine, to whom it seemed she was all afire for love of him. When as it seemed to her time to rise, she called the slave girls and they clad themselves, then they recruited themselves some deally with a second collation of wine and sweetmeats, and washed their hands and faces with odoriferous waters, after which, being about to depart, the lady said to Sailabito, So it be agreeable to thee, it were doing me a very great favour and thou camest this evening to sup and lie the night with me. Sailabito, who was by this time altogether captivated by her beauty and the artful pleasantness of her fashions, and firmly believed himself to be loved of her as he were the heart out of her body, replied, Madam, your every pleasure is supremely agreeable to me, wherefore both tonight and at all times I mean to do that which shall please you and that which shall be commanded me of you. Accordingly the lady returned to her house, where she caused well bedeck her bedchamber with her dresses and gear, and letting make ready a splendid supper, awaited Sailabito, who, as soon as it was grown somewhat dark, betook himself thither, and being received with open arms, supped with all cheer and commodity of service. Thereafter they betook themselves into the bedchamber, where he smelt a marvellous fragrance of aloes wood, and saw the bed very richly adorned with cyprian singing birds and store of fine dresses upon the pegs, all which things together and each of itself made him conclude that this must be some great and rich lady. And although he had heard some whispers to the contrary anent her manner of life, he would not anywise believe it, or, if he e'en gave so much credit thereto as to allow that she might erst have cozened others, for nothing in the world could he have believed that this might possibly happen to himself. He lay that night with her in the utmost delight, still waxing more enamoured, and in the morning she girt him on a quaint and goodly girdle of silver, with a fine purse thereto, saying, Sweet my Sailabito, I commend myself to thy remembrance, and like as my person is at thy pleasure, even so is all that is here and all that dependeth upon me at thy service and commandment. Sailabito, rejoiced, embraced and kissed her, then, going forth of her house, he betook himself whereas the other merchants were used to resort. On this wise consorting with her at one time and another, without its costing him aught in the world, and growing every hour more entangled, it befell that he sold his stuffs for ready money and made a good profit thereby, of which the lady incontinent heard, not from him, but from others, and Sailabito being come one night to visit her, she fell to prattling and wantoning with him, kissing and clipping him and feigning herself so enamoured of him that it seemed she must die of love in his arms. Moreover, she would fain have given him 2 very fine hannops of silver that she had, but he would not take them, for that he had had of her, at one time and another, what was worth a good 30 gold florins, without availing to have her take of him so much as a groat's worth. At last, when as she had well enkindled him by showing herself so enamoured and freehand, one of her slave girls called her, as she had ordained beforehand, whereupon she left the chamber and coming back, after a while, in tears cast herself face downward on the bed and fell to making the woefulest lamentation ever woman made. Sailabito, marvelling at this, caught her in his arms and fell a-weeping with her and saying, Alack, heart of my body, what aileth thee thus suddenly? What is the cause of this grief? For God's sake, tell it me, my soul. The lady, after letting herself be long entreated, answered, Woe's me, sweet my lord, I know not what to say or to do. I have but now received letters from Messina and my brother writeth me that, should I sell or pawn all that is here, I must without fail send him 1,000 gold florins within 8 days from this time, else will his head be cut off, and I know not how I shall do to get this sum so suddenly. Had I but 15 days' grace, I would find a means of procuring it from a certain quarter whence I am to have much more, or I would sell one of our farms, but, as this may not be, I had liefer be dead than that this ill news should have come to me. So saying, she made a show of being sore afflicted and stinted not from weeping, whereupon quoth Sailabito, whom the flames of love had bereft of great part of his wonted good sense, so that he believed her tears to be true and her words truer yet, Madam, I cannot oblige you with 1,000 florins, but 500 I can very well advance you, since you believe you will be able to return them to me within a fortnight from this time, and this is of your good fortune that I chanced but yesterday to sell my stuffs, for, had it not been so, I could not have lent you a groat. Alack, cried the lady, hast thou then been straitened for lack of money? Marry, why didst thou not require me thereof? Though I have not 1,000, I had 100 and even 200 to give thee. Thou hast deprived me of all heart to accept of thee the service thou profferest me. Sailabito was more than ever taken with these words and said, Madam, I would not have you refrain on that account, for, had I had such an occasion therefore as you presently have, I would assuredly have asked you. Alack, Sailabito mine, replied the lady, now know I aright that thine is a true and perfect love for me, since, without waiting to be required, thou freely succoureth me, in such a strait, with so great a sum of money. Certes, I was all thine without this, but with this I shall be far more so, nor shall I ever forget that I owe thee my brother's life. But God know it, I take it sore unwillingly, seeing that thou art a merchant and that with money merchants transact all their affairs. However, since need constraineth me, and I have certain assurance of speedily restoring it to thee, I will e'en take it, and for the rest, and I find no readier means, I will pawn all these my possessions. So saying, she let herself fall, weeping, on Sailabito's neck. He fell to comforting her, and after abiding the night with her, he, next morning, to approve himself her most liberal servant, without waiting to be asked by her, carried her 500 right gold florins, which she received with tears in her eyes, but laughter in her heart, Sailabito contenting himself with her simple promise. As soon as the lady had the money, the signs began to change, and whereas before he had free access to her whensoever it pleased him, reasons now began to crop up, whereby it betided him not to win admission there once out of 7 times, nor was he received with the same countenance nor the same caresses and rejoicings as before. And the term at which he was to have had his monies again being, not to say come, but passed by a month or 2 and he requiring them, words were given him in payment. Thereupon his eyes were opened to the wicked woman's arts and his own lack of wit, wherefore, feeling that he could say naught of her beyond that which might please her concerning the matter, since he had neither script nor other evidence thereof, and being ashamed to complain to any, as well for that he had been forewarned thereof as for fear of the scoffs which he might reasonably expect for his folly, he was beyond measure woeful and inwardly bewailed his credulity. At last, having had divers letters from his masters, requiring him to change the moneys in question and remit them to them, he determined to depart, lest, and he did it not, his default should be discovered there, and accordingly, going aboard a little ship, he betook himself, not to Pisa, as he should have done, but to Naples. There at that time was our gossip Pietro dello Canigiano, treasurer to the Empress of Constantinople, a man of great understanding and subtle wit and a fast friend of Saladino and his family, and to him, as to a very discreet man, the disconsolate Florentine recounted that which he had done and the mischance that had befallen him, requiring him of aid and counsel, so he might contrive to gain his living there, and avouching his intention never more to return to Florence. Canigiano was concerned for this and said, "Ill hast thou done and ill hast thou carried thyself, thou hast disobeyed thy masters and hast, at one cast, spent a great sum of money in wantonness, but, since it is done, we must look for other what." Accordingly, like a shrewd man as he was, he speedily bethought himself what was to be done and told it to Saladino, who was pleased with the device and set about putting it in execution. He had some money and Canigiano having lent him other sum, he made up a number of bales well packed and corded, then, buying a score of oil casks and filling them, he embarked the whole and returned to Palermo, where, having given the custom house officers the bill of lading and the value of the casks and let enter everything to his account, he laid the whole up in the magazines, saying that he meant not to touch them till such time as certain other merchandise which he expected should become. Biancofiore, getting wind of this and hearing that the merchandise he had presently brought with him was worth good 2,000 florins, without reckoning what he looked for, which was valued at more than 3,000, bethought herself that she had flown at too small game and determined to restore him the 500 florins, so she might avail to have the greater part of the 5,000. Accordingly, she sent for him and Saladino, grown cunning, went to her, whereupon, making believe to know nothing of that which he had brought with him, she received him with a great show of fondness and said to him, "Hark ye, if thou wast vexed with me, for that I repaid thee not thy monies on the very day." Saladino fell a laughing and answered, "In truth, madam, it did somewhat displease me, seeing I would have torn out my very heart to give it you, and I thought to pleasure you withal, but I will have you hear how I am vexed with you. Such and so great is the love I bear you, that I have sold the most part of my possessions and have presently brought hither merchandise to the value of more than 2,000 florins and expect from the westward as much more as will be worth over 3,000, with which I mean to stock me a warehouse in this city and take up my sojourn here, so I may still be near you, meseeming I fare better of your love than ever lover of his lady." "Look you, Saladino," answered the lady, "every commodity of thine is mighty pleasing to me, as that of him whom I love more than my life, and it pleaseth me amain that thou art returned hither with intent to sojourn here, for that I hope yet to have good time galore with thee, but I would fain excuse myself some dearly to thee for that, when as thou wast about to depart, thou wouldst betimes have come hither and couldst not, and whiles thou camest and wast not so gladly seen as thou wast used to be, more by token that I returned thee not thy monies at the time promised. Thou must know that I was then in very great concern and sore affliction, and whoso is in such case, how much soever he may love another, cannot always show him so cheerful a countenance or pay him such attention as he might wish. Moreover, thou must know that it is mighty uneasy for a woman to avail to find 1,000 gold florins, all day long we are put off with lies and that which is promised us is not performed unto us, wherefore needs must we in our turn lie unto others. Hence cometh it, and not of my default, that I gave thee not back thy monies. However, I had them a little after thy departure, and had I known whither to send them, thou mayst be assured that I would have remitted them to thee, but, not knowing this, I kept them for thee." Then, letting fetch a purse wherein were the very monies he had brought her, she put it into his hand, saying, "Count them if there be 500. Never was Saladino so glad, he counted them and finding them 500, put them up and said, "Madam, I am assured that you say sooth, but you have done enough to convince me of your love for me and I tell you that, for this and for the love I bear you, you could never require me, for any your occasion, of whatsoever sum I might command, but I would oblige you therewith, and when as I am established here, you may put this to the proof." Having again on this wise renewed his loves with her in words, he fell again to using amicably with her, whilst she made much of him and showed him the greatest goodwill and honour in the world, feigning the utmost love for him. But he, having a mind to return her cheat for cheat, being one day sent for by her to sup and sleep with her, went thither so chapfallen and so woebegone that it seemed as he would die. Biancofiore, embracing him and kissing him, began to question him of what ailed him to be thus melancholy, and he, after letting himself be importuned a good while, answered, "I am a ruined man, for that the ship, wherein is the merchandise I expected, hath been taken by the corsairs of Monaco and held to ransom in 10,000 gold florins, whereof it falleth to me to pay 1,000, and I have not a farthing, for that the 500 pieces thou returnedst to me I sent incontinent to Naples, to lay out in cloths to be brought hither, and should I go about at this present to sell the merchandise I have here, I should scarce get a penny for 2 pennyworth, for that it is no time for selling. Nor am I yet so well known that I could find any here to help me to this, wherefore I know not what to do or to say, for, if I send not the monies speedily, the merchandise will be carried off to Monaco and I shall never again have aught thereof. The lady was mightily concerned at this, fearing to lose him altogether, and considering how she should do, so he might not go to Monaco, said, God knoweth I am sore concerned for the love of thee, but what availeth it to afflict oneself thus? If I had the monies, God knoweth I would lend them to the incontinent, but I have them not. True, there is a certain person here who obliged me the other day with the 500 florins that I lacked, but he will have heavy usance for his monies, nay, he requireth no less than 30 in the 100, and if thou wilt borrow of him, needs must he be made secure with a good pledge. For my part, I am ready to engage for thee all these my goods and my person, to boot, for as much as he will lend thereon, but how wilt thou assure him of the rest? Sailabito readily apprehended the reason that moved her to do him this service and divined that it was she herself who was to lend him the money, wherewith he was well pleased and thanking her, answered that he would not be put off for exorbitant usance, need constraining him. Moreover, he said that he would give assurance of the merchandise he had in the custom house, letting inscribe it to him who should lend him the money, but that needs must be kept the key of the magazines, as well that he might be able to show his wares, and it were required of him, as that nothing might be touched or changed or tampered withal. The lady answered that it was well said and that this was good enough assurance, wherefore, as soon as the day was come, she sent for a broker, in whom she trusted greatly, and taking order with him of the matter, gave him 1,000 gold florins, which he lent to Sailabito, letting inscribe in his own name at the custom house that which the latter had there. Then, having made their writings and counter-writings together and being come to an accord, they occupied themselves with their other affairs. Sailabito, as soonest he might, embarked, with the 1,500 gold florins, on board a little ship and returned to Pietro dello Canigiano at Naples, whence he remitted to his masters, who had dispatched him with the stuffs, a good and entire account thereof. Then, having repaid Pietro and every other to whom he owed aught, he made merry several days with Canigiano over the cheat he had put upon the Sicilian trickstress, after which, resolved to be no more a merchant, he betook himself to Ferrara. Meanwhile, Biancofiore, finding that Sailabito had left Palermo, began to marvel and wax misdoubtful, and after having awaited him good 2 months, seeing that he came not, she caused the broker force open the magazines. Trying first the casks, which she believed to be filled with oil, she found them full of sea water, save that there was in each maybe a runlet of oil at the top near the bunghole. Then, undoing the bales, she found them all full of tow, with the exception of 2, which were stuffs, and in brief, with all that was there was not more than 200 florins worth. Wherefore Biancofiore, confessing herself outwitted, long lamented the 500 florins repaid and yet more the 1,000 lent, saying often, who with a Tuscan hath to do, must nor be blind nor see askew. On this wise, having gotten nothing for her pains but loss and scorn, she found, to her cost, that some folk know as much as others. No sooner had Dionio made an end of his story than Loretta, knowing the term to be come beyond which she was not to reign, and having commended Canigiano's counsel, which was approved good by its effect, and Sailabito's shrewdness, which was no less commendable, in carrying it into execution, lifted the laurel from her own head and set it on that of Emilia, saying, with womanly grace, Madam, I know not how pleasant a queen we shall have of you, but, at the least, we shall have a fair one. Look, then, that your actions be conformable to your beauties. So saying, she returned to her seat, whilst Emilia, a thought abashed, not so much at being made queen as to see herself publicly commended of that which women use most to covet, waxed such in face as are the new-blown roses in the dawning. However, after she had kept her eyes a while lowered, till the redness had given place, she took order with the seneschal of that which concerned the general entertainment, and presently said, Delightsome ladies, it is common, after oxen have toiled some part of the day, confined under the yoke, to see them loosed and eased thereof and freely suffered to go a pasturing, where most it liked them, about the woods, and it is manifest also that leafy gardens, embowered with various plants, are not less, but much more fair than groves wherein one seeth only oaks. Wherefore, seeing how many days we have discoursed, under the restraint of a fixed law, I opine that, as well unto us as to those whom need constraineth to labour for their daily bread, it is not only useful, but necessary, to play the truant a while, and wandering thus afield, to regain strength to enter anew under the yoke. Wherefore, for that which is to be related to morrow, ensuing your delectable usance of discourse, I purpose not to restrict you to any special subject, but will have each discourse according as it pleaseth him, holding it for certain that the variety of the things which will be said will afford us no less entertainment than to have discoursed of one alone, and having done thus, whoso shall come after me in the sovereignty may, as stronger than I, avail with greater assurance to restrict us within the limits of the wonted laws. So saying, she set every one at liberty till supper time. All commended the queen of that which she had said, holding it sagely spoken, and rising to their feet, addressed themselves, this to one kind of diversion and that to another, the ladies to weaving garlands and to gambling and the young men to gaming and singing. On this wise they passed the time until the supper hour, which being come, they supped with mirth and good cheer about the fair fountain and after diverted themselves with singing and dancing according to the wonted usance. At last, the queen, to ensue the fashion of her predecessors, commanded Pamphilo to sing a song, notwithstanding those which sundry of the company had already sung of their free will, and he readily began thus. Such is thy pleasure, love. And such the allegress I feel thereby. That happy, burning in thy fire, am I. The abounding gladness in my heart that glows. For the high joy and dear. Whereto thou hast me led. Unable to contain there, overflows. And in my face's cheer. Displays my happy head. For being enamoured. In such a worship-worthy place and high. Makes eath to me the burning I abide. I cannot with my finger what I feel. Limb, love, nor do I know. My bliss in song to vent. Nay, though I knew it, needs must I conceal. For, once divulged, I trow, 'twould turn to dreariment. Yet am I so content. All speech were halt and feeble, did I try the least thereof with words to signify. Who might conceive it that these arms of mine should anywise attain, whereas I've held them I, or that my face should reach so fair a shrine, as that, of favour fain, and grace, I've won too? Nay, such fortune ne'er a day believed me were, whence all afire am I, hiding the source of my lease thereby. This was the end of Pamphilo's song, whereto albeit it had been completely responded of all, there was none but noted the words thereof with more attent solicitude than pertained unto him, studying to divine that which, as he sang, it behoved him to keep hidden from them, and although sundry went imagining various things, nevertheless none happened upon the truth of the case. But the queen, seeing that the song was ended and that both young ladies and men would gladly rest themselves, commanded that all should betake themselves to bed. Here endeth the 8th day of the Decameron. Day the 9th. Here beginneth the 9th day of the Decameron, wherein under the governance of Amelia each discourseth according as it pleaseth him and of that which is most to his liking. The light, from whose resplendence the night fleet, had already changed all the 8th heaven from azure to watchet colour, and the flowerets began to lift their heads along the meads, when Amelia, uprising, let call the ladies her comrades, and on likewise the young men, who, being come, fared forth, ensuing the slow steps of the queen, and betook themselves to a coppice but little distant from the palace. Therein entering, they saw the animals, wild goats and deer and others, as if assured of security from the hunters by reason of the prevailing pestilence, stand awaiting them no otherwise than as they were grown without fear or tame, and diverted themselves a while with them, drawing near, now to this one and now to that, as if they would fain lay hands on them, and making them run and skip. But, the sun now waxing high, they deemed it well to turn back. They were all garlanded with oak leaves, with their hands full of flowers and sweet-scented herbs, and whoso encountered them had said no other what than, or these shall not be overcome of death, or it will slay them merry. On this wise, then, they fared on, step by step, singing and chatting and laughing, till they came to the palace, where they found everything orderly disposed and their servants full of mirth and joyous cheer. There having rested a while, they went not to dinner till 6 canzonets, each merrier than other, had been caroled by the young men and the ladies. Then, water being given to their hands, the seneschal seated them all at table, according to the queen's pleasure, and the viands being brought, they all ate blithely. Rising thence, they gave themselves a while to dancing and music making, and after, by the queen's commandment, whoso would betook himself to rest. But presently, the wonted hour being come, all in the accustomed place assembled to discourse, whereupon the queen, looking at Philomena, bade her give commencement to the stories of that day, and she, smiling, began on this wise. The first story. Madame Francesca, being courted by one Rinaldo Palermini and one Alessandro Chiaramontesi, and loving neither the one nor the other, adroitly riddeth herself of both by causing one enter for dead into a sepulchre and the other bring him forth thereof for dead, on such wise that they cannot avail to accomplish the condition imposed. Since it is your pleasure, madam, I am well pleased to be she who shall run the first ring in this open and free field of storytelling, wherein your magnificence hath set us, the which an I do well, I doubt not but that those who shall come after will do well and better. Many a time, charming ladies, hath it been shown in our discourses what and how great is the power of love, natheless, for that me deemeth not it hath been fully spoken thereof, no, nor would be, though we should speak of nothing else for a year to come, and that not only doth love bring lovers into divers dangers of death, but causeth them even to enter for dead into the abiding places of the dead. It is my pleasure to relate to you a story thereof, over and above those which have been told. Whereby not only will you apprehend the puissance of love, but will know the wit used by a worthy lady in ridding herself of two who loved her against her will. You must know, then, that there was once in the city of Pistoia a very fair widow lady, of whom two of our townsmen, called the one Rinaldo Palermini and the other Alessandro Chiaramontesi, there abiding by reason of banishment from Florence, were, without knowing one of other, passionately enamoured, having by chance fallen in love with her and doing privily each his utmost endeavour to win her favour. The gentlewoman in question, whose name was Madame Francesca de Lazzari, being still importuned of the one and the other with messages and entreaties, to which she had whiles somewhat unwisely given ear, and desiring, but in vain, discreetly to retract, bethought herself how she might avail to rid herself of their importunity by requiring them of a service, which, albeit it was possible, she conceived that neither of them would render her, to the intent that, they not doing that which she required, she might have a fair and colourable occasion of refusing to hearken more to their messages, and the device which occurred to her was on this wise. There had died that very day at Pistoia, one, who, albeit his ancestors were gentlemen, was reputed the worst man that was, not only in Pistoia, but in all the world, more by token that he was in his lifetime so misshapen and of so monstrous a favour that whoso knew him not, seeing him for the first time, had been afeard of him, and he had been buried in a tomb without the church of the minor friars. This circumstance she bethought herself would in part be very apt to her purpose, and accordingly she said to a maid of hers, "Thou knowest the annoy and the vexation I suffer all day long by the messages of yonder two Florentines, Rinaldo and Alessandro. Now I am not disposed to gratify either of them with my love, and to rid myself of them, I have bethought myself, for the great proffers that they make, to seek to make proof of them in somewhat which I am certain they will not do, so shall I do away from me this their importunity, and thou shalt see how. Thou knowest that Scanadio, for so was the wicked man called of whom we have already spoken, was this morning buried in the burial place of the minor brethren, Scanadio, of whom, when as they saw him alive, let alone dead, the doughtiest men of this city went in fear, wherefore go thou privily first to Alessandro and bespeak him, saying, Madame Francesca giveth thee to know that now is the time come when as thou mayst have her love, which thou hast so much desired, and be with her, and thou wilt, on this wise. This night, for a reason which thou shalt know after, the body of Scanadio, who was this morning buried, is to be brought to her house by a kinsman of hers, and she, being in great fear of him, dead though he be, would fain not have him there, wherefore she prith thee that it please thee, by way of doing her a great service, go this evening, at the time of the first sleep, to the tomb wherein he is buried, and donning the dead man's clothes, abide as thou wert he until such time as they shall come for thee. Then, without moving or speaking, thou must suffer thyself be taken up out of the tomb and carried to her house, where she will receive thee, and thou mayst after abide with her and depart at thy leisure, leaving to her the care of the rest. And he say that he will do it, well and good, but, should he refuse, bid him on my part, never more show himself whereas I may be and look, as he valueth his life, that he send me no more letters or messages. Then shalt thou betake thee to Rinaldo Palermini and say to him, Madame Francesca saith that she is ready to do thine every pleasure, and thou wilt render her a great service, to wit, that tonight, towards the middle hour, thou get thee to the tomb wherein Scanadio was this morning buried and take him up softly thence and bring him to her at her house, without saying a word of aught thou mayst hear or feel. There shalt thou learn what she would with him and have of her thy pleasure, but, an it please thee not to do this, she chargeth thee never more send her writ nor message. The maid betook herself to the two lovers and did her errand punctually to each, saying as it had been enjoined her, whereto each made answer that, an it pleased her, they would go, not only into a tomb, but into hell itself. The maid carried their reply to the lady and she waited to see if they would be mad enough to do it. The night come, when as it was the season of the first sleep, Alessandro Chiaramontesi, having stripped himself to his doublet, went forth of his house to take Scanadio's place in the tomb, but, by the way, there came a very frightful thought into his head and he fell a saying in himself, Good lack, what a fool I am! Whither go I? How know I but yonder woman's kinsfolk, having maybe perceived that I love her and believing that which is not, have caused me do this, so they may slaughter me in yonder tomb. And it should happen thus, I should suffer for it, nor would aught in the world be ever known thereof to their detriment. Or what know I but maybe some enemy of mine hath procured me this, whom she belike loveth and seeketh to oblige therein. Then said he, but, grant that neither of these things be, and that her kinsfolk are in for carrying me to her house, I must believe that they want not Scanadio's body to hold it in their arms or to put it in hers, nay, it is rather to be conceived that they mean to do it some mischief, as the body of one who may be disobliged them in somewhat aforetime. She saith that I am not to say a word for aught that I may feel. But, should they put out mine eyes or draw my teeth or lop off my hands or play me any other such trick, how shall I do? How could I abide quiet? And if I speak, they will know me and mayhap do me a mischief, or, though they do me no hurt, yet shall I have accomplished nothing, for that they will not leave me with the lady, whereupon she will say that I have broken her commandment and will never do aught to pleasure me. So saying, he had well nigh returned home, but, nevertheless, his great love urged him on with counter-arguments of such potency that they brought him to the tomb, which he opened, and entering therein, stripped Scanadio of his clothes, then, donning them and shutting the tomb upon himself, he laid himself in the dead man's place. Thereupon he began to call to mind what manner of man the latter had been, and remembering him of all the things whereof he had aforetime heard tell as having befallen by night, not to say in the sepulchres of the dead, but even otherwhere, his every hair began to stand on end, and him seemed each moment as if Scanadio should rise upright and butcher him then and there. However, aided by his ardent love, he got the better of these and the other fearful thoughts that beset him, and abiding as he were the dead man, he fell to awaiting that which should betide him. Meanwhile, Rhinacho, midnight being now at hand, departed his house, to do that which had been enjoined him of his mistress, and as he went, he entered into many and various thoughts of the things which might possibly betide him, as, to wit, that he might fall into the hands of the police, with Scanadio's body on his shoulders, and be doomed to the fire as a sorcerer, and that he should, and the thing came to be known, incur the ill will of his kinsfolk, and other like thoughts, whereby he was like to have been deterred. But after, bethinking himself again, alack, quoth he, shall I deny this gentlewoman, whom I have so loved and love, the first thing she requireth of me, especially as I am thereby to gain her favour? God forbid, though I were certainly to die thereof, but I should set myself to do that which I have promised. Accordingly, he went on, and presently coming to the sepulchre, opened it easily, which Alessandro hearing, abode still, albeit he was in great fear. Rhinacho, entering in and thinking to take Scanadio's body, laid hold of Alessandro's feet and drew him forth of the tomb, then, hoisting him on his shoulders, he made off towards the lady's house. Going thus and taking no manner of heed to his burden, he jolted it many a time, now against one corner and now another of certain benches that were beside the way, more by token that the night was so cloudy and so dark he could not see whither he went. He was already well nigh at the door of the gentlewoman, who had posted herself at the window with her maid, to see if he would bring Alessandro, and was ready armed with an excuse to send them both away, when it chanced that the officers of the watch, who were ambushed in the street and abode silently on the watch to lay hands upon a certain outlaw, hearing the scuffling that Rhinacho made with his feet, suddenly put out a light, to see what was to do and whither to go, and rattled their targets and halberds, crying, "Who goeth there?" Rhinacho, seeing this and having scant time for deliberation, let fall his burden and made off as fast as his legs would carry him, whereupon Alessandro arose in haste and made off in his turn, for all he was hampered with the dead man's clothes, which were very long. The lady, by the light of the lantern put out by the police, had plainly recognized Rhinacho, with Alessandro on his shoulders, and perceiving the latter to be clad in Scanadio's clothes, marvelled amain at the exceeding hardihood of both, but, for all her wonderment, she laughed heartily to see Alessandro cast down on the ground and to see him after take to flight. Then, rejoiced at this accident and praising God that he had rid her of the annoy of these twain, she turned back into the house and betook herself to her chamber, avouching to her maid that without doubt they both loved her greatly, since, as it appeared, they had done that which she had enjoined them. Meanwhile Rhinacho, woeful and cursing his ill fortune, for all that returned not home, but, as soon as the watch had departed the neighbourhood, he came back whereas he had dropped Alessandro and groped about, to see if he could find him again, so he might make an end of his service, but, finding him not and concluding that the police had carried him off, he returned to his own house, woebegone, whilst Alessandro, unknowing what else to do, made off home on likewise, chagrined at such a misadventure and without having recognized him who had borne him thither. On the morrow, Scanadio's tomb being found open and his body not to be seen, for that Alessandro had rolled it to the bottom of the vault, all Pistoia was busy with various conjectures anent the matter, and the simpler sort concluded that he had been carried off by the devils. Nevertheless, each of the two lovers signified to the lady that which he had done and what had befallen, and excusing himself withal for not having full accomplished her commandment, claimed her favour and her love, but she, making believe to credit neither of this, rid herself of them with a curt response to the effect that she would never consent to do aught for them, since they had not done that which she had required of them. The second story. An abbess, arising in haste and in the dark to find one of her nuns, who had been denounced to her, in bed with her lover, and thinking to cover her head with her coif, donneth instead thereof the breeches of a priest who is abed with her, the which the accused nun observing and making her aware thereof, she is acquitted and hath leisure to be with her lover. Philomena was now silent, and the lady's address in ridding herself of those whom she chose not to love having been commended of all, whilst, on the other hand, the presumptuous hardihood of the two gallants was held of them to be not love, but madness, the queen said gaily to Elisa, "Elisa, follow on." Accordingly, she promptly began, adroitly, "Indeed, dearest ladies, did Madame Francesca contrive to rid herself of her annoy, as hath been told, but a young nun, fortune aiding her, delivered herself with an apt speech from an imminent peril. As you know, there be many very dull folk, who set up for teachers and censors of others, but whom, as you may apprehend from my story, fortune betimes deservedly putteth to shame, as befell the abbess, under whose governance was the nun of whom I have to tell. You must know, then, that there was once in Lombardy a convent, very famous for sanctity and religion, wherein, amongst the other nuns who were there, was a young lady of noble birth and gifted with marvellous beauty, who was called Isabetta, and who, coming one day to the grate to speak with a kinsman of hers, fell in love with a handsome young man who accompanied him. The latter, seeing her very fair and divining her wishes with his eyes, became on likewise enamoured of her, and this love they suffered a great while without fruit, to the no small unease of each. At last, each being solicited by a like desire, the young man hit upon a means of coming at his nun in all secrecy, and she consenting thereto, he visited her, not once, but many times, to the great contentment of both. But, this continuing, it chanced one night that he was, without the knowledge of himself or his mistress, seen of one of the ladies of the convent to take leave of Isabetta and go his ways. The nun communicated her discovery to divers others, and they were minded at first to denounce Isabetta to the abbess, who was called Madame Usimbalda, and who, in the opinion of the nuns and of whosoever knew her, was a good and pious lady, but, on consideration, they bethought themselves to seek to have the abbess take her with the young man, so there might be no room for denial. Accordingly, they held their peace and kept watch by turns in secret to surprise her. Now it chanced that Isabetta, suspecting nothing of this nor being on her guard, caused her lover come thither one night, which was forthright known to those who were on the watch for this, and who, when as it seemed to them time, a good part of the night being spent, divided themselves into two parties, whereof one abode on guard at the door of her cell, whilst the other ran to the abbess's chamber, and knocking at the door, till she answered, said to her, "Up, madam, arise quickly, for we have discovered that Isabetta hath a young man in her cell." Now the abbess was that night in company with a priest, whom she oft times let come to her in a chest, but, hearing the nuns' outcry and fearing lest, of their overhaste and eagerness, they should push open the door, she hurriedly arose and dressed herself as best she might in the dark. Thinking to take certain plaited veils, which nuns wear on their heads and call a psalter, she caught up by chance the priest's breeches, and such was her haste that, without remarking what she did, she threw them over her head, in lieu of the psalter, and going forth, hurriedly locked the door after her, saying, "Where is this accursed one of God?" Then, in company with the others, who were so ardent and so intent upon having Isabetta taken in default that they noted not that which the abbess had on her head, she came to the cell door, and breaking it open, with the aid of the others, entered and found the two lovers abed in each other's arms, who, all confounded at such a surprise, abode fast, unknowing what to do. The young lady was incontinent seized by the other nuns and haled off, by command of the abbess, to the chapter house, whilst her gallant dressed himself and abode away to see what should be the issue of the adventure, resolved, if any hurt were offered to his mistress, to do a mischief to as many nuns as he could come at and carry her off. The abbess, sitting in chapter, proceeded, in the presence of all the nuns, who had no eyes but for the culprit, to give the latter the foulest rating that ever woman had, as having by her lewd and filthy practices, and the thing should come to be known without the walls, sullied the sanctity, the honour, and the fair fame of the convent, and to this she added very grievous menaces. The young lady, shamefast and fearful, as feeling herself guilty, knew not what to answer and keeping silence, possessed the other nuns with compassion for her. However, after a while, the abbess multiplying words, she chanced to raise her eyes and espied that which the former had on her head and the hose points that hung down therefrom on either side, whereupon, guessing how the matter stood, she was all reassured and said, Madam, God aid you, tie up your coif and after say what you will to me. The abbess, taking not her meaning, answered, What coif, vile woman that thou art? Hast thou the face to bandy pleasantries at such a time? Thinkest thou this that thou hast done is a jesting matter? Prithee, madam, answered Isabella, tie up your coif and after say what you will to me. Thereupon many of the nuns raised their eyes to the abbess's head and she also, putting her hand thereto, perceived, as did the others, why Isabella spoke thus, wherefore the abbess, becoming aware of her own default and perceiving that it was seen of all, past hope of recoverance, changed her note and proceeding to speak after a fashion altogether different from her beginning, came to the conclusion that it is impossible to withstand the pricks of the flesh, wherefore she said that each should, when as she might, privily give herself a good time, even as it had been done until that day. Accordingly, setting the young lady free, she went back to sleep with her priest and Isabella returned to her lover, whom many a time thereafter she let come thither, in despite of those who envied her, whilst those of the others who were loverless pushed their fortunes in secret, as best they knew. The third story. Master Simone, at the instance of Bruno and Buffalmacco and Nello, maketh Calandrino believe that he is with child, wherefore he giveth them capons and money for medicines and recovereth without bringing forth. After Elisa had finished her story and all the ladies had returned thanks to God, who had with a happy issue delivered the young nun from the claws of her envious companions, the queen bade Philostrato follow on, and he, without awaiting further commandment, began, Fairest ladies, the unmannerly lout of a Markhegan judge, of whom I told you yesterday, took out of my mouth the story of Calandrino and his companions, which I was about to relate, and for that, albeit it hath been much discoursed of him and them, aught that is told of him cannot do otherwise than add to our merriment, I will e'en tell you that which I had then in mind. It hath already been clearly enough shown who Calandrino was and who were the others of whom I am to speak in this story, wherefore, without further preface, I shall tell you that an aunt of his chanced to die and left him 200 crowns in small coin, whereupon he fell a talking of wishing to buy an estate and entered into treaty with all the brokers in Florence, as if he had 10,000 gold florins to expend, but the matter still fell through, when they came to the price of the estate in question. Bruno and Buffalmacco, knowing all this, had told him once and again that he were better spend the money in making merry together with them than go buy land, as if he had had to make pellets, but, far from this, they had never even availed to bring him to give them once to eat. One day, as they were complaining of this, there came up a comrade of theirs, a painter by name Nello, and they all three took counsel together how they might find a means of greasing their gullets at Calandrino's expense, wherefore, without more delay, having agreed among themselves of that which was to do, they watched next morning for his coming forth of his house, nor had he gone far when Nello accosted him, saying, Good day, Calandrino. Calandrino answered God give him good day and good year, and Nello, halting a while, fell to looking him in the face, whereupon Calandrino asked him, At what lookest thou? Quoth the painter, Hath aught ailed thee this night? Meseemeth thou are not thyself this morning. Calandrino incontinent began to quake and said, Alack, how so? What deemest thou aileth me? Egad, answered Nello, as for that I can't say, but thou seemest to me all changed, belike it is nothing. So saying, he let him pass, and Calandrino fared on, all misdoubtful, albeit he felt no whit ailing, but Buffalmacco, who was not far off, seeing him quit of Nello, made for him and saluting him, inquired if aught ailed him. Quoth Calandrino, I know not, nay, Nello told me but now that I seemed to him all changed. Can it be that aught aileth me? Ay, rejoined Buffalmacco, there must e'en be something or other amiss with thee, for thou appearest half dead. By this time it seemed to Calandrino that he had the fevers, when, lo, up came Bruno and the first thing he said was, Calandrino, what manner of face is this? Calandrino, hearing them all in the same tale, held it for certain that he was in an ill way and asked them, all aghast, What shall I do? Quoth Bruno, Methink thou wert best return home and get thee to bed and cover thyself well and send thy water to Master Simone the doctor, who is, as thou knowest, as our very creature and will tell thee incontinent what thou must do. We will go with thee and if it behoveth to do aught, we will do it. Accordingly, Nello having joined himself to them, they returned home with Calandrino, who betook himself, all dejected, into the bedchamber and said to his wife, "Come, cover me well, for I feel myself sore disordered." Then, laying himself down, he dispatched his water by a little maid to Master Simone, who then kept shop in the old market, at the sign of the pumpkin, whilst Bruno said to his comrades, "Abide you here with him, whilst I go hear what the doctor saith and bring him hither, if need be." "Ay, for God's sake, comrade mine," cried Calandrino, "go thither and bring me back word how the case standeth, for I feel I know not what within me." Accordingly, Bruno posted off to Master Simone, and coming thither before the girl who brought the water, acquainted him with the case, wherefore, the maid being come and the physician, having seen the water, he said to her, "Begone and bid Calandrino keep himself well warm, and I will come to him incontinent and tell him that which aileth him and what he must do." The maid reported this to her master, nor was it long before the physician and Bruno came, whereupon the former, seating himself beside Calandrino, fell to feeling his pulse, and presently, the patient's wife being there present, he said, "Hark ye, Calandrino, to speak to thee as a friend, there aileth thee not but that thou art with child." When Calandrino heard this, he fell a roaring for dolour and said, "Woe's me! Tessa, this is thy doing, for that thou wilt still be uppermost, I told thee how it would be." The lady, who was a very modest person, hearing her husband speak thus, blushed all red for shamefastness, and hanging her head, went out of the room, without answering a word, whilst Calandrino, pursuing his complaint, said, "Alack, wretch that I am! How shall I do? How shall I bring forth this child? Whence shall he issue? I see plainly I am a dead man, through the mad lust of yonder wife of mine, whom God make as woeful as I would fain be glad. Were I as well as I am not, I would arise and deal her so many and such buffets that I would break every bone in her body, albeit it e'en serveth me right, for that I should never have suffered her get the upper hand, but, for certain, an I come off alive this time, she may die of desire ere she do it again." Bruno and Buffalmacco and Nello were like to burst with laughter, hearing Calandrino's words. However, they contained themselves, but Dr. Simple Simon laughed so immoderately that you might have drawn every tooth in his head. Finally, Calandrino, commending himself to the physician and praying him give him aid and counsel in this his strait, the latter said to him, "Calandrino, I will not have thee lose heart, for, praised be God, we have taken the case so betimes that, in a few days and with a little trouble, I will deliver thee thereof, but it will cost thee some little expense." "Alack, doctor mine," cried Calandrino, "I, for the love of God, do it. I have here 200 crowns, wherewith I was minded to buy me an estate, take them all, if need be, so I be not brought to bed, for I know not how I should do, seeing I hear women make such a terrible outcry, whereas they are about to bear child, for all they have ample commodity therefore, that methinketh, if I had that pain to suffer, I should die ere I came to the bringing forth." Quoth the doctor, "Have no fear of that, I will let make thee a certain tisane of distilled waters, very good and pleasant to drink, which will in 3 mornings' time carry off everything and leave thee sounder than a fish, but look thou be more discreet for the future and suffer not thyself fall again into these follies. Now for this water it behoveth us have 3 pairs of fine fat capons, and for other things that are required thereanent, do thou give one of these, thy comrades, 5 silver crowns, so he may buy them, and let carry everything to my shop, and tomorrow, in God's name, I will send thee the distilled water aforesaid, whereof thou shalt proceed to drink a good beakerful at a time." "Doctor mine," replied Calandrino, "I put myself in your hands," and giving Bruno 5 crowns and money for 3 pairs of capons, he besought him to oblige him by taking the pains to buy these things. The physician then took his leave, and letting make a little clary, dispatched it to Calandrino, whilst Bruno, buying the capons and other things necessary for making good cheer, ate them in company with his comrades and Master Simone. Calandrino drank of his clary 3 mornings, after which the doctor came to him, together with his comrades, and feeling his pulse, said to him, "Calandrino, thou art certainly cured, wherefore henceforth thou mayst safely go about thine every business nor abide longer at home for this." Accordingly, Calandrino arose, overjoyed, and went about his occasions, mightily extolling, as often as he happened to speak with any one, the fine cure that Master Simone had wrought of him, in that he had unbegotten him with child in 3 days' time, without any pain, whilst Bruno and Buffalmacco and Nello abode well pleased at having contrived with this device to overreach his niggardliness, albeit Dame Tessa, smoking the cheat, rated her husband amain thereanent. The 4th story. Sico fort Arrigo gameth away at Bone Convento all his good and the monies of Sico Angiolari his master, moreover, running after the latter, in his shirt, and avouching that he hath robbed him, he causeth him be taken of the country folk, then, donning Angiolari's clothes and mounting his palfrey, he maketh off and leaveth the other in his shirt. Calandrino's speech concerning his wife had been hearkened of all the company with the utmost laughter. Then, Philostrato being silent, Neophile, as the queen willed it, began, Noble ladies, were it not uneither for men to show forth unto others their wit and their worth than it is for them to exhibit their folly and their vice, many would weary themselves in vain to put a bridle on their tongues, and this hath right well been made manifest to you by the folly of Calandrino, who had no call, in seeking to be made whole of the ailment in which his simplicity caused him believe, to publish the privy diversions of his wife, and this hath brought to my mind somewhat of contrary purport to itself, to wit, a story of how one man's knavery got the better of another's wit, to the grievous hurt and confusion of the overreached one, the which it pleaseth me to relate to you. There were, then, in Siena, not many years ago, two, as far as age went, full-grown men, each of whom was called Sico. One was the son of Messer Angiolari and the other of Messer Fortarigo, and albeit in most other things they sorted ill of fashions one with the other, they were natheless so far of accord in one particular, to wit, that they were both hated of their fathers, that they were by reason thereof grown friends and companied often together. After a while, Angiolari, who was both a handsome man and a well-mannered, him seeming he could ill live at Siena of the provision assigned him of his father, and hearing that a certain cardinal, a great patron of his, was come into the marches of Ancona as the Pope's legate, determined to betake himself to him, thinking thus to better his condition. Accordingly, acquainting his father with his purpose, he took order with him to have at once that which he was to give him in 6 months, so he might clothe and horse himself and make an honourable figure. As he went seeking some one whom he might carry with him for his service, the thing came to Fortarigo's knowledge, whereupon he presently repaired to Angiolari and besought him, as best he knew, to carry him with him, offering himself to be to him lackey and serving man and all, without any wage beyond his expenses paid. Angiolari answered that he would no wise take him, not but he knew him to be right well sufficient unto every manner of service, but for that he was a gambler and betimes a drunkard, to boot. But the other replied that he would without fail keep himself from both of these defaults, and affirmed it unto him with oaths galore, adding so many prayers that Angiolari was prevailed upon and said that he was content. Accordingly, they both set out one morning and went to dine at Bonconvento, where, after dinner, the heat being great, Angiolari let make ready a bed at the inn, and undressing himself, with Fortarigo's aid, went to sleep, charging the latter call him at the stroke of none. As soon as his master was asleep, Fortarigo betook himself to the tavern, and there, after drinking a while, he fell to gaming with certain men, who in a trice won of him some money he had, and after, the very clothes he had on his back, whereupon, desirous of retrieving himself, he repaired, in his shirt as he was, to Angiolari's chamber, and seeing him fast asleep, took from his purse what monies he had, and returning to play, lost these as he had lost the others. Presently, Angiolari awoke, and arising, dressed himself and inquired for Fortarigo. The latter was not to be found, and Angiolari, concluding him to be asleep, drunken, somewhere, as was betimes his wont, determined to leave him be and get himself another servant at Corsinano. Accordingly, he caused put his saddle and his valise on a palfrey he had, and thinking to pay the reckoning, so he might get him gone, found himself without a penny, whereupon great was the outcry and all the hostelry was in an uproar, Angiolari declaring that he had been robbed there, and threatening to have the host and all his household carried prisoners to Siena. At this moment up came Fortarigo in his shirt, thinking to take his master's clothes, as he had taken his money, and seeing the latter ready to mount, said, "What is this, Angiolari? Must we needs be gone already? Good lack, wait a while, there will be one here forthwith who hath my doublet in pawn for 8 shillings, and I am certain that he will render it up for 5 money down." As he spoke, there came one who certified Angiolari that it was Fortarigo who had robbed him of his moneys, by showing him the sum of those which the latter had lost at play, wherefore he was sore incensed and loaded Fortarigo with reproaches, and had he not feared others more than he feared God, he had done him a mischief. Then, threatening to have him strung up by the neck or outlawed from Siena, he mounted to horse. Fortarigo, as if he spoke not to him, but to another, said, "Good lack, Angiolari, let be for the nonce this talk that skill leth not a straw, and have regard unto this, by redeeming it forthright, we may have it again for 5 shillings, whereas, if we tarry but till tomorrow, he will not take less than the 8 he lent me thereon, and this favour he doth me for that I staked it after his counsel. Marry, why should we not better ourselves by these 3 shillings? Angiolari, hearing him talk thus, lost all patience, more by token that he saw himself eyed askance by the bystanders, who manifestly believed, not that Fort Arrigo had gamed away his moneys, but that he had yet moneys of Fort Arrigo's in hand, and said to him, "What have I to do with thy doublet? Mayst thou be strung up by the neck, since not only hast thou robbed me and gambled away my money, but hinderest me to boot in my journey, and now thou makest mock of me." However, Fort Arrigo still stood to it, as it were not spoken to him, and said, "Ecod, why wilt thou not better me these 3 shillings? Thinkest thou I shall not be able to oblige thee therewith another time? Prithee, do it, an thou have any regard for me. Why all this haste? We shall yet reach Torinieri betimes this evening. Come, find the purse. Thou knowest I might ransack all Siena and not find a doublet to suit me so well as this, and to think I should let yonder fellow have it for 38 shillings. It is worth yet 40 shillings or more, so that thou wouldst worsen me in 2 ways." Angiolilli, beyond measure exasperated to see himself first robbed and now held in parley after this fashion, made him no further answer, but, turning his palfrey's head, took the road to Torinieri, whilst Fort Arrigo, bethinking himself of a subtle piece of knavery, proceeded to trot after him in his shirt good 2 miles, still requiring him of his doublet. Presently, Angiolilli pricking on amain, to rid his ears of the annoy, Fort Arrigo espied some husbandmen in a field, adjoining the highway in advance of him, and cried out to them, saying, "Stop him, stop him." Accordingly, they ran up, some with spades and others with mattocks, and presenting themselves in the road before Angiolilli, concluding that he had robbed him who came crying after him in his shirt, stopped and took him. It availed him little to tell them who he was and how the case stood, and Fort Arrigo, coming up, said with an angry air, "I know not what hindereth me from slaying thee, disloyal thief that thou wast to make off with my gear." Then, turning to the countryman, "See, gentlemen," quoth he, "in what a plight he left me at the inn, having first gamed away all his own. I may well say by God and by you have I gotten back this much, and thereof I shall still be beholden to you." Angiolilli told them his own story, but his words were not heeded. Nay, Fort Arrigo, with the aid of the countryman, pulled him off his palfrey and stripping him, clad himself in his clothes, then, mounting to horse, he left him in his shirt and barefoot and returned to Siena, avouching everywhere that he had won the horse and clothes of Angiolilli, whilst the latter, who had thought to go, as a rich man, to the cardinal in the Marches, returned to Buonconvento, poor and in his shirt, nor dared for shamefastness go straight back to Siena, but, some clothes being lent him, he mounted the roundsea that Fort Arrigo had ridden and betook himself to his kinsfolk at Corsinano, with whom he abode till such time as he was furnished anew by his father. On this wise Fort Arrigo's knavery baffled Angiolilli's fair advisement, albeit his villainy was not left by the latter unpunished in due time and place. The 5th story. Calandrino falleth in love with a wench, and Bruno writeth him a talisman, wherewith when he toucheth her, she goeth with him, and his wife finding them together, there betideth him grievous trouble and annoy. Neophile's short story being finished and the company having passed it over without overmuch talk or laughter, the queen turned to Fiammetta and bade her follow on, to which she replied all blithely that she would well, and began, "Gentlest ladies, there is, as methinks you may know, nothing, how much soever it may have been talked thereof, but will still please, provided whoso is minded to speak of it know duly to choose the time and the place that befit it. Wherefore, having regard to our intent in being here, for that we are here to make merry and divert ourselves and not for other wot, meseemeth that everything which may afford mirth and pleasance hath here both due place and due time, and albeit it may have been 1,000 times discoursed thereof, it should natheless be none the less pleasing, though one speak of it as much again. Wherefore, notwithstanding it hath been many times spoken among us of the sayings and doings of Calandrino, I will make bold, considering, as Philostrato said a while ago, that these are all diverting, to tell you yet another story thereof, wherein were I minded to swerve from the fact, I had very well known to disguise and recount it under other names, but, for that, in the telling of a story, to depart from the truth of things betided detracteth greatly from the listener's pleasure, I will e'en tell it you in its true shape, moved by the reason aforesaid. Niccolo Cornacchini was a townsman of ours and a rich man, and had, among his other possessions, a fine estate at Camerata, whereon he let build a magnificent mansion and agreed with Bruno and Buffalmacco to paint it all for him, and they, for that the work was great, joined to themselves Nello and Calandrino and fell to work thither, for that there was none of the family in the house, although there were 1 or 2 chambers furnished with beds and other things needful, and an old serving woman abode there, as guardian of the place, a son of the said Niccolo, by name Filippo, being young and without a wife, was wont betimes to bring some wench or other for his diversion and keep her there a day or 2 and after send her away. It chanced once, among other times, that he brought thither one called Niccolazza, whom a lewd fellow, by name Mangione, kept at his disposal in a house at Camaldoli and let out on hire. She was a woman of a fine person and well clad, and for her kind well enough mannered and spoken. One day at noontide, she having come forth her chamber in a white petticoat, with her hair twisted about her head, and being in act to wash her hands and face at a well that was in the courtyard of the mansion, it chanced that Calandrino came thither for water and saluted her familiarly. She returned him his greeting and fell to eyeing him, more because he seemed to her an odd sort of fellow than for any fancy she had for him, whereupon he likewise fell a considering her, and him seeming she was handsome, he began to find his occasions for abiding there, and returned not to his comrades with the water, but, knowing her not, dared not say aught to her. She, who had noted his looking, glanced at him from time to time, to make game of him, heaving some small matter of size the while, wherefore Calandrino fell suddenly over head and ears in love with her, and left not the courtyard till she was recalled by Filippo into the chamber. Therewithal he returned to work, but did not but sigh, which Bruno, who had still an eye to his doings, for that he took great delight in his fashions, remarking, "What a devil aileth thee, friend Calandrino," quoth he. "Thou dost not but sigh." "Comrade," answered Calandrino, "had I but some one to help me, I should fare well." "How so?" inquired Bruno, and Calandrino replied, "It must not be told to any, but there is a lass down yonder, fairer than a fairy, who hath fallen so mightily in love with me that 'twould seem to thee a grave matter. I noted it but now, when as I went for the water." "Ecod," cried Bruno, "look she be not Filippo's wife." Quoth Calandrino, "Methink that is she, for that he called her and she went to him in the chamber, but what of that? In matters of this kind I would jockey Christ himself, let alone Filippo, and to tell thee the truth, comrade, she pleaseth me more than I can tell thee." "Comrade," answered Bruno, "I will spy thee out who she is, and if she be Filippo's wife, I will order thine affairs for thee in a brace of words, for she is a great friend of mine. But how shall we do, so Buffalmacco may not know? I can never get a word with her, but he is with me." Quoth Calandrino, "Of Buffalmacco I reck not, but we must beware of Nello, for that he is Tessa's kinsman and would mar us everything." And Bruno said, "True." Now he knew very well who the wench was, for that he had seen her come, and moreover Filippo had told him. Accordingly, Calandrino having left work a while and gone to get a sight of her, Bruno told Nello and Buffalmacco everything, and they took order together in secret what they should do with him in the matter of this his enamorment. When he came back, Bruno said to him softly, "Hast seen her?" "Alack, yes," replied Calandrino, "she hath slain me." Quoth Bruno, "I must go see an it be she I suppose, and if it be so, leave me do." Accordingly, he went down into the courtyard, and finding Filippo and Niccolazza there, told them precisely what manner of man Calandrino was, and took order with them of that which each of them should do and say, so they might divert themselves with the lovesick gull and make merry over his passion. Then, returning to Calandrino, he said, "It is indeed she, wherefore needs must the thing be very discreetly managed, for, should Filippo get wind of it, all the water in the Arno would not wash us. But what wouldst thou have me say to her on thy part, if I should chance to get speech of her?" "Faith," answered Calandrino, "thou shalt tell her, to begin with, that I will her 1,000 measures of that good stuff that getteth with child, and after, that I am her servant, and if she would have aught, thou takest me." "Ay," said Bruno, "leave me do." Presently, supper time being come, the painters left work and went down into the courtyard, where they found Filippo and Niccolazza, and tarried there a while, to oblige Calandrino. The latter fell to ogling Niccolazza and making the oddest grimaces in the world, such and so many that a blind man would have remarked them. She on her side did everything that she thought apt to inflame him, and Filippo, in accordance with the instructions he had of Bruno, made believe to talk with Buffalmacco and the others, and to have no heed of this, whilst taking the utmost diversion in Calandrino's fashions. However, after a while, to the latter's exceeding chagrin, they took their leave, and as they returned to Florence, Bruno said to Calandrino, "I can tell thee thou makest her melt like ice in the sun. Cock's body, wert thou to fetch thy rebeck and warble thereto some of those amorous ditties of thine, thou wouldst cause her cast herself out of window to come to thee." Quoth Calandrino, "Deemest thou, gossip? Deemest thou I should do well to fetch it?" "I, do I," answered Bruno, and Calandrino went on, "Thou wouldst not credit me this morning, when as I told it thee, but, for certain, gossip, methinks I know better than any man alive to do what I will. Who, other than I, had known to make such a lady so quickly in love with me?" Not your trumpeting young braggarts, I warrant you, who are up and down all day long and could not make shift, in 1,000 years, to get together 3 handsful of cherry stones. I would fain have thee see me with the rebeck, 'twould be fine sport for thee. I will have thee to understand once for all that I am no dotard, as thou deemest me, and this she hath right well perceived, but I will make her feel it other gates fashion, so once I get my claw into her back, by the very body of Christ, I will lead her such a dance that she will run after me, as the madwoman after her child. Ay, rejoined Bruno, I warrant me thou wilt rummage her, methinks I see thee, with those teeth of thine that were made for virginal jacks, bite that little vermal mouth of hers and those her cheeks, that show like 2 roses, and after eat her all up. Calandrino, hearing this, fancied himself already at it and went singing and skipping, so overjoyed that he was like to jump out of his skin. On the morrow, having brought the rebeck, he, to the great diversion of all the company, sang sundry songs thereto, and in brief, he was taken with such an itch for the frequent seeing of her that he wrought not a whit, but ran 1,000 times a day, now to the window, now to the door and anon into the courtyard, to get a look at her, whereof she, adroitly carrying out Bruno's instructions, afforded him ample occasion. Bruno, on his side, answered his messages in her name and betimes brought him others as from her, and when as she was not there, which was mostly the case, he carried him letters from her, wherein she gave him great hopes of compassing his desire, feigning herself at home with her kinsfolk, where he might not presently see her. On this wise, Bruno, with the aid of Buffalmacco, who had a hand in the matter, kept the game afoot and had the greatest sport in the world with Calandrino's antics, causing him give them betimes, as at his mistress's request, now an ivory comb, now a purse and anon a knife and such like toys, for which they brought him in return divers paltry counterfeit rings of no value, with which he was vastly delighted, and to boot, they had of him, for their pains, store of dainty collations and other small matters of entertainment, so they might be diligent about his affairs. On this wise they kept him in play good 2 months, without getting a step farther, at the end of which time, seeing the work draw to an end and bethinking himself that, and he brought not his amours to an issue in the meantime, he might never have another chance thereof, he began to urge and importune Bruno amain, wherefore, when next the girl came to the mansion, Bruno, having first taken order with her and Filippo of what was to be done, said to Calandrino, Hark ye, gossip, yonder lady hath promised me a good 1,000 times to do that which thou wouldst have and yet doth not thereof, and meseemeth she leadeth thee by the nose, wherefore, since she doth it not as she promiseth, we will in it like thee, make her do it, will she, nil she. Ecod, I, answered Calandrino. For the love of God let it be done speedily. Quoth Bruno, will thy heart serve thee to touch her with a script I shall give thee? Ay, sure, replied Calandrino, and the other, then do thou make shift to bring me a piece of virgin parchment and a live bat, together with 3 grains of frankincense and a candle that hath been blessed by the priest, and leave me do. Accordingly, Calandrino lay in wait all the next night with his engines to catch a bat and having at last taken one, carried it to Bruno, with the other things required, whereupon the latter, withdrawing to a chamber, scribbled divers toys of his fashion upon the parchment, in characters of his own devising, and brought it to him, saying, Know, Calandrino, that, if thou touch her with this script, she will incontinent follow thee and do what thou wilt. Wherefore, if Filippo should go abroad anywhither today, do thou contrive to accost her on some pretext or other and touch her, then betake thyself to the barn yonder, which is the best place here for thy purpose, for that no one ever frequenteth there. Thou wilt find she will come thither, and when she is there, thou knowest well what thou hast to do. Calandrino was the joyfullest man alive and took the script, saying, Gossip, leave me do. Now Nello, whom Calandrino mistrusted, had as much diversion of the matter as the others and bore a hand with them in making sport of him, wherefore, of accord with Bruno, he betook himself to Florence to Calandrino's wife and said to her, Tessa, thou knowest what a beating Calandrino gave thee without cause the day he came back, laden with stones from the Munon, wherefore I mean to have thee avenge thyself on him, and if thou do it not, hold me no more for kinsman or for friend. He hath fallen in love with a woman over yonder, and she is lewd enough to go very often closeting herself with him. A little while agone, they appointed each other to foregather together this very day, wherefore I would have thee come thither and lie in wait for him and chastise him well. When the lady heard this, it seemed to her no jesting matter, but, starting to her feet, she fell a saying, Alack, common thief that thou art, is it thus that thou usest me? By Christ his cross, it shall not pass thus, but I will pay thee therefore. Then, taking her mantle and a little maid to bear her company, she started off at a good round pace for the mansion, together with Nello. As soon as Bruno saw the latter afar off, he said to Filippo, "Here cometh our friend," whereupon the latter, betaking himself whereas Calandrino and the others were at work, said, "Masters, needs must I go presently to Florence, work with a will." Then, going away, he hid himself in a place when he could, without being seen, see what Calandrino should do. The latter, as soon as he deemed Filippo somewhat removed, came down into the courtyard and finding Nicolazza there alone, entered into talk with her, whilst she, who knew well enough what she had to do, drew near him and entreated him somewhat more familiarly than of wont. Thereupon he touched her with the script, and no sooner had he done so than he turned, without saying a word, and made for the barn, whither she followed him. As soon as she was within, she shut the door and taking him in her arms, threw him down on the straw that was on the floor, then, mounting astride of him and holding him with her hands on his shoulders, without letting him draw near her face, she gazed at him, as he were her utmost desire, and said, "O sweet my Calandrino, heart of my body, my soul, my treasure, my comfort, how long have I desired to have thee and to be able to hold thee at my wish. Thou hast drawn all the thread out of my shift with thy gentillesse, thou hast tickled my heart with thy rebeck. Can it be true that I hold thee?" Calandrino, who could scarce stir, said, "For God's sake, sweet my soul, let me buss thee." "Marry," answered she, "thou art in a mighty hurry. Let me first take my fill of looking upon thee, let me sate mine eyes with that sweet face of thine." Now Bruno and Buffalmacco were come to join Filippo, and all three heard and saw all this. As Calandrino was now offering to kiss Nicolazza perforce, up came Nello with Dame Tessa and said, as soon as he reached the place, "I vow to God they are together." Then, coming up to the door of the barn, the lady, who was all afume with rage, dealt it such a push with her hands that she sent it flying, and entering, saw Nicolazza astride of Calandrino. The former, seeing the lady, started up in haste and taking to flight, made off to join Filippo, whilst Dame Tessa fell tooth and nail upon Calandrino, who was still on his back, and clawed all his face, then, clutching him by the hair and hailing him hither and thither, "Thou sorry shitten cur," quoth she, "dost thou then use me thus? Besotted dotard that thou art, accursed be the will I have willed thee. Marry, seemeth it to thee thou hast not enough to do at home, that thou must go wantoning it in other folks' preserves? A fine gallant, I' faith! Dost thou not know thyself, losel that thou art? Dost thou not know thyself, good for naught? Wert thou to be squeezed dry, there would not come as much juice from thee as might suffice for a sauce. Cock's faith, thou canst not say it was Tessa that was presently in act to get thee with child, God make her sorry, whoever she is, for a scurvy trull as she must be to have a mind to so fine a jewel as thou." Calandrino, seeing his wife come, abode neither dead nor alive and had not the hardihood to make any defence against her, but, rising, all scratched and flayed and baffled as he was, and picking up his bonnet, he fell to humbly beseeching her leave, crying out, and she would not have him cut in pieces, for that she who had been with him was the wife of the master of the house, whereupon quoth she, "So be it, God give her an ill year." At this moment Bruno and Buffalmacco, having laughed their fill at all this, in company with Filippo and Nicolazza, came up, feigning to be attracted by the clamour, and having with no little ado appeased the lady, counselled Calandrino betake himself to Florence and return thither no more, lest Filippo should get wind of the matter and do him a mischief. Accordingly he returned to Florence, chapfallen and woebegone, all flayed and scratched, and never ventured to go thither again, but, being plagued and harassed night and day with his wife's reproaches, he made an end of his fervent love, having given much cause for laughter to his companions, no less than to Nicolazza and Filippo. The sixth story. Two young gentlemen lodge the night with an innkeeper, whereof one goeth to lie with the host's daughter, whilst his wife unwittingly coucheth with the other, after which he who lay with the girl getteth him to bed with her father and telleth him all, thinking to bespeak his comrade. Therewithal they come to words, but the wife, perceiving her mistake, entereth her daughter's bed and thence with certain words appeaseth everything. Calandrino, who had other whiles afforded the company matter for laughter, made them laugh this time also, and when as the ladies had left devising of his fashions, the queen bade Pamphilo tell, whereupon quoth he, "Laudable ladies, the name of Nicolazza, Calandrino's mistress, hath brought me back to mind a story of another Nicolazza, which it pleaseth me to tell you, for that therein you shall see how a good wife's ready wit did away a great scandal. In the plain of Munon there was not long since a good man who gave wayfarers to eat and drink for their money, and although he was poor and had but a small house, he betimes at a pinch gave, not every one, but sundry acquaintances, a night's lodging. He had a wife, a very handsome woman, by whom he had 2 children, whereof one was a fine buxom lass of some 15 or 16 years of age, who was not yet married, and the other a little child, not yet a year old, whom his mother herself suckled. Now a young gentleman of our city, a sprightly and pleasant youth, who was often in those parts, had cast his eyes on the girl and loved her ardently, and she, who gloried greatly in being beloved of a youth of his quality, whilst studying with pleasing fashions to maintain him in her love, became no less enamoured of him, and more than once, by mutual accord, this their love had the desired effect, but that Pinocchio, for such was the young man's name, feared to bring reproach upon his mistress and himself. However, his ardour waxing from day to day, he could no longer master his desire to foregather with her and bethought himself to find a means of harbouring with her father, doubting not, from his acquaintance with the ordinance of the latter's house, but he might in that event contrive to pass the night in her company, without any being the wiser, and no sooner had he conceived this design than he proceeded without delay to carry it into execution. Accordingly, in company with a trusty friend of his called Adriano, who knew his love, he late one evening hired a couple of hackneys and set thereon 2 pairs of saddle bags, filled belike with straw, with which they set out from Florence and fetching a compass, rode till they came over against the plain of Manon, it being by this night. Then, turning about, as they were on their way back from Romagna, they made for the good man's house and knocked at the door. The host, being very familiar with both of them, promptly opened the door and Pinocchio said to him, "Look you, thou must needs harbour us this night. We thought to reach Florence before dark, but have not availed to make such haste but that we find ourselves here, as thou seest at this hour." "Pinocchio," answered the host, "thou well knowest how little commodity I have to lodge such men as you are, however, since the night hath e'en overtaken you here and there is no time for you to go otherwhere, I will gladly harbour you as I may." The 2 young men accordingly alighted and entered the inn, where they first eased their hackneys and after supper with the host, having taken good care to bring provision with them. Now the good man had but one very small bedchamber, wherein were 3 pallet beds set as best he knew, 2 at one end of the room and the third over against them at the other end, nor for all that was there so much space left that one could go there otherwise than straightly. The least ill of the 3 the host let make ready for the 2 friends and put them to lie there, then, after a while neither of the gentlemen being asleep, though both made a show thereof, he caused his daughter betake herself to bed in one of the 2 others and lay down himself in the third, with his wife, who sat by the bedside the cradle wherein she had her little son. Things being ordered after this fashion and Pinocchio having seen everything, after a while, him seeming that every one was asleep, he arose softly and going to the bed where slept the girl beloved of him, laid himself beside the latter, by whom, for all she did it timorously, he was joyfully received, and with her he proceeded to take of that pleasure which both most desired. Whilst Pinocchio abode thus with his mistress, it chanced that a cat caused certain things fall, which the good wife, awaking, heard, whereupon, fearing lest it were other what, she arose, as she was, in the dark and betook herself whereas she had heard the noise. Meanwhile, Adriano, without intent aforethought, arose by chance for some natural occasion and going to dispatch this, came upon the cradle, whereas it had been set by the good wife, and unable to pass without moving it, took it up and set it down beside his own bed, then, having accomplished that for which he had arisen, he returned and betook himself to bed again, without recking of the cradle. The good wife, having searched and found the thing which had fallen was not what she thought, never troubled herself to kindle a light, to see it, but, chiding the cat, returned to the chamber and groped her way to the bed where her husband lay. Finding the cradle not there, "Mercy o' me," quoth she in herself. "See what I was about to do. As I am a Christian, I had well nigh gone straight to our guest's bed." Then, going a little farther and finding the cradle, she entered the bed whereby it stood and laid herself down beside Adriano, thinking to couch with her husband. Adriano, who was not yet asleep, feeling this, received her well and joyously and laying her aboard in a trice, clapped on all sail, to the no small contentment of the lady. Meanwhile, Pinocchio, fearing lest sleep should surprise him with his lass and having taken of her his fill of pleasure, arose from her, to return to his own bed, to sleep, and finding the cradle in his way, took the adjoining bed for that of his host, wherefore, going a little farther, he lay down with the latter, who awoke at his coming. Pinocchio, deeming himself beside Adriano, said, "I tell thee there never was so sweet a creature as is Nicolaza. Cock's body, I have had with her the rarest sport ever man had with woman, more by token that I have gone upwards of 6 times into the country, since I left thee." The host, hearing this talk and being not over well pleased therewith, said first in himself, what a devil doth this fellow here? Then, more angered than well advised, Pinocchio, quoth he, this hath been a great piece of villainy of thine, and I know not why thou shouldst have used me thus, but, by the body of God, I will pay thee for it. Pinocchio, who was not the wisest lad in the world, seeing his mistake, addressed not himself to mend it as best he might, but said, of what wilt thou pay me? What canst thou do to me? Therewithal the hostess, who thought herself with her husband, said to Adriano, good lack, hark to our guests how they are at I know not what words together. Quoth Adriano, laughing, leave them do, God land them in an ill year. They drank overmuch yesternight. The good wife, her seeming she had heard her husband scold and hearing Adriano speak, incontinent perceived where and with whom she had been, whereupon, like a wise woman as she was, she arose forthright, without saying a word, and taking her little son's cradle, carried it at a guess, for that there was no jot of light to be seen in the chamber, to the side of the bed where her daughter slept and lay down with the latter, then, as if she had been aroused by her husband's clamour, she called him, and inquired what was to do between himself and Pinocchio. He answered, hearest thou not what he saith he hath done this night unto Nicolaza? Marry, quoth she, he lieth in his throat, for he was never abed with Nicolaza, seeing that I have lain here all night, more by token that I have not been able to sleep a wink, and thou art an ass to believe him. You men drink so much of an evening that you do nothing but dream all night and fare hither and thither, without knowing it, and fancy you do wonders. 'Tis a thousand pities you don't break your necks. But what doth Pinocchio yonder? Why bedeth he not in his own bed? Adriano, on his part, seeing how adroitly the good wife went about to cover her own shame and that of her daughter, chimed in with, Pinocchio, I have told thee 100 times not to go abroad, for that this thy trick of arising in thy sleep and telling for true the extravagances thou dreamest will bring thee into trouble some day or other. Come back here, God give thee an ill night. The host, hearing what his wife and Adriano said, began to believe in good earnest that Pinocchio was dreaming, and accordingly, taking him by the shoulders, he fell to shaking and calling him, saying, Pinocchio, awake, return to thine own bed. Pinocchio, having apprehended all that had been said, began to wander off into other extravagances, after the fashion of a man a dream, whereat the host set up the heartiest laughter in the world. At last, he made believe to awake for stress of shaking, and calling to Adriano, said, Is it already day, that thou callest me? Ay, answered the other, come hither. Accordingly, Pinocchio, dissembling and making a show of being sleepy-eyed, arose at last from beside the host and went back to bed with Adriano. The day come and they being risen, the host fell to laughing and mocking at Pinocchio and his dreams, and so they passed from one jest to another, till the young men, having saddled their rounceys and strapped on their valises and drunken with the host, remounted to horse and rode away to Florence, no less content with the manner in which the thing had betided than with the effect itself thereof. Thereafter Pinocchio found other means of foregathering with Nicolaza, who vowed to her mother that he had certainly dreamt the thing, wherefore the good wife, remembering her of Adriano's embracements, inwardly avouched herself alone to have waked. The 7th story. Teleno de Moles dreameth that a wolf mangleth all his wife's neck and face and biddeth her beware thereof, but she payeth no heed to his warning and it befalleth her even as he had dreamed. Pamphilio's story being ended and the good wife's presence of mind having been commended of all, the queen bade Pampinea tell hers and she thereupon began, It hath been otherwhile discoursed among us, charming ladies, of the truths foreshown by dreams, the which many of our sex scoff at, wherefore, notwithstanding that which hath been said thereof, I shall not scruple to tell you, in a very few words, that which no great while ago befell a she neighbour of mine for not giving credit to a dream of herself seen by her husband. I know not if you were acquainted with Teleno de Moles, a very worshipful man, who took to wife a young lady called Margarita, fair over all others, but so humoursome, ill-conditioned and froward that she would do naught of other folks' judgment, nor could others do aught to her liking, the which, irksome as it was to Teleno to endure, nathless, as he could no otherwise, needs must he put up with. It chanced one night that, being with this Margarita of his at an estate he had in the country, him seemed in his sleep he saw his wife go walking in a very fair wood which they had not far from their house, and as she went, him seemed there came forth of a thicket a great and fierce wolf, which sprang straight at her throat and pulling her to the ground, enforced himself to carry her off, whilst she screamed for aid, and after, she winning free of his fangs, it seemed he had marred all her throat and face. Accordingly, when he arose in the morning, he said to the lady, Wife, albeit thy frowardness hath never suffered me to have a good day with thee, yet it would grieve me should ill betide thee, wherefore, an thou wilt hearken to my counsel, thou wilt not go forth the house today, and being asked of her why, he orderly recounted to her his dream. The lady shook her head and said, Who willeth thee ill, dreameth thee ill. Thou feignest thyself mighty careful of me, but thou dreamest of me that which thou wouldst fain see come to pass, and thou mayst be assured that I will be careful both today and always not to gladden thee with this or other mischance of mine. Quoth Delano, I knew thou wouldst say thus, for that such thanks still hath he who combeth a scald head, but, believe as thou listeth, I for my part tell it to thee for good, and once more I counsel thee abide at home today or at least beware of going into our wood. Good, answered the lady, I will do it, and after fell a saying to herself, Sawest thou how artfully yonder man thinketh to have feared me from going to our wood today? Doubtless he hath given some trull or other tryst there and would not have me find him with her. Marry, it were fine eating for him with blind folk and I should be a right simpleton and I saw not his drift and if I believed him. But certes he shall not have his will, nay, though I abide there all day, needs must I see what traffic is this that he hath in hand today. Accordingly, her husband being gone out at one door, she went out at the other and betook herself as most secretly she might straight to the wood and hid herself in the thickest part thereof, standing attent and looking now here and now there, and she should see any one come. As she abode on this wise, without any thought of danger, behold, there sallied forth of a thick coppice hard by a terrible great wolf, and scarce could she say, Lord, aid me, when it flew at her throat and laying fast hold of her, proceeded to carry her off, as she were a lambkin. She could neither cry nor aid herself on other wise, so sore was her gullet straitened, wherefore the wolf, carrying her off, would assuredly have throttled her, had he not encountered certain shepherds, who shouted at him and constrained him to loose her. The shepherds knew her and carried her home, in a piteous plight, where, after long tending by the physicians, she was healed, yet not so wholly but she had all her throat and a part of her face marred on such wise that, whereas before she was fair, she ever after appeared misfeatured and very foul of favour, wherefore, being ashamed to appear whereas she might be seen, she many a time bitterly repented her of her frowardness and her perverse denial to put faith, in a matter which cost her nothing, in her husband's true dream. The 8th story. Biandello cheateth Chaco of a dinner, whereof the other craftily avengeth himself, procuring him to be shamefully beaten. The merry company with one accord avouched that which Delano had seen in sleep to have been no dream, but a vision, so punctually, without their failing aught thereof, had it come to pass. But, all being silent the queen charged Loretta follow on, who said, like as those, most discreet ladies, who have today foregone me in speech, have been well nigh all moved to discourse by something already said, even so the stern vengeance wreaked by the scholar, of whom Pampinia told us yesterday, moveth me to tell of a piece of revenge, which, without being so barbarous as the former, was nevertheless grievous unto him who brooked it. I must tell you, then, that there was once in Florence a man whom all called Chaco, as great a glutton as ever lived. His means sufficing him not to support the expense that his gluttony required and he being, for the rest, a very well-mannered man and full of goodly and pleasant sayings, he addressed himself to be, not altogether a buffoon, but a sponger and to company with those who were rich and delighted to eat of good things, and with these he went often to dine and sup, albeit he was not always bidden. There was likewise at Florence, in those days, a man called Biandello, a little dapper fellow of his person, very quaint of his dress and sprucer than a fly, with his coif on his head and his yellow periwig still dressed to a nicety, without a hair awry, who plied the same trade as Chaco. Going one morning in Lent whereas they sell the fish and cheapening 2 very fine lampreys for Messer Vieri da Serchoy, he was seen by Chaco, who accosted him and said, What meaneth this? Whereto Biandello made answer, Yestereve there were sent unto Messer Corso Donati 3 lampreys, much finer than these, and a sturgeon, to which sufficing him not for a dinner he is minded to give certain gentlemen, he would have me buy these other 2. Wilt thou not come thither, thou? Quoth Chaco, Thou knowest well that I shall be there. Accordingly, when as it seemed to him time, he betook himself to Messer Corso's house, where he found him with sundry neighbours of his, not yet gone to dinner, and being asked of him what he went doing, answered, Sir, I am come to dine with you and your company. Quoth Messer Corso, Thou art welcome, and as it is time, let us to table. Thereupon they seated themselves at table and had, to begin with, chickpeas and pickled tunny, and after a dish of fried fish from the Arno, and no more. Chaco, perceiving the cheat that Biandello had put upon him, was inwardly no little angered thereat and resolved to pay him for it, nor had many days passed ere he again encountered the other, who had by this time made many folk merry with the trick he had played him. Biandello, seeing him, saluted him and asked him, laughing, how he had found Messer Corso's lampreys, to which Ciacco answered, that shalt thou know much better than I, ere 8 days be past. Then, without wasting time over the matter, he took leave of Biondello and agreeing for a price with a shrewd huckster, carried him near to the Caviccioli gallery and showing him a gentleman there, called Messer Filippo Argenti, a big burly raw-boned fellow and the most despiteful, choleric and humorsome man alive, gave him a great glass flagon and said to him, Go to yonder gentleman with this flask in hand and say to him, Sir Biondello sendeth me to you and prith you be pleased to rubify him this flask with your good red wine, for that he would fain make merry some dealy with his minions. But take good care he lay not his hands on thee, else will he give thee an ill morrow and thou wilt have marred my plans. Have I aught else to say? Asked the huckster, and Ciacco answered, No, do but go and say this and after come back to me here with the flask and I will pay thee. The huckster accordingly set off and did his errand to Messer Filippo, who, hearing the message and being lightly ruffled, concluded that Biondello, whom he knew, had a mind to make mock of him, and waxing all red in the face, said, What rubify me and what minions be these? God land thee and him an ill year. Then, starting to his feet, he put out his hand to lay hold of the huckster, but the latter, who was on his guard, promptly took to his heels and returning by another way to Ciacco, who had seen all that had passed, told him what Messer Filippo had said to him. Ciacco, well pleased, paid him and rested not till he found Biondello, to whom quoth he, Hast thou been late at the Caviccioli gallery? Nay, answered the other. Why dost thou ask me? Because, replied Ciacco, I must tell thee that Messer Filippo inquireth for thee, I know not what he would have. Good, rejoined Biondello, I am going that way and will speak with him. Accordingly, he made off, and Ciacco followed him, to see how the thing should pass. Meanwhile Messer Filippo, having failed to come at the huckster, abode sore disordered and was inwardly all afume with rage, being unable to make anything in the world of the huckster's words, if not that Biondello, at whosoever instance, was minded to make mock of him. As he fretted himself thus, up came Biondello, whom no sooner did he espy than he made for him and dealt him a sore buffet in the face. Alack, sir, cried Biondello, what is this? Whereupon Messer Filippo, clutching him by the hair and tearing his coif, cast his bonnet to the ground and said, laying on to him amain the while, Knave that thou art, thou shalt soon see what it is. What is this thou sendest to say to me with thy rubify me and thy minions? Deemest thou me a child, to be flouted on this wise? So saying, he battered his whole face with his fists, which were like very iron, nor left him a hair on his head unruffled, then, rolling him in the mire, he tore all the clothes off his back, and to this he applied himself with such a will that Biondello could not avail to say a word to him nor ask why he served him thus. He had heard him indeed speak of rubify me and minions, but knew not what this meant. At last, Messer Filippo having beaten him soundly, the bystanders, whereof many had by this time gathered about them, dragged him, with the utmost difficulty, out of the other's clutches, all bruised and battered as he was, and told him why the gentleman had done this, blaming him for that which he had sent to say to him and telling him that he should by that time have known Messer Filippo better and that he was not a man to jest withal. Biondello, all in tears protested his innocence, declaring that he had never sent to Messer Filippo for wine, and as soon as he was somewhat recovered, he returned home, sick and sorry, divining that this must have been Ciacco's doing. When, after many days, the bruises being gone, he began to go abroad again, it chanced that Ciacco encountered him and asked him, laughing, Hark ye, Biondello, how deemest thou of Messer Filippo's wine? Even as thou of Messer Corso's lampreys, replied the other, and Ciacco said, The thing resteth with thee henceforth. Whenever thou goest about to give me to eat as thou didst, I will give thee in return to drink after t'other day's fashion. Biondello, knowing full well that it was easier to wish Ciacco ill than to put it in practice, besought God of his peace and thenceforth was careful to affront him no more. The 9th story. 2 young men seek counsel of Solomon, one how he may be loved and the other how he may amend his froward wife, and in answer he biddeth the one love and the other get him to Goosebridge. None other than the queen remaining to tell, so she would maintain Dioneo his privilege, she, after the ladies had laughed at the unlucky Biondello, began blithely to speak thus, Lovesome ladies, if the ordinance of created things be considered with a whole mind, it will lightly enough be seen that the general multitude of women are by nature, by custom, and by law subjected unto men and that it behoveth them order and govern themselves according to the discretion of these latter, wherefore each woman, who would have quiet and ease and solace with those men to whom she pertaineth, should be humble, patient, and obedient, besides being virtuous, which latter is the supreme and especial treasure of every wise woman. Nay, though the laws, which in all things regard the general weal, and usance or, let us say, custom, whose puissance is both great and worship worth, taught us not this, nature very manifestly showeth it unto us, inasmuch as she hath made us women tender and delicate of body and timid and fearful of spirit, and hath given us little bodily strength, sweet voices, and soft and graceful movements, all things testifying that we have need of the governance of others. Now, those who have need to be helped and governed, all reason requireth that they be obedient and submissive and reverent to their governors, and whom have we to governors and helpers, if not men? To men, therefore, it behoveth us submit ourselves, honouring them supremely, and whoso departeth from this, I hold her deserving, not only of grave reprehension, but of severe punishment. To these considerations I was led, though not for the first time, by that which Pampinia told us a while ago of Teleno's froward wife, upon whom God sent that chastisement which her husband had not known to give her, wherefore, as I have already said, all those women who depart from being loving, compliant, and amenable, as nature, usance and law will it, are, in my judgment, worthy of stern and severe chastisement. It pleaseth me, therefore, to recount to you a counsel given by Solomon, as a salutary medicine for curing women who are thus made of that malady, which counsel let none, who meriteth not such treatment, repute to have been said for her, albeit men have a byword which saith, good horse and bad horse both the spur need still, and women need the stick, both good and ill. Which words, and one seek to interpret them by way of pleasantry, all women will lightly allow to be true, nay, but considering them morally, I say that the same must be conceded of them, for that women are all naturally unstable and prone to frailty, wherefore, to correct the iniquity of those who allow themselves too far to overpass the limits appointed them, there needeth the stick which punisheth them, and to support the virtue of others who suffer not themselves to transgress, there needeth the stick which sustaineth and affereth them. But, to leave be preaching for the nonce and come to that which I have it in mind to tell. You must know that, the high renown of Solomon's miraculous wisdom being bruited abroad well nigh throughout the whole world, no less than the liberality with which he dispensed it unto whoso would fain be certified thereof by experience, there flocked many to him from divers parts of the world for counsel in their straitest and most urgent occasions. Amongst others who thus resorted to him was a young man, Melisso by name, a gentleman of noble birth and great wealth, who set out from the city of Lejazzo, whence he was and where he dwelt, and as he journeyed towards Jerusalem, it chanced that, coming forth of Antioch, he rode for some distance with a young man called Josepho, who held the same course as himself. As the custom is of wayfarers, he entered into discourse with him, and having learned from him what and whence he was, he asked him whither he went and upon what occasion, to which Josepho replied that he was on his way to Solomon, to have counsel of him what course he should take with a wife he had, the most froward and perverse woman alive, whom neither with prayers nor with blandishments nor on any other wise could he avail to correct of her waywardness. Then he in his turn questioned Melisso whence he was and whither he went and on what errand, and he answered, I am of Lejazzo, and like as thou hast a grievance, even so have I one. I am young and rich and spend my substance in keeping open house and entertaining my fellow townsmen, and yet, strange to say, I cannot for all that find one who wisheth me well, wherefore I go whither thou goest, to have counsel how I may win to be beloved. Accordingly, they joined company and journeyed till they came to Jerusalem, where, by the introduction of one of Solomon's barons, they were admitted to the presence of the king, to whom Melisso briefly set forth his occasion. Solomon answered him, Love, and this said, Melisso was straightway put forth and Josepho told that for which he was there. Solomon made him no other answer than get thee to Gooseberry, which said, Josepho was on likewise removed, without delay, from the king's presence, and finding Melisso awaiting him without, told him that which he had had for answer. Thereupon, pondering Solomon's words and availing to apprehend therefrom neither significance nor profit whatsoever for their occasions, they set out to return home, as deeming themselves flouted. After journeying for some days, they came to a river, over which was a fine bridge, and a caravan of pack mules and sumpter horses being in act to pass, it behoved them tarry till such time as these should be crossed over. Presently, the beasts having well nigh all crossed, it chanced that one of the mules took umbrage, as oftentimes we see them do, and would by no means pass on, whereupon a muleteer, taking a stick, began to beat it at first moderately enough to make it go on, but the mule shied now to this and now to that side of the road and whiles turned back altogether, but would on no wise pass on, whereupon the man, incensed beyond measure, fell to dealing it with the stick the heaviest blows in the world. Now on the head, now on the flanks and anon on the crupper, but all to no purpose. Melisso and Josepho stood watching this and said often to the muleteer, Alack, wretch that thou art, what dost thou? Wilt thou kill the beast? Why studiest thou not to manage him by fair means and gentle dealing? He will come quicklier than for cudgelling him as thou dost. To which the man answered, You know your horses and I know my mule, leave me do with him. So saying, he fell again to cudgelling him and belaboured him to such purpose on one side and on the other, that the mule passed on and the muleteer won the bout. Then, the two young men being now about to depart, Joseph asked a poor man, who sat at the bridge head, how the place was called, and he answered, Sir, this is called Goose Bridge. When Joseph heard this, he straightway called to mind Solomon's words and said to Melisso, Marry, I tell thee, comrade, that the counsel given me by Solomon may well prove good and true, for I perceive very plainly that I knew not how to beat my wife, but this muleteer hath shown me what I have to do. Accordingly, they fared on and came, after some days, to Antioch, where Joseph kept Melisso with him, that he might rest himself a day or two, and being scurvily enough received of his wife, he bade her prepare supper according as Melisso should ordain, whereof the latter, seeing that it was his friend's pleasure, acquitted himself in a few words. The lady, as her usance had been in the past, did not as Melisso had ordained, but well nigh altogether the contrary, which Joseph seeing, he was vexed and said, Was it not told thee on what wise thou shouldst prepare the supper? The lady, turning round haughtily, answered, What meaneth this? Good lack, why dost thou not sup, and thou have a mind to sup? And if it were told me otherwise, it seemed good to me to do thus. If it please thee, so be it, if not, leave it be. Melisso marvelled at the lady's answer and blamed her exceedingly, whilst Joseph, hearing this, said, Wife, thou art still what thou wast wont to be, but, trust me, I will make thee change thy fashion. Then turning to Melisso, Friend, said he, we shall soon see what manner of counsel was Solomon's, but I prithee let it not irk thee to stand to see it and hold that which I shall do for a sport. And that thou mayest not hinder me, bethink thee of the answer the muleteer made us, when we pitted his mule. Quoth Melisso, I am in thy house, where I purpose not to depart from thy good pleasure. Joseph then took a round stick, made of a young oak, and repaired a chamber, whither the lady, having arisen from table for despite, had betaken herself, grumbling. Then, laying hold of her by the hair, he threw her down at his feet and proceeded to give her a sore beating with the stick. The lady at first cried out and after fell to threats, but, seeing that Joseph for all that stinted not and being by this time all bruised, she began to cry him mercy for God's sake and besought him not to kill her, declaring that she would never more depart from his pleasure. Nevertheless, he held not his hand, nay, he continued to baste her more furiously than ever on all her seams, belabouring her amain now on the ribs, now on the haunches and now about the shoulder, nor stinted till he was weary and there was not a place left unbruised on the good lady's back. This done, he returned to his friend and said to him, Tomorrow we shall see what will be the issue of the council to go to Goose Bridge. Then, after he had rested a while and they had washed their hands, he supped with Melisso and in due season they betook themselves to bed. Meanwhile the wretched lady arose with great pain from the ground and casting herself on the bed, there rested as best she might until the morning, when she arose betimes and let ask Joseph what he would have dressed for dinner. The latter, making merry over this with Melisso, appointed it in due course, and after, when as it was time, returning, they found everything excellently well done and in accordance with the ordinance given, wherefore they mightily commended the council at first so ill apprehended of them. After some days, Melisso took leave of Joseph and returning to his own house, told one, who was a man of understanding, the answer he had had from Solomon, whereupon quoth the other, he could have given thee no truer nor better counsel. Thou knowest thou lovest no one, and the honours and services thou renderest others, thou dost not for love that thou bearest them, but for pomp and ostentation. Love, then, as Solomon bade thee, and thou shalt be loved. On this wise, then, was the froward wife corrected and the young man, loving, was beloved. The 10th story. Dom Johnny, at the instance of his gossip Pietro, performeth a conjuration for the purpose of causing the latter's wife to become a mare, but, when as he cometh to put on the tail, Pietro marreth the whole conjuration, saying that he will not have a tail. The queen's story made the young men laugh and gave rise to some murmurs on the part of the ladies. Then, as soon as the latter were quiet, Dionio began to speak thus, Sprightly ladies, a black crow amongst a multitude of white doves addeth more beauty than would a snow-white swan, and in like manner among many sages one less wise is not only an augmentation of splendour and goodliness to their maturity, but eke a source of diversion and solace. Wherefore, you ladies being all exceeding discreet and modest, I, who savour somewhat of the scatterbrain, should be dearer to you, causing, as I do, your worth to shine the brightlier for my default, than if with my greater merit I made this of yours wax dimmer, and consequently, I should have larger license to show you myself such as I am and should more patiently be suffered of you, in saying that which I shall say, than if I were wiser. I will, therefore, tell you a story not over long, whereby you may apprehend how diligently it behoveth to observe the conditions imposed by those who do aught by means of enchantment and how slight a default thereof sufficeth to mar everything done by the magician. A year or two agone there was at Barletta a priest called Giovanni de Barolo, who, for that he had but a poor cure, took to eking out his livelihood by hawking merchandise hither and thither about the fairs of Apulia with a mare of his and buying and selling. In the course of his travels he contracted a strait friendship with one who styled himself Pietro de Trasanti and plied the same trade with the aid of an ass he had. In token of friendship and affection, he called him still Gossip Pietro, after the Apulian fashion, and whensoever he visited Barletta, he carried him to his parsonage and there lodged him with himself and entertained him to the best of his power. Gossip Pietro, on his part, albeit he was very poor and had but a sorry little house at Trasanti, scarce sufficing for himself and a young and buxom wife he had and his ass, as often as Giovanni came to Trasanti, carried him home with him and entertained him as best he might, in requital of the hospitality received from him at Barletta. Nevertheless, in the matter of lodging, having but one sorry little bed, in which he slept with his handsome wife, he could not entertain him as he would, but, Giovanni's mare being lodged with Pietro's ass in a little stable he had, needs must the priest himself lie by her side on a truss of straw. The good wife, knowing the hospitality which the latter did her husband at Barletta, would more than once, when as the priest came thither, have gone to lie with a neighbour of hers, by name Zita Caraprese, daughter of Giudice, so he might sleep in the bed with her husband, and had many a time proposed it to Giovanni, but he would never hear of it, and once, amongst other times, he said to her, Gossip Gemeta, fret not thyself for me, I fare very well, for that, when as it pleaseth me, I cause this mare of mine become a handsome wench and couch with her, and after, when I will, I change her into a mare again, wherefore I care not to part from her. The young woman marvelled, but believed his tale and told her husband, saying, If he is so much thy friend as thou sayest, why dost thou not make him teach thee his charm, so thou mayst avail to make of me a mare and do thine affairs with the ass and the mare? So should we gain 2 for 1, and when we were back at home, thou couldst make me a woman again, as I am. Pietro, who was somewhat dull of wit, believed what she said and falling in with her counsel, began, as best he knew, to importune Giovanni to teach him the trick. The latter did his best to cure him of that folly, but availing not thereto, he said, Hark ye, since you will e'en have it so, we will arise tomorrow morning before day, as of our wont, and I will show you how it is done. To tell thee the truth, the uneathest part of the matter is the putting on of the tail, as thou shalt see. Accordingly, when as it drew near unto day, Goodman Pietro and Gossip Gemeta, who had scarce slept that night, with such impatience did they await the accomplishment of the matter, arose and called Giovanni, who, arising in his shirt, betook himself to Pietro's little chamber and said to him, I know none in the world, except you, for whom I would do this, wherefore since it pleaseth you, I will e'en do it, but needs must you do as I shall bid you, and you would have the thing succeed. They answered that they would do that which he should say, whereupon, taking the light, he put it into Pietro's hand and said to him, Mark how I shall do and keep well in mind that which I shall say. Above all, have a care, and thou wouldst not mar everything, that, whatsoever thou hearest or seest, thou say not a single word, and pray God that the tale may stick fast. Pietro took the light, promising to do exactly as he said, whereupon Giovanni let strip Gemeta naked as she was born and caused her stand on all fours, mare fashion, enjoining herself likewise not to utter a word for aught that should betide. Then, passing his hand over her face and her head, he proceeded to say, Be this a fine mare's head, and touching her hair, said, Be this a fine mare's mane, after which he touched her arms, saying, Be these fine mare's legs and feet, and coming presently to her breast and finding it round and firm, such an one awoke that was not called and started up on end, whereupon quoth he, Be this a fine mare's chest. And on likewise he did with her back and belly and crupper and thighs and legs. Ultimately, nothing remaining to do but the tail, he pulled up his shirt and taking the dibble with which he planted men, he thrust it hastily into the furrow made therefore and said, And be this a fine mare's tail. Pietro, who had thitherto watched everything intently, seeing this last proceeding and him seeming it was ill done, said, Ho there, Giovanni, I won't have a tail there, I won't have a tail there. The radical moisture, wherewith all plants are made fast, was by this come, and Johnny drew it forth, saying, Alack, gossip Pietro, what hast thou done? Did I not bid thee say not a word for aught that thou shouldst see? The mare was all made, but thou hast marred everything by talking, nor is there any means of doing it over again henceforth. Quoth Pietro, Marry, I did not want that tale there. Why did you not say to me, make it thou? More by token that you were for setting it too low. Because, answered Johnny, thou hadst not known for the first time to set it on so well as I doth. The young woman, hearing all this, stood up and said to her husband, in all good faith, dolt that thou art, why hast thou marred thine affairs and mine? What mare sawest thou ever without a tail? So God aid me, thou art poor, but it would serve thee right, wert thou much poorer. Then, there being now, by reason of the words that Pietro had spoken, no longer any means of making a mare of the young woman, she donned her clothes, woebegone and disconsolate, and Pietro, continuing to ply his old trade with an ass, as he was used, betook himself, in company with Johnny, to the Bitonto fair, nor ever again required him of such a service. How much the company laughed at this story, which was better understood of the ladies than Dioneo willed, let her who shall yet laugh thereat imagine for herself. But, the day's stories being now ended and the sun beginning to abate of its heat, the queen, knowing the end of her signory to be come, rose to her feet and putting off the crown, set it on the head of Pamphilo, whom alone it remained to honour after such a fashion, and said, smiling, My lord, there devolveth on thee a great burden, inasmuch as with thee it resteth, thou being the last, to make amends for my default and that of those who have foregone me in the dignity which thou presently holdest, whereof God lend thee grace, even as he hath vouchsafed it unto me to make thee king. Pamphilo blithely received the honour done him and answered, Your merit and that of my other subjects will do on such wise that I shall be adjudged deserving of commendation, even as the others have been. Then, having, according to the usance of his predecessors, taken order with the seneschal of the things that were needful, he turned to the expectant ladies and said to them, Lovesome ladies, it was the pleasure of Emilia, who hath this day been our queen, to give you, for the purpose of affording some rest to your powers, license to discourse of that which should most please you, wherefore, you being now rested, I hold it well to return to the wonted ordinance, and accordingly I will that each of you bethink herself to discourse tomorrow of this, to wit, of whoso hath any was wrought generously or magnificently in matters of love or other wot. The telling and doing of these things will doubtless fire your well-disposed minds to do worthily, so will our life, which may not be other than brief in this mortal body, be made perpetual in laudatory renown, a thing which all, who serve not the belly only, as do the beasts, should not only desire, but with all diligence seek and endeavour after. The theme pleased the joyous company, who having all, with the new king's license, arisen from session, gave themselves to their wonted diversions, according to that unto which each was most drawn by desire, and on this wise they did until the hour of supper, whereunto they came joyously and were served with diligence and fair ordinance. Supper at an end, they arose to the wonted dances, and after they had sung 1,000 canzonets, more diverting of words than masterly of music, the king bade Neophile sing one in her own name, whereupon, with clear and blithesome voice, she cheerfully and without delay began thus. A youngling maid am I and full of glee. I am fain to carol in the new-blown May. Love and sweet thoughts a mercy, blithe and free. I go about the meads, considering the vermeil flowers and golden and the white, roses thornset and lilies snowy bright. And one and all I fair a likening unto his face who hath with love liking ta'en and will hold me ever, having I none other wish than as his pleasures be. Whereof when one I find me that doth show unto my seeming, likest him, full fain I cull and kiss and talk with it amain, and all my heart to it, as best I know, discover, with its store of wish and woe. Then it with others in a wreath I lay, bound with my hair so golden bright of blee. I, and that pleasure which the eye doth prove, by nature, of the flower's view, like delight, doth give me as I saw the very white, who hath inflamed me of his dulcet love, and what it's sent there over and above, worketh in me, no words indeed can say, but sighs thereof bear witness true for me, the which from out my bosom day nor night, ne'er, as with other ladies, fierce and wild, storm up, nay, thence they issue warm and mild, and straight betake them to my loved one's sight, who, hearing, moveth of himself, delight, to give me, and when I'm like to say, Ah come, lest I despair, still cometh he. Neophile's canzonet was much commended both of the king and of the other ladies, after which, for that a great part of the night was now spent, the king commanded that all should betake themselves to rest until the day. Here endeth the 9th day of the Decameron. Day the 10th. Here beginneth the 10th and last day of the Decameron, wherein under the governance of Pamphilo is discoursed of whoso hath any was wrought generously or magnificently in matters of love or other wot. Certain cloudlets in the west were yet vermel, what time those of the east were already at their marges grown lucent like unto very gold, when Pamphilo, arising, let call his comrades and the ladies, who being all come, he took counsel with them of whither they should go for their diversion, and fared forth with slow step, accompanied by Philomena and Fiammetta, whilst all the others followed after. On this wise, devising and telling and answering many things of their future life together, they went a great while a pleasuring, then, having made a pretty long circuit and the sun beginning to wax overhot, they returned to the palace. There they let rinse the beakers in the clear fountain, and whoso would drank somewhat, after which they went frolicking among the pleasant shades of the garden until the eating hour. Then, having eaten and slept, as of their wont, they assembled whereas it pleased the king, and there he called upon Neophile for the first discourse, who blithely began thus. The first story. A knight in the king's service of Spain, thinking himself ill-guerdoned, the king by very certain proof showeth him that this is not his fault, but that of his own perverse fortune, and after largeseth him magnificently. Needs, honourable ladies, must I repute it a singular favour to myself that our king hath preferred me unto such an honour as it is to be the first to tell of magnificence, the which, even as the sun is the glory and adornment of all the heaven, is the light and lustre of every other virtue. I will, therefore, tell you a little story thereof, quaint and pleasant enough to my thinking, which to recall can certes be none other than useful. You must know, then, that, among the other gallant gentlemen who have from time immemorial graced our city, there was one, and maybe the most of worth, by name Messer Ruggieri de Giovanni, who, being both rich and high-spirited, and seeing that, in view of the way of living and of the usages of Tuscany, he might, if he tarried there, avail to display little or nothing of his merit, resolved to seek service a while with Alfonso, King of Spain, the renown of whose valiance transcended that of every other prince of his time, wherefore he betook himself, very honourably furnished with arms and horses and followers, to Alfonso in Spain, and was by him graciously received. Accordingly, he took up his abode there, and living splendidly and doing marvellous deeds of arms, he very soon made himself known for a man of worth and valour. When he had sojourned there a pretty while, and had taken particular note of the king's fashions, him seemed he bestowed castles and cities and baronies now upon one and now upon another with little enough discretion, as giving them to those who were unworthy thereof, and for that to him, who held himself for that which he was, nothing was given. He conceived that his repute would be much abetted by reason thereof, wherefore he determined to depart, and craved leave of the king. The latter granted him the leave he sought, and gave him one of the best and finest mules that ever was ridden, the which, for the long journey he had to make, was very acceptable to Messer Ruggieri. Moreover, he charged a discreet servant of his that he should study, by such means as seemed to him best, to ride with Messer Ruggieri on such wise that he should not appear to have been sent by the king, and note everything he should say of him, so as he might avail to repeat it to him, and that on the ensuing morning he should command him return to the court. Accordingly, the servant, lying in wait for Messer Ruggieri's departure, accosted him, as he came forth the city, and very aptly joined company with him, giving him to understand that he also was bound for Italy. Messer Ruggieri, then, fared on, riding the mule given him by the king, and devising of one thing and another with the latter's servant, till hard upon tierce, when he said, "Methink that were well done to let our beasts stale." Accordingly, they put them up in a stable, and they all staled, except the mule. Then they rode on again, whilst the squire still took note of the gentleman's words, and came presently to a river, where, as they watered their cattle, the mule staled in the stream, which Messer Ruggieri seeing, "Marry," quoth he, "God confound thee, beast, for that thou art made after the same fashion as the prince who gave thee to me." The squire noted these words, and albeit he took store of many others, as he journeyed with him all that day, he heard him say naught else but what was to the highest praise of the king. Next morning, they being mounted and Ruggieri offering to ride towards Tuscany, the squire imparted to him the king's commandment, whereupon he incontinent turned back. When he arrived at court, the king, learning what he had said of the mule, let call him to himself, and receiving him with a cheerful favour, asked him why he had likened him to his mule, or rather why he had likened the mule to him. "My lord," replied Ruggieri frankly, "I likened her to you for that, like as you give whereas it behoveth not, and give not whereas it behoveth, even so she staled not whereas it behoved, but staled whereas it behoved not." Then said the king, "Messer Ruggieri, if I have not given to you, as I have given unto many who are of no account in comparison with you, it happened not because I knew you not for a most valiant cavalier and worthy of every great gift, nay, but it is your fortune, which hath not suffered me guerdon you according to your deserts, that hath sinned in this, and not I, and that I may say sooth I will manifestly prove to you. My lord, replied Ruggieri, I was not chagrined because I have gotten no largesse of you, for that I desire not to be richer than I am, but because you have on no wise borne witness to my merit. Nathless, I hold your excuse for good and honourable and am ready to see that which it shall please you show me, albeit I believe you without proof. The king then carried him into a great hall of his, where, as he had ordered it beforehand, were two great locked coffers, and said to him, in presence of many, Messer Ruggieri, in one of these coffers is my crown, the royal sceptre and the orb, together with many goodly girdles and ouches and rings of mine, and in fine every precious jewel I have, and the other is full of earth. Take, then, one and be that which you shall take yours, and you may thus see whether of the twain hath been ungrateful to your worth, myself of your ill fortune. Messer Ruggieri, seeing that it was the king's pleasure, took one of the coffers, which, being opened by Alfonso's commandment, was found to be that which was full of earth, whereupon quoth the king, laughing, Now can you see, Messer Ruggieri, that this that I tell you of your fortune is true, but certes your worth meriteth that I should oppose myself to her might. I know you have no mind to turn Spaniard and therefore I will bestow upon you neither castle nor city in these parts, but this coffer, of which fortune deprived you, I will in her despite shall be yours, so you may carry it off to your own country and justly glorify yourself of your worth in the sight of your countrymen by the witness of my gifts. Messer Ruggieri accordingly took the coffer and having rendered the king those thanks which sorted with such a gift, joyfully returned therewith to Tuscany. The second story. Gino di Tacco taketh the abbot of Cluny and having cured him of the stomach complaint, letteth him go, whereupon the abbot, returning to the court of Rome, reconcileth him with Pope Boniface and maketh him a prior of the Hospitallers. The magnificence shown by King Alfonso to the Florentine cavalier having been duly commended, the king, who had been mightily pleased therewith, enjoined Elisa to follow on, and she straightway began thus, Dainty dames, it cannot be denied that for a king to be munificent and to have shown his munificence to him who had served him is a great and a praiseworthy thing, but what shall we say if a churchman be related to have practised marvellous magnanimity towards one, whom if he had used as an enemy, he had of none been blamed therefore? Certes, we can say none otherwise than that the king's magnificence was a virtue, whilst that of the churchman was a miracle, inasmuch as the clergy are all exceeding niggardly, nay, far more so than women, and sworn enemies of all manner of liberality, and albeit all men naturally hunger after vengeance for affronts received, we see churchmen, for all they preach patience and especially commend the remission of offences, pursue it more eagerly than other folk. This, then, to wit, how a churchman was magnanimous, you may manifestly learn from the following story of mine. Gino di Tacco, a man very famous for his cruelty and his robberies, being expelled Siena and at feud with the counts of Santa Fiore, raised radicophony against the Church of Rome and taking up his sojourn there, caused his swashbucklers to spoil whosoever passed through the surrounding country. Now, Boniface VIII being Pope in Rome, there came to court the abbot of Cluny, who is believed to be one of the richest prelates in the world, and having there marred his stomach, he was advised by the physicians to repair to the baths of Siena and he would without fail be cured. Accordingly, having gotten the Pope's leave, he set out on his way thither in great pomp of gear and baggage and horses and servitors, unrecking of Gino's ill report. The latter, hearing of his coming, spread his nets and hemmed him and all his household and gear about in a strait place, without letting a single footboy escape. This done, he dispatched to the abbot one, the most sufficient, of his men, well accompanied, who in his name very lovingly prayed him be pleased to light down and sojourn with the aforesaid Gino in his castle. The abbot, hearing this, answered furiously that he would no wise do it, having naught to do with Gino, but that he would fare on and would fain see who should forbid his passage. Whereto quoth the messenger on humble wise, Sir, you are come into parts where, barring God his might, there is nothing to fear for us and where excommunications and interdicts are all excommunicated, wherefore, may it please you, you were best comply with Gino in this. During this parley, the whole place had been encompassed about with men at arms, wherefore the abbot, seeing himself taken with his men, betook himself, sore against his will, to the castle, in company with the ambassador, and with him all his household and gear, and alighting there, was, by Gino's orders, lodged all alone in a very dark and mean little chamber in one of the pavilions, whilst every one else was well enough accommodated, according to his quality, about the castle and the horses. And all the gear put in safety, without aught thereof being touched. This done, Gino betook himself to the abbot and said to him, Sir, Gino, whose guest you are, sendeth to you, praying you acquaint him whither you are bound and on what occasion. The abbot, like a wise man, had by this laid by his pride and told him whither he went and why. Gino, hearing this, took his leave and bethought himself to go about to cure him without baths. Accordingly, he let keep a great fire still burning in the little room and causing guard the place well, returned not to the abbot till the following morning, when he brought him, in a very white napkin, 2 slices of toasted bread and a great beaker of his own corniglia vernage and bespoke him thus, Sir, when Gino was young, he studied medicine and saith that he learned there was no better remedy for the stomach complaint than that which he purposeth to apply to you and of which these things that I bring you are the beginning, wherefore do you take them and refresh yourself. The abbot, whose hunger was greater than his desire to bandy words, ate the bread and drank the wine, though he did it with an ill will, and after made many haughty speeches, asking and counselling of many things and demanding in particular to see Gino. The latter, hearing this talk, let part of it pass as idle and answered the rest very courteously, avouching that Gino would visit him as quickly as he might. This said, he took his leave of him and returned not until the ensuing day, when he brought him as much toasted bread and as much momsey, and so he kept him several days, till such time as he perceived that he had eaten some dried beans, which he had of intent aforethought brought secretly thither and left there, whereupon he asked him, on Gino's part, how he found himself about the stomach. The abbot answered, Meseemeth I should fare well, were I but out of his hands, and after that, I have no greater desire than to eat, so well have his remedies cured me. Thereupon Gino caused the abbot's own people array him a goodly chamber with his own gear and let make ready a magnificent banquet, to which he bade the prelate's whole household, together with many folk of the burg. Next morning, he betook himself to the abbot and said to him, Sir, since you feel yourself well, it is time to leave the infirmary. Then, taking him by the hand, he brought him to the chamber prepared for him and leaving him there in company of his own people, occupied himself with caring that the banquet should be a magnificent one. The abbot solaced himself a while with his men and told them what his life had been since his capture, whilst they, on the other hand, avouched themselves all to have been well entreated of Gino. The eating hour come, the abbot and the rest were well and orderly served with goodly viands and fine wines, without Gino yet letting himself be known of the prelate, but, after the latter had abidden some days on this wise, the outlaw, having let bring all his gear into one saloon and all his horses, down to the sorriest Roundsea, into a courtyard that was under the windows thereof, betook himself to him and asked him how he did and if he deemed himself strong enough to take horse. The abbot answered that he was strong enough and quite recovered of his stomach complaint and that he should fare perfectly well, once he should be out of Gino's hands. Gino then brought him into the saloon, wherein was his gear and all his train, and carrying him to a window, whence he might see all his horses, said, My lord abbot, you must know that it was the being a gentleman and expelled from his house and poor and having many and puissant enemies, and not evilness of mind, that brought Gino de Tacco, who is none other than myself, to be, for the defence of his life and his nobility, a highway robber and an enemy of the court of Rome. Nevertheless, for that you seem to me a worthy gentleman, I purpose not, now that I have cured you of your stomach complaint, to use you as I would another, from whom, he being in my hands as you are, I would take for myself such part of his goods as seemed well to me, nay, it is my intent that you, having regard to my need, shall appoint to me such part of your good as you yourself will. It is all here before you in its entirety and your horses you may from this window see in the courtyard, take, therefore, both part and all, as it pleaseth you, and from this time forth be it at your pleasure to go or to stay. The abbot marvelled to hear such generous words from a highway robber and was exceeding well pleased therewith, insomuch that, his anger and despite being of a sudden fallen, nay, changed into goodwill, he became Gino's hearty friend and ran to embrace him, saying, I vow to God that, to gain the friendship of a man such as I presently judge thee to be, I would gladly consent to suffer a far greater affront than that which meseemed but now thou hadst done me. Accursed be fortune that constrained thee to so damnable a trade. Then, letting take of his many goods but a very few necessary things, and the like of his horses, he left all the rest to Gino and returned to Rome. The Pope had had news of the taking of the abbot and albeit it had given him sore concern, he asked him, when he saw him, how the baths had profited him, whereto he replied, smiling, Holy Father, I found a worthy physician nearer than at the baths, who hath excellently well cured me, and told him how, whereat the Pope laughed, and the abbot, following on his speech and moved by a magnanimous spirit, craved a boon of him. The Pope, thinking he would demand other what, freely offered to do that which he should ask, and the abbot said, Holy Father, that which I mean to ask of you is that you restore your favor to Gino di Tacco, my physician, for that, of all the men of worth and high account whom I ever knew, he is certes one of the most deserving, and for this ill that he doth, I hold it much more fortune's fault than his, the which if you change by bestowing on him somewhat whereby he may live according to his condition, I doubt not any was but you will, in brief space of time, deem of him even as I do. The Pope, who was great of soul and a lover of men of worth, hearing this, replied that he would gladly do it, and Gino were indeed of such account as the abbot avouched, and bade the latter cause him come thither in all security. Accordingly, Gino, at the abbot's instance, came to court, upon that assurance, nor had he been long about the Pope's person ere the latter reputed him a man of worth and taking him into favour, bestowed on him a grand priory of those of the Hospitallers, having first let make him a knight of that order, which office he held whilst he lived, still approving himself a loyal friend and servant of Holy Church and of the Abbot of Cluny. The third story. Mithridates, envying Nathan his hospitality and generosity and going to kill him, falleth in with himself, without knowing him, and is by him instructed of the course he shall take to accomplish his purpose, by means whereof he findeth him, as he himself had ordered it, in a coppice, and recognizing him, is ashamed and becometh his friend. Them seemed all they had heard what was like unto a miracle, to wit, that a churchman should have wrought any what magnificently, but, as soon as the ladies had left discoursing thereof, the king bade Philostrato proceed, who forthright began, Noble ladies, great was the magnificence of the King of Spain and that of the Abbot of Cluny a thing belike never yet heard of, but maybe it will seem to you no less marvellous a thing to hear how a man, that he might do generosity to another who thirsted for his blood, nay, for the very breath of his nostrils, privily bethought himself to give them to him, and would have done it, had the other willed to take them, even as I purpose to show you in a little story of mine. It is a very certain thing, if credit may be given to the report of divers Genoese and others who have been in those countries, that there was aforetime in the parts of Catajo a man of noble lineage and rich beyond compare, called Nathan, who, having an estate adjoining a highway whereby as of necessity passed all who sought to go from the Ponent to the Levant or from the Levant to the Ponent, and being a man of great and generous soul and desirous that it should be known by his works, assembled a great multitude of artificers and let build there, in a little space of time, one of the fairest and greatest and richest palaces that had ever been seen, the which he caused excellently well furnished with all that was apt unto the reception and entertainment of gentlemen. Then, having a great and goodly household, he there received and honourably entertained, with joyance and good cheer, whosoever came and went, and in this praiseworthy usance he persevered in so much that not only the Levant, but well nigh all the Ponent, knew him by report. He was already full of years nor was therefore grown weary of the practice of hospitality, when it chanced that his fame reached the ears of a young man of a country not far from his own, by name Mithridates, who, knowing himself no less rich than Nathan and waxing envious of his renown and his virtues, bethought himself to eclipse or shadow them with greater liberality. Accordingly, letting build a palace like unto that of Nathan, he proceeded to do the most unbounded courtesies that ever any did whosoever came or went about those parts, and in a short time he became without doubt very famous. It chanced one day that, as he abode all alone in the mid-court of his palace, there came in, by one of the gates, a poor woman, who sought of him an alms and had it, then, coming in again to him by the second, she had of him another alms, and so on for 12 times in succession, but, when as she returned for the 13th time, he said to her, Good woman, thou art very diligent in this thine asking, and nathless gave her an alms. The old crone, hearing these words, exclaimed, O liberality of Nathan, how marvellous art thou! For that, entering in by each of the 32 gates which his palace hath, and asking of him an alms, never, for all that he showed, was I recognized of him, and still I had it, whilst here, having as yet come in but at 13 gates, I have been both recognized and chidden. So saying, she went her ways and returned thither no more. Mithridates, hearing the old woman's words, flamed up into a furious rage, as he who held that which he heard of Nathan's fame a diminishment of his own, and fell to saying, Alack, woe is me! When shall I attain to Nathan's liberality in great things, let alone overpass it, as I seek to do, seeing that I cannot approach him in the smallest? Verily, I weary myself in vain, and I remove him not from the earth, wherefore, since eld carrieth him not off, needs must I with mine own hands do it without delay. Accordingly, rising upon that motion, he took horse with a small company, without communicating his design to any, and came after 3 days whereas Nathan abode. He arrived there at eventide and bidding his followers make a show of not being with him and provide themselves with lodging, against they should hear farther from him, abode alone at no great distance from the fair palace, where he found Nathan all unattended, as he went walking for his diversion, without any pomp of apparel, and knowing him not, asked him if he could inform him where Nathan dwelt. "My son," answered the latter cheerfully, "there is none in these parts who is better able than I to show thee that, wherefore, when as it pleaseth thee, I will carry thee thither." Mithridens rejoined that this would be very acceptable to him, but that, and it might be, he would fain be neither seen nor known of Nathan, and the latter said, "That also will I do, since it pleaseth thee." Mithridens accordingly dismounted and repaired to the goodly palace, in company with Nathan, who quickly engaged him in most pleasant discourse. There he caused one of his servants take the young man's horse, and putting his mouth to his ear, charged him take order with all those of the house, so none should tell the youth that he was Nathan, and so was it done. Moreover, he lodged him in a very goodly chamber, where none saw him, save those whom he had deputed to this service, and let entertain him with the utmost honour, himself bearing him company. After Mithridens had abidden with him a while on this wise, he asked him, albeit he held him in reverence as a father, who he was, to which Nathan answered, "I am an unworthy servant of Nathan, who have grown old with him from my childhood, nor hath he ever advanced me to other wot than that which thou seest me, wherefore, albeit every one else is mighty well pleased with him, I for my part have little cause to thank him." These words afforded Mithridens some hope of availing with more certitude and more safety to give effect to his perverse design, and Nathan very courteously asking him who he was and what occasion brought him into those parts, and proffering him his advice and assistance in so much as lay in his power, he hesitated a while to reply, but, presently, resolving to trust himself to him, he with a long circuit of words required him first of secrecy and after of aid and counsel, and entirely discovered to him who he was and wherefore and on what motion he came. Nathan, hearing his discourse and his cruel design, was inwardly all disordered, but nevertheless, without much hesitation, he answered him with an undaunted mind and a firm countenance, saying, "Mithridens, thy father was a noble man, and thou showest thyself minded not to degenerate from him, in having entered upon so high an emprise as this thou hast undertaken, to wit, to be liberal unto all, and greatly do I commend the jealousy thou bearest unto Nathan's virtues, for that, were there many such, the world, that is most wretched, would soon become good. The design that thou hast discovered to me I will without fail keep secret, but for the accomplishment thereof I can rather give thee useful counsel than great help, the which is this. Thou mayst from here see a coppice, maybe half a mile hence, wherein Nathan well nigh every morning walketh all alone, taking his pleasure there a pretty long while, and there it will be a light matter to thee to find him and do thy will of him. If thou slay him, thou must, so thou mayst return home without hindrance, get thee gone, not by that way thou camest, but by that which thou wilt see issue forth of the coppice on the left hand, for that, albeit it is somewhat wilder, it is nearer to thy country and safer for thee." Mithridens, having received this information and Nathan having taken leave of him, privily let his companions, who had, like himself, taken up their sojourn in the palace, know where they should look for him on the morrow, and the new day came. Nathan, whose intent was no was at variance with the counsel he had given Mithridens nor was any was changed, betook himself alone to the coppice, there to die. Meanwhile, Mithridens arose and taking his bow and his sword, for other arms he had not, mounted to horse and made for the coppice, where he saw Nathan from afar go walking all alone. Being resolved, ere he attacked him, to seek to see him and hear him speak, he ran towards him and seizing him by the fillet he had about his head, said, "Old man, thou art dead." Whereto Nathan answered, "No other wot then have I merited it." Mithridens, hearing his voice and looking him in the face, knew him forthright for him who had so lovingly received him and familiarly companied with him and faithfully counselled him, whereupon his fury incontinent subsided and his rage was changed into shame. Accordingly, casting away the sword, which he had already pulled out to smite him, and lighting down from his horse, he ran, weeping, to throw himself at Nathan's feet and said to him, "Now, dearest father, do I manifestly recognize your liberality, considering with what secrecy you are come hither to give me your life, whereof, without any reason, I showed myself desirous, and that to yourself, but God, more careful of mine honour than I myself, hath, in the extremest hour of need, opened the eyes of my understanding, which vile envy had closed. Wherefore, the readier you have been to comply with me, so much the more do I confess myself beholden to do penance for my default. Take, then, of me the vengeance which you deem conformable to my sin." Nathan raised Mithridens to his feet and tenderly embraced and kissed him, saying, "My son, it needeth not that thou shouldst ask nor that I should grant forgiveness of thine emprise, whatever thou choosest to style it, whether wicked or otherwise, for that thou persisted, not of hatred, but to win to be held better. Live, then, secure from me and be assured that there is no man alive who loveth thee as I do, having regard to the loftiness of thy soul, which hath given itself, not to the amassing of monies, as do the covetous, but to the expenditure of those that have been amassed. Neither be thou ashamed of having sought to slay me, so thou mightest become famous, nor think that I marvel thereat. The greatest emperors and the most illustrious kings have, with well nigh none other art than that of slaying, not one man, as thou wouldst have done, but an infinite multitude of men, and burning countries and razing cities, enlarged their realms and consequently their fame, wherefore, and thou wouldst, to make thyself more famous, have slain me only, thou didst no new nor extraordinary thing, but one much used. Mithridens, without holding himself excused of his perverse design, commended the honourable excuse found by Nathan and came, in course of converse with him, to say that he marvelled beyond measure how he could have brought himself to meet his death and have gone so far as even to give him means and counsel to that end, whereto quoth Nathan, Mithridens, I would not have thee marvel at my resolution nor at the counsel I gave thee, for that, since I have been mine own master and have addressed myself to do that same thing which thou hast undertaken to do, there came never any to my house but I contented him, so far as in me lay, of that which was required of me by him. Thou camest hither, desirous of my life, wherefore, learning that thou soughtest it, I straightway determined to give it thee, so thou mightest not be the only one to depart hence without his wish, and in order that thou mightest have thy desire, I gave thee such counsel as I thought apt to enable thee to have my life and not lose thine own, and therefore I tell thee once more and pray thee, and it please thee, take it and satisfy thyself thereof. I know not how I may better bestow it. These 80 years have I occupied it and used it about my pleasures and my diversions, and I know that in the course of nature, according as it fareth with other men and with things in general, it can now be left me but a little while longer, wherefore I hold it far better to bestow it by way of gift, like as I have still given and expended my other treasures, than to seek to keep it until such times as it shall be taken from me by nature against my will. To give 100 years is no great boon, how much less, then, is it to give the 6 or 8 I have yet to abide here? Take it, then, an it like thee. Prithee, then, take it, and thou have a mind thereto, for that never yet, what while I have lived here, have I found any who hath desired it, nor know I when I may find any such, and thou, who demandest it, take it not. And even should I chance to find any one, I know that, the longer I keep it, the less worth will it be, therefore, ere it wax sorrier, take it, I beseech thee. Mithridens was sore abashed and replied, God forbid I should, let alone take and sever from you a thing of such price as your life, but even desire to do so, as but late I did, your life, whose years far from seeking to lessen, I would willingly add thereto of mine own. Whereto Nathan straightway rejoined, and art thou indeed willing, it being in thy power to do it, to add of thy years unto mine and in so doing, to cause me do for thee that which I never yet did for any man, to wit, take of thy good, I who never yet took aught of others. I am I, answered Mithridens in haste. Then, said Nathan, thou must do as I shall bid thee. Thou shalt take up thine abode, young as thou art, here in my house and bear the name of Nathan, whilst I will betake myself to thy house and let still call myself Mithridens. Quoth Mithridens, and I knew how to do as well as you have done and do, I would, without hesitation, take that which you proffer me, but, since me seemeth very certain that my actions would be a diminishment of Nathan's fame and as I purpose not to mar in another that which I know not how to order in myself, I will not take it. These and many other courteous discourses having passed between them, they returned, at Nathan's instance, to the latter's palace, where he entertained Mithridens with the utmost honour sundry days, heartening him in his great and noble purpose with all manner of wit and wisdom. Then, Mithridens desiring to return to his own house with his company, he dismissed him, having throughly given him to know that he might never avail to outdo him in liberality. The fourth story. Messer Gentile Decameron, coming from Modena, taketh forth of the sepulchre a lady whom he loveth and who hath been buried for dead. The lady, restored to life, beareth a male child and Messer Gentile restoreth her and her son to Nicoluccio Caccianimico, her husband. It seemed to all a marvellous thing that a man should be lavish of his own blood and they declared Nathan's liberality to have verily transcended that of the King of Spain and the Abbot of Cluny. But, after enough to one and the other effect had been said thereof, the king, looking towards Loretta, signed to her that he would have her tell, whereupon she straightway began, Young ladies, magnificent and goodly are the things that have been recounted, nor meseemeth is there aught left unto us who have yet to tell, wherethrough we may range a story telling, so throughly have they all been occupied with the loftiness of the magnificences related, except we have recourse to the affairs of love, which latter afford a great abundance of matter for discourse on every subject, wherefore, at once on this account and for that the theme is one to which our age must needs especially incline us, it pleaseth me to relate to you an act of magnanimity done by a lover, which, all things considered, will peradventure appear to you nowise inferior to any of those already set forth, if it be true that treasures are lavished, enmities forgotten, and life itself, nay, what is far more, honor and renown, exposed to 1,000 perils, so we may avail to possess the thing beloved. There was, then, in Bologna, a very noble city of Lombardy, a gentleman very notable for virtue and nobility of blood, called Messer Gentile Carasendi, who, being young, became enamoured of a noble lady called Madame Catalina, the wife of one Nicoluccio Caccianimico, and for that he was ill repaid of his love by the lady, being named Provost of Modena, he betook himself thither, as in despair of her. Meanwhile, Nicoluccio being absent from Bologna and the lady having, for that she was with child, gone to abide at a country house she had maybe 3 miles distant from the city, she was suddenly seized with a grievous fit of sickness, which overcame her with such violence that it extinguished in her all sign of life, so that she was even adjudged dead of divers physicians, and for that her nearest kinswomen declared themselves to have had it from herself that she had not been so long pregnant that the child could be fully formed, without giving themselves farther concern, they buried her, such as she was, after much lamentation, in one of the vaults of a neighbouring church. The thing was forthright signified by a friend of his to Messer Gentile, who, poor as he had still been of her favour, grieved sore therefore and ultimately said in himself, Hark ye, Madam Catalina, thou art dead, thou of whom, what while thou livedst, I could never avail to have so much as a look, wherefore, now thou canst not defend thyself, needs must I take of thee a kiss or two, all dead as thou art. This said, he took orders so his going should be secret, and it being presently night, he mounted to horse with one of his servants and rode, without halting, till he came whereas the lady was buried and opened the sepulchre with all dispatch. Then, entering therein, he laid himself beside her and putting his face to hers, kissed her again and again with many tears. But presently, as we see men's appetites never abide content within any limit, but still desire farther, and especially those of lovers, having bethought himself to tarry there no longer, he said, Mary, now that I am here, why should I not touch her some deally on the breast? I may never touch her more, nor have I ever yet done so. Accordingly, overcome with this desire, he put his hand into her bosom and holding it there a while, him seemed he felt her heart beat somewhat. Thereupon, putting aside all fear, he sought more diligently and found that she was certainly not dead, scant and feeble as he deemed the life that lingered in her, wherefore, with the help of his servant, he brought her forth of the tomb, as softly as he might, and setting her before him on his horse, carried her privily to his house in Bologna. There was his mother, a worthy and discreet gentlewoman, and she, after she had heard everything at large from her son, moved to compassion, quietly addressed herself by means of hot baths and great fires to recall the strayed life to the lady, who, coming presently to herself, heaved a great sigh and said, Ah me, where am I? To which the good lady replied, Be of good comfort, thou art in safety. Madame Catalina, collecting herself, looked about her and knew not aright where she was, but, seeing Messer Gentile before her, she was filled with wonderment and besought his mother to tell her how she came thither, whereupon Messer Gentile related to her everything in order. At this she was sore afflicted, but presently rendered him such thanks as she might and after conjured him, by the love he had erst borne her and of his courtesy, that she might not in his house suffer at his hands aught that should be anywise contrary to her honour and that of her husband, and that, as soon as the day should be come, he would suffer her return to her own house. Madam, answered Messer Gentile, whatsoever may have been my desire of time past, I purpose not, either at this present or ever henceforth, since God hath vouchsafed me this grace that he hath restored you to me from death to life, and that by means of the love I have hitherto borne you, to use you either here or elsewhere otherwise than as a dear sister, but this my service that I have done you tonight meriteth some recompense, wherefore I would have you deny me not a favour that I shall ask you. The lady very graciously replied that she was ready to do his desire, so but she might and it were honourable. Then said he, Madam, your kinsfolk and all the Bolognese believe and hold you for certain to be dead, wherefore there is no one who looketh for you more at home, and therefore I would have you of your favour be pleased to abide quietly here with my mother till such time as I shall return from Modena, which will be soon. And the reason for which I require you of this is that I purpose to make a dear and solemn present of you to your husband in the presence of the most notable citizens of this place. The lady, confessing herself beholden to the gentleman and that his request was an honourable one, determined to do as he asked, how much soever she desired to gladden her kinsfolk of her life, and so she promised it to him upon her faith. Hardly had she made an end of her reply, when she felt the time of her delivery to be come, and not long after, being lovingly tended of Messer Gentile's mother, she gave birth to a goodly male child, which manifold redoubled his gladness and her own. Messer Gentile took order that all things needful should be forthcoming, and that she should be tended as she were his proper wife, and presently returned in secret to Modena. There, having served the term of his office and being about to return to Bologna, he took order for the holding of a great and goodly banquet at his house on the morning he was to enter the city, and thereto he bade many gentlemen of the place, amongst whom was Nicoluccio Caccianimico. Accordingly, when he returned and dismounted, he found them all awaiting him, as likewise the lady, fairer and sounder than ever, and her little son in good case, and with inexpressible joy seating his guests at table, he let serve them magnificently with various meats. When as the repast was near its end, having first told the lady what he meant to do and taken order with her of the course that she should hold, he began to speak thus: Gentlemen, I remember to have heard whiles that there is in Persia a custom, and to my thinking a pleasant one, to wit, that, when as any is minded supremely to honour a friend of his, he biddeth him to his house, and there showeth him the thing, be it wife or mistress or daughter or whatsoever else, he holdeth most dear, avouching that, like as he showeth him this, even so, and he might, would he yet more willingly show him his very heart, which custom I purpose to observe in Bologna. You, of your favour, have honoured my banquet with your presence, and I in turn mean to honour you, after the Persian fashion, by showing you the most precious thing I have or may ever have in the world. But, ere I proceed to do this, I pray you tell me what you deem of a doubt which I shall broach to you, and which is this. A certain person hath in his house a very faithful and good servant, who falleth grievously sick, whereupon the former, without awaiting the sick man's end, letteth carry him into the middle street, and hath no more heed of him. Cometh a stranger, who, moved to compassion of the sick man, carrieth him off to his own house, and with great diligence and expense bringeth him again to his former health. Now I would fain know whether, if he keep him and make use of his services, his former master can in equity complain of or blame the second, if, he demanding him again, the latter refuse to restore him. The gentlemen, after various discourse among themselves, concurring all in one opinion, committed the response to Nicoluccio Caccianimico, for that he was a goodly and eloquent speaker, whereupon the latter, having first commended the Persian usage, declared that he and all the rest were of opinion that the first master had no longer any right in his servant, since he had, in such a circumstance, not only abandoned him, but cast him away, and that, for the kind offices done him by the second, them seemed the servant was justly become his, wherefore, in keeping him, he did the first no hurt, no violence, no unright whatsoever. The other guests at table, and there were men there of worth and worship, said all of one accord that they held to that which had been answered by Nicoluccio, and Messer Gentile, well pleased with this response and that Nicoluccio had made it, avouched himself also to be of the same opinion. Then said he, It is now time that I honour you according to promise, and calling 2 of his servants, dispatched them to the lady, whom he had let magnificently dress and adorn, praying her be pleased to come gladden the company with her presence. Accordingly, she took her little son, who was very handsome, in her arms, and coming into the banqueting hall, attended by 2 serving men, seated herself, as Messer Gentile willed it, by the side of a gentleman of high standing. Then said he, Gentlemen, this is the thing which I hold and purpose to hold dearer than any other, look if it seem to you that I have reason to do so. The guests, having paid her the utmost honour, commending her amain and declaring to Messer Gentile that he might well hold her dear, fell to looking upon her, and there were many there who had avouched her to be herself, had they not held her for dead. But Nicoluccio gazed upon her above all, and unable to contain himself, asked her, Messer Gentile having withdrawn a while, as one who burned to know who she was, if she were a Bolognese lady or a foreigner. The lady, seeing herself questioned of her husband, hardly restrained herself from answering, but yet, to observe the appointed ordinance, she held her peace. Another asked her if the child was hers, and a third if she were Messer Gentile's wife or any was akin to him, but she made them no reply. Presently, Messer Gentile coming up, one of his guests said to him, Sir, this is a fair creature of yours, but she seemeth to us mute, is she so? Gentlemen, replied he, her not having spoken at this present is no small proof of her virtue. And the other said, Tell us, then, who she is. Quoth Messer Gentile, That will I gladly, so but you will promise me that none, for aught that I shall say, will budge from his place till such time as I shall have made an end of my story. All promised this, and the tables being presently removed, Messer Gentile, seating himself beside the lady, said, Gentlemen, this lady is that loyal and faithful servant, of whom I questioned you a while agone, and who, being held little dear of her folk and so, as a thing without worth and no longer useful, cast out into the midward of the street, was by me taken up, yet, by my solicitude and of my handiwork I brought her forth of the jaws of death, and God, having regard to my good intent, hath caused her, by my means, from a frightful corpse become thus beautiful. But, that you may more manifestly apprehend how this betided me, I will briefly declare it to you. Then, beginning from his falling enamoured of her, he particularly related to them that which had passed until that time, to the great wonderment of the hearers, and added, by reason of which things, and you, and especially Nicoluccio, have not changed counsel since a while ago, the lady is fairly mine, nor can any with just title demand her again of me. To this none made answer, nay, all awaited that which he should say farther, whilst Nicoluccio and the lady and certain of the others who were there wept for compassion. Then Messer Gentile, rising to his feet and taking the little child in his arms and the lady by the hand, made for Nicoluccio and said to him, Rise up, gossip, I do not restore thee thy wife, whom thy kinsfolk and hers cast away, nay, but I will well bestow on thee this lady my gossip, with this her little son, who I am assured, was begotten of thee and whom I held at baptism and named Gentile, and I pray thee that she be none the less dear to thee for that she hath abidden near upon 3 months in my house, for I swear to thee, by that God who belike caused me aforetime fall in love with her, to the intent that my love might be, as in effect it hath been, the occasion of her deliverance, that never, whether with father or mother or with thee, hath she lived more chastely than she hath done with my mother in my house. So saying, he turned to the lady and said to her, Madam, from this time forth I absolve you of every promise made me and leave you free to return to Nicoluccio. Then, giving the lady and the child into Nicoluccio's arms, he returned to his seat. Nicoluccio received them with the utmost eagerness, so much the more rejoiced as he was the farther removed from hope thereof, and thanked Messer Gentile, as best he might and knew, whilst the others, who all wept for compassion, commended the latter amain of this, yet, and he was commended of whosoever heard it. The lady was received in her house with marvellous rejoicing and long beheld with amazement by the Bolognese, as one raised from the dead, whilst Messer Gentile ever after abode a friend of Nicoluccio and of his kinsfolk and those of the lady. What, then, gentle ladies, will you say of this case? Is, think you, a king's having given away his sceptre and his crown, or an abbot's having, without cost to himself, reconciled an evildoer with the Pope, or an old man's having proffered his weazon to the enemy's knife to be evened with this deed of Messer Gentile, who, being young and ardent and him seeming he had a just title to that which the heedlessness of others had cast away and he of his good fortune had taken up, not only honourably tempered his ardour, but, having in his possession that which he was still wont with all his thoughts to covet and to seek to steal away, freely restored it to its owner. Certes, meseemeth none of the magnificences already recounted can compare with this. The fifth story. Madame Dianora requireth of Messer Ansaldo a garden as fair in January as in May, and he by binding himself to pay a great sum of money to a nigromancer, giveth it to her. Her husband granteth her leave to do Messer Ansaldo's pleasure, but he, hearing of the former's generosity, absolveth her of her promise, whereupon the nigromancer, in his turn, acquitteth Messer Ansaldo of his bond, without willing aught of his. Messer Gentile having by each of the merry company been extolled to the very skies with the highest praise, the king charged Emilia follow on, who confidently, as if eager to speak, began as follows, Dainty dames, none can with reason deny that Messer Gentile wrought magnificently, but, if it be sought to say that his magnanimity might not be overpassed, it will not belike be uneath to show that more is possible, as I purpose to set out to you in a little story of mine. In Friuli, a country, though cold, glad with goodly mountains and store of rivers and clear springs, is a city called Udina, wherein was aforetime a fair and noble lady called Madame Dianora, the wife of a wealthy gentleman named Gilberto, who was very debonair and easy of composition. The lady's charm procured her to be passionately loved of a noble and great baron by name Messer Ansaldo Gradance, a man of high condition and everywhere renowned for prowess and courtesy. He loved her fervently and did all that lay in his power to be beloved of her, to which end he frequently solicited her with messages, but wearied himself in vain. At last, his importunities being irksome to the lady and she seeing that, for all she denied him everything he sought of her, he stinted not therefore to love and solicit her, she determined to seek to rid herself of him by means of an extraordinary and in her judgment an impossible demand, wherefore she said one day to a woman, who came often to her on his part, Good woman, thou hast many times avouched to me that Messer Ansaldo loveth me over all things and hast proffered me marvellous great gifts on his part, which I would have him keep to himself, seeing that never thereby might I be prevailed upon to love him or comply with his wishes, but, an I could be certified that he loveth me in very deed as much as thou sayest, I might doubtless bring myself to love him and do that which he willeth, wherefore, an he choose to certify me of this with that which I shall require of him, I shall be ready to do his commandments. Quoth the good woman, and what is that, madam, which you would have him do? That which I desire, replied the lady, is this: I will have, for this coming month of January, a garden, near this city, full of green grass and flowers and trees in full leaf, no otherwise than as it were May, the which if he contrive not, let him never more send me thee nor any other, for that, and he importune me more, so surely as I have hitherto kept his pursuit hidden from my husband and my kinsfolk, I will study to rid myself of him by complaining to them. The gentleman, hearing the demand and the offer of his mistress, for all it seemed to him a hard thing and in a manner impossible to do and he knew it to be required of the lady for none other wot than to bereave him of all hope, determined nevertheless to essay whatsoever might be done thereof and sent into various parts about the world, inquiring if there were any to be found who would give him aid and counsel in the matter. At last, he happened upon one who offered, so he were well guerdoned, to do the thing by nigromantic art, and having agreed with him for a great sum of money, he joyfully awaited the appointed time, which come and the cold being extreme and everything full of snow and ice, the learned man, the night before the calends of January, so wrought by his arts in a very goodly meadow adjoining the city, that it appeared in the morning, according to the testimony of those who saw it, one of the goodliest gardens was ever seen of any, with grass and trees and fruits of every kind. Messer Ansaldo, after viewing this with the utmost gladness, let cull of the finest fruits and the fairest flowers that were there and caused privily present them to his mistress, bidding her come and see the garden required by her, so thereby she might know how he loved her and after, remembering her of the promise made him and sealed with an oath, bethink herself, as a loyal lady, to accomplish it to him. The lady, seeing the fruits and flowers and having already from many heard tell of the miraculous garden, began to repent of her promise. Nathless, curious, for all her repentance, of seeing strange things, she went with many other ladies of the city to view the garden and having with no little wonderment commended it amain, returned home, the wofullest woman alive, bethinking her of that to which she was bounden thereby. Such was her chagrin that she availed not so well to dissemble it but needs must it appear, and her husband, perceiving it, was urgent to know the reason. The lady, for shamefastness, kept silence thereof a great while, but at last, constrained to speak, she orderly discovered to him everything, which Gilberto, hearing, was at the first sore incensed, but presently, considering the purity of the lady's intent and chasing away anger with better counsel, he said, Dianora, it is not the part of a discreet nor of a virtuous woman to give ear unto any message of this sort nor to compound with any for her chastity under whatsoever condition. Words received into the heart by the channel of the ears have more potency than many conceive and well nigh everything becometh possible to lovers. Thou didst ill, then, first to hearken and after to enter into terms of composition, but, for that I know the purity of thine intent, I will, to absolve thee of the bond of the promise, concede thee that which peradventure none other would do, being thereto the more induced by fear of the nigromancer, whom Messer Ansaldo, and thou cheat him, will maybe cause make us woeful. I will, then, that thou go to him and study to have thyself absolved of this thy promise, preserving thy chastity, if thou mayst anywise contrive it, but, and it may not be otherwise, thou shalt, for this once, yield him thy body, but not thy soul. The lady, hearing her husband's speech, wept and denied herself willing to receive such a favour from him, but, for all her much denial, he would e'en have it be so. Accordingly, next morning, at daybreak, the lady, without overmuch adorning herself, repaired to Messer Ansaldo's house, with 2 of her serving men before and a chamberwoman after her. Ansaldo, hearing that his mistress was come to him, marvelled sore and letting call the nigromancer, said to him, I will have thee see what a treasure thy skill hath gotten me. Then, going to meet her, he received her with decency and reverence, without ensuing any disorderly appetite, and they entered all into a goodly chamber, wherein was a great fire. There he caused set her a seat and said, Madam, I prithee, if the long love I have borne you merit any recompense, let it not irk you to discover to me the true cause which hath brought you hither at such an hour and in such company. The lady, shamefast and well nigh with tears in her eyes, answered, Sir, neither love that I bear you nor plighted faith bringeth me hither, but the commandment of my husband, who, having more regard to the travails of your disorderly passion than to his honour and mine own, hath caused me come hither, and by his behest I am for this once disposed to do your every pleasure. If Messer Ansaldo had marvelled at the sight of the lady, far more did he marvel, when he heard her words, and moved by Gilberto's generosity, his heat began to change to compassion, and he said, God forbid, madam, and it be as you say, that I should be a marrer of his honour who hath compassion of my love, wherefore you shall, what while it is your pleasure to abide here, be no otherwise entreated than as you were my sister, and when as it shall be agreeable to you, you are free to depart, so but you will render your husband, on my part, those thanks which you shall deem befitting unto courtesy such as his hath been and have me ever, in time to come, for brother and for servant. The lady, hearing these words, was the joyfullest woman in the world, and answered, saying, Nothing, having regard to your fashions, could ever make me believe that aught should ensue to me of my coming other than this that I see you do in the matter, whereof I shall still be beholden to you. Then, taking leave, she returned, under honourable escort, to Messer Gilberto, and told him that which had passed, of which there came about a very straight and loyal friendship between him and Messer Ansaldo. Moreover, the nigromancer, to whom the gentleman was for giving the promised guerdon, seeing Gilberto's generosity towards his wife's lover and that of the latter towards the lady, said, God forbid, since I have seen Gilberto liberal of his honour and you of your love, that I should not on likewise be liberal of my hire, wherefore, knowing it will stand you in good stead, I intend that it shall be yours. At this the gentleman was ashamed and studied to make him take or all our part, but, seeing that he wearied himself in vain and it pleasing the nigromancer, who had, after 3 days, done away his garden, to depart, he commended him to God, and having extinguished from his heart his lustful love for the lady, he abode fired with honourable affection for her. How say you now, lovesome ladies? Shall we prefer Gentiles' resignation of the in a manner dead lady and of his love already cooled for hope first pent, before the generosity of Messer Ansaldo, whose love was more ardent than ever and who was in a manner fired with new hope, holding in his hands the prey so long pursued? Meseemeth it were folly to pretend that this generosity can be evened with that. The 6th story. King Charles the Old, the victorious, falleth enamoured of a young girl, but after, ashamed of his fond thought, honourably marrieth both her and her sister. It were over longsome fully to recount the various discourse that had place among the ladies of who used the greatest generosity, Gilberto or Messer Ansaldo or the nigromancer, in Madame Dianora's affairs, but, after the king had suffered them debate a while, he looked at Fiammetta and bade her, telling a story, put an end to their contention, whereupon she, without hesitation, began as follows, Illustrious ladies, I was ever of opinion that, in companies such as ours, it should still be discoursed so much at large that the overstraightness of intent of the things said be not unto any matter for debate, the which is far more sortable among students in the schools than among us women who scarce suffice unto the distaff and the spindle. Wherefore, seeing that you are presently at cross purposes by reason of the things already said, I, who had in mind a thing may be somewhat doubtful of meaning, will leave that be and tell you a story, treating no was of a man of little account, but of a valiant king, who therein wrought knightly, in nothing atta-inting his honour. Each one of you must many a time have heard tell of King Charles the Old or First, by whose magnanimous emprise, and after by the glorious victory gained by him over King Manfred, the Ghibellines were expelled from Florence and the Guelphs returned thither. In consequence of this a certain gentleman, called Messer Neri degli Uberti, departing the city with all his household and much moneys and being minded to take refuge no otherwhere than under the hand of King Charles, betook himself to Castellamare di Stabia. There, belike a crossbow shot removed from the other habitations of the place, among olive trees and walnuts and chestnuts, wherewith the country aboundeth, he bought him an estate and built thereon a goodly and commodious dwelling house, with a delightsome garden thereby, a middleward which, having great plenty of running water, he made, after our country fashion, a goodly and clear fish pond and lightly filled it with good store of fish. Whilst he concerned himself to make his garden goodlier every day, it befell that King Charles repaired to Castellamare, to rest himself a while in the hot season, and there hearing tell of the beauty of Messer Neri's garden, he desired to behold it. Hearing, moreover, to whom it belonged, he bethought himself that, as the gentleman was of the party adverse to his own, it behoved to deal the more familiarly with him, and accordingly sent to him to say that he purposed to sup with him privily in his garden that evening, he and 4 companions. This was very agreeable to Messer Neri, and having made magnificent preparation and taken order with his household of that which was to do, he received the king in his fair garden as gladliest he might and knew. The latter, after having viewed and commended all the garden and Messer Neri's house and washed, seated himself at one of the tables, which were set beside the fish pond, and seating Count Guy de Montfort, who was of his company, on one side of him and Messer Neri on the other, commanded other 3, who were come thither with them, to serve according to the order appointed of his host. Thereupon there came dainty meats and there were wines of the best and costliest and the ordinance was exceeding goodly and praiseworthy, without noise or annoy whatsoever, the which the king much commended. Presently, as he sat blithely at meat, enjoying the solitary place, there entered the garden 2 young damsels of maybe 15 years of age, with hair like threads of gold, all ringlet and hanging loose, whereon was a light chaplet of pervent blossoms. Their faces bespoke them rather angels than other what, so delicately fair they were, and they were clad each upon her skin in a garment of the finest linen and white as snow, the which from the waist upward was very straight and thence hung down in ample folds, pavilion-wise, to the feet. She who came first bore on her left shoulder a pair of hand nets and in her right hand a long pole, and the other had on her left shoulder a frying pan and under the same arm a faggot of wood, whilst in her left hand she held a trivet and in the other a flask of oil and a lighted flambeau. The king, seeing them, marvelled and in suspense awaited what this should mean. The damsels came forward modestly and blushingly did obeisance to him, then, betaking themselves whereas one went down into the fishpond, she who bore the frying pan set it down and the other things by it and taking the pole that the other carried, they both entered the water, which came up to their breasts. Meanwhile, one of Messer Neri's servants deftly kindled fire under the trivet and setting the pan thereon, poured therein oil and waited for the damsels to throw him fish. The latter, the one groping with the pole in those parts whereas she knew the fish lay hid and the other standing ready with the net, in a short space of time took fish galore, to the exceeding pleasure of the king, who eyed them attentively, then, throwing some thereof to the servant, who put them in the pan, well nigh alive, they proceeded, as they had been lessoned, to take of the finest and cast them on the table before the king and his table fellows. The fish wriggled about the table, to the marvellous diversion of the king, who took of them in his turn and sportively cast them back to the damsels, and on this wise they frolicked a while, till such time as the servant had cooked the fish which had been given him and which, Messer Neri having so ordered it, were now set before the king, more as a relish than as any very rare and delectable dish. The damsels, seeing the fish cooked and having taken enough, came forth of the water, their thin white garments all clinging to their skins and hiding well nigh naught of their delicate bodies, and passing shamefastly before the king, returned to the house. The latter and the count and the others who served had well considered the damsels and each inwardly greatly commended them for fair and well shapen, no less than for agreeable and well mannered. But above all they pleased the king, who had so intently eyed every part of their bodies, as they came forth of the water, that, had any then pricked him, he would not have felt it, and as he called them more particularly to mind, unknowing who they were, he felt a very fervent desire awaken in his heart to please them, whereby he right well perceived himself to be in danger of becoming enamoured, and he took no heed to himself thereagainst, nor knew he indeed whether of the twain it was they more pleased him, so like in all things was the one to the other. After he had abidden a while in this thought, he turned to Messer Neri and asked him who were the 2 damsels, to which the gentleman answered, My lord, these are my daughters born at a birth, whereof the one is called Ginevra the fair and the other Isotta the blonde. The king commended them greatly and exhorted him to marry them, whereof Messer Neri excused himself, for that he was no more able thereunto. Meanwhile, nothing now remaining to be served of the supper but the fruits, there came the 2 damsels in very goodly gowns of sendal, with 2 great silver platters in their hands, full of various fruits, such as the season afforded, and these they set on the table before the king, which done, they withdrew a little apart and fell to singing a canzonet, whereof the words began thus. Whereas I'm come, O love. It might not be, indeed, at length recounted, etc. This song they caroled on such dulcet wise and so delightsomely that to the king, who beheld and hearkened to them with ravishment, it seemed as if all the hierarchies of the angels were lighted there to sing. The song sung, they fell on their knees and respectfully craved of him leave to depart, who, albeit their departure was grievous to him, yet with a show of blitheness accorded it to them. The supper being now at an end, the king remounted to horse with his company and leaving Messer Neri, returned to the royal lodging, devising of one thing and another. There, holding his passion hidden, but availing not, for whatsoever great affair might supervene, to forget the beauty and grace of Ginevra the fair, for love of whom he loved her sister also, who was like unto her, he became so fast entangled in the amorous snares that he could think of well nigh naught else and feigning other occasions, kept a straight intimacy with Messer Neri and very often visited his fair garden, to see Ginevra. At last, unable to endure longer and bethinking himself, in default of other means of compassing his desire, to take not one alone, but both of the damsels from their father, he discovered both his passion and his intent to Count Guy, who, for that he was an honourable man, said to him, My lord, I marvel greatly at that which you tell me, and that more than would another, inasmuch as meseemeth I have from your childhood to this day known your fashions better than any other, wherefore, meseeming never to have known such a passion in your youth, wherein love might lightlier have fixed his talons, and seeing you presently hard upon old age, it is so new and so strange to me that you should love by way of enamourment that it seemeth to me well nigh a miracle, and were it my office to reprove you thereof, I know well that which I should say to you thereanent, having in regard that you are yet with your harness on your back in a kingdom newly gained, amidst a people unknown and full of wiles and treasons, and are all occupied with very grave cares and matters of high moment, nor have you yet availed to seat yourself in security, and yet, among such and so many affairs, you have made place for the allurements of love. This is not the fashion of a magnanimous king, nay, but rather that of a pusillanimous boy. Moreover, what is far worse, you say that you are resolved to take his 2 daughters from a gentleman who hath entertained you in his house beyond his means and who, to do you the more honour, hath shown you these twain in a manner naked, thereby attesting how great is the faith he hath in you and that he firmly believeth you to be a king and not a ravening wolf. Again, hath it so soon dropped your memory that it was the violences done of Manfred to women that opened you the entry into this kingdom? What treason was ever wrought and more deserving of eternal punishment than this would be, that you should take from him who hospitably entreateth you his honour and hope and comfort? What would be said of you, and you should do it? You think, maybe, it were a sufficient excuse to say, I did it for that he is a Ghibelline. Is this of the justice of kings, that they who resort on such wise to their arms should be entreated after such a fashion, be they who they may? Let me tell you, king, that it was an exceedingly great glory to you to have overcome Manfred, but a far greater one it is to overcome oneself, wherefore do you, who have to correct others, conquer yourself and curb this appetite, nor offer with such a blot to mar that which you have so gloriously gained. These words stung the king's conscience to the quick and afflicted him the more inasmuch as he knew them for true, wherefore, after sundry heavy sighs, he said, Certes, Count, I hold every other enemy, however strong, weak and enough to the well-lessoned warrior to overcome in comparison with his own appetites, nathless, great as is the travail and inexpressible as is the might it requireth. Your words have so stirred me that needs must I, ere many days be past, cause you see by deed, that, like as I know how to conquer others, even so do I know how to overcome myself. Nor had many days passed after this discourse when the king, having returned to Naples, determined, as well to deprive himself of occasion to do dishonourably as to requite the gentleman the hospitality received from him, to go about, grievous as it was to him to make others possessors of that which he coveted over all for himself, to marry the 2 young ladies, and that not as Messer Neri's daughters, but as his own. Accordingly, with Messer Neri's accord, he dowered them magnificently and gave Ginevra the Fair to Messer Maffeo de Palazzi and Isata the Blonde to Messer Guglielmo della Magna, both noble cavaliers and great barons, to whom with inexpressible chagrin consigning them, he betook himself into Apulia, where with continual fatigues he so mortified the fierceness of his appetite that, having burst and broken the chains of love, he abode free of such passion for the rest of his life. There are some belike who will say that it was a little thing for a king to have married 2 young ladies, and that I will allow, but a great and a very great thing I call it, if we consider that it was a king enamoured who did this and who married to another her whom he loved, without having gotten or taking of his love leaf or flower or fruit. On this wise, then, did this magnanimous king, at once magnificently guerdoning the noble gentleman, laudably honouring the young ladies whom he loved and bravely overcoming himself. The 7th story. King Pedro of Aragon, coming to know the fervent love borne him by Lisa, comforteth the lovesick maid and presently marrieth her to a noble young gentleman, then, kissing her on the brow, he ever after avouched himself her knight. Fiammetta having made an end of her story and the manful magnanimity of King Charles having been much commended, albeit there was one lady there who, being a Ghibelline, was loath to praise him, Pampinia, by the king's commandment, began thus, There is no one of understanding, worshipful ladies, but would say that which you say of good King Charles, except she bear him ill will for other what, but, for that there occurreth to my memory a thing, belike no less commendable than this, done of one his adversary to one of our Florentine damsels, it pleaseth me to relate it to you. At the time of the expulsion of the French from Sicily, one of our Florentines was an apothecary at Palermo, a very rich man called Bernardo Puccini, who had by his wife an only daughter, a very fair damsel and already apt for marriage. Now King Pedro of Aragon, become lord of the island, held high festival with his barons at Palermo, wherein he tilting after the Catalan fashion, it chanced that Bernardo's daughter, whose name was Lisa, saw him running at the ring from a window where she was with other ladies, and he so marvellously pleased her that, looking upon him once and again, she fell passionately in love with him, and the festival ended and she abiding in her father's house, she could think of nothing but of this. Her illustrious and exalted love. And what most irked her in this was the consciousness of her own mean condition, which scarce suffered her to cherish any hope of a happy issue. Natheless, she could not therefore bring herself to leave loving the king, albeit, for fear of greater annoy, she dared not discover her passion. The king had not perceived this thing and recked not of her, wherefore she suffered intolerable chagrin, past all that can be imagined. Thus it befell that, love still waxing in her and melancholy redoubling upon melancholy, the fair maid, unable to endure more, fell sick and wasted visibly away from day to day, like snow in the sun. Her father and mother, sore concerned for this that befell her, studied with assiduous tenderness to hearten her and succoured her in as much as might be with physicians and medicines, but it availed nothing, for that, despairing of her love, she had elected to live no longer. It chanced one day that, her father offering to do her every pleasure, she bethought herself, and she might aptly, to seek, before she died, to make the king acquainted with her love and her intent, and accordingly she prayed him bring her Menuccio d'Arezzo. Now this Menuccio was in those days held a very quaint and subtle singer and player and was gladly seen of the king, and Bernardo concluded that Lisa had a mind to hear him sing and play a while. Accordingly, he sent to tell him, and Menuccio, who was a man of a debonair humour, incontinent came to her and having some deally comforted her with kindly speech, softly played her a fit or two on a viol he had with him and after sang her sundry songs, the which were fire and flame unto the damsel's passion, whereas he thought to solace her. Presently she told him that she would fain speak some words with him alone, wherefore, all else having withdrawn, she said to him, Menuccio, I have chosen thee to keep me very faithfully a secret of mine, hoping in the first place that thou wilt never discover it to any one, save to him of whom I shall tell thee, and after that thou wilt help me in that which lieth in thy power, and of this I pray thee thou must know, then, Menuccio mine, that the day our Lord King Pedro held the great festival in honour of his exaltation to the throne, it befell me, as he tilted, to espy him at so dure a point that for the love of him there was kindled in my heart a fire that hath brought me to this pass wherein thou seest me, and knowing how ill my love beseemeth to a king, yet availing not, let alone to drive it away, but even to abate it, and it being beyond measure grievous to me to bear, I have as a lesser evil elected to die, as I shall do. True it is that I should be gone hence cruelly disconsolate, and he first knew it not, wherefore, unknowing by whom I could more aptly acquaint him with this my resolution than by thyself, I desire to commit it to thee and pray thee that thou refuse not to do it, and when as thou shalt have done it, that thou give me to know thereof, so that, dying comforted, I may be assoiled of these my pains. And this said, she stinted, weeping. Menuccio marvelled at the greatness of the damsel's soul and at her cruel resolve and was sore concerned for her. Then, it suddenly occurring to his mind how he might honourably oblige her, he said to her, Lisa, I pledge thee my faith, whereof thou mayst live assured that thou wilt never find thyself deceived, and after, commending thee of so high an emprise as it is to have set thy mind upon so great a king, I proffer thee mine aid, by means whereof I hope, and thou wilt but take comfort, so to do that, ere 3 days be past, I doubt not to bring thee news that will be exceeding grateful to thee, and to lose no time, I mean to go about it forthright. Lisa, having anew besought him amain thereof and promised him to take comfort, bade him Godspeed, whereupon Menuccio, taking his leave, betook himself to one Mico da Siena, a mighty good rhymer of those days, and constrained him with prayers to make the following canzonet. Bestir thee, love, and get thee to my sire. And tell him all the torments I abide. Tell him I'm like to die. For fearfulness concealing my desire. Love, with clasped hands I cry thee mercy, so thou mayst betake thee where my lord doth dwell. Say that I love and long for him, for lo, my heart he hath inflamed so sadly well. Yet, for the fire wherewith I'm all aglow, I fear to die nor yet the hour can tell, when I shall part from pain so fierce and fell, as that which, longing, for his sake I dree. In shame and fear, ah me! For God's sake, cause him know my torment dire. Since first enamoured, love, of him I grew, thou hast not given me the heart to dare so much as one poor once my lord unto my love and longing plainly to declare. My lord who maketh me so sore to rue. Death, dying thus, were hard to me to bear. Belike, indeed, for he is debonair. 'Twould not displease him, did he know what pain I feel, and didst thou deign me daring to make known to him my fire. Yet, since 'twas not thy pleasure to impart love, such assurance to me that by glance or sign or writ I might make known my heart unto my lord, for my deliverance. I prithee, sweet my master, of thine art. Get thee to him and give him souvenance. Of that fair day I saw him shield and lance bear with the other knights, and looking more enamoured fell so sore. My heart thereof doth perish and expire. These words Minuccio forthwith set to a soft and plaintive air, such as the matter thereof required, and on the third day he betook himself to court, where, King Pedro being yet at meat, he was bidden by him sing somewhat to his viol. Thereupon he fell to singing the song aforesaid on such dulcet wise that all who were in the royal hall appeared men astonied, so still and attent stood they all to hearken, and the king maybe more than the others. Minuccio having made an end of his singing, the king inquired whence came this song that him seemed he had never before heard. My lord, replied the minstrel, it is not yet 3 days since the words were made in the air. The king asked for whom it had been made, and Minuccio answered, I dare not discover it save to you alone. The king, desirous to hear it, as soon as the tables were removed, sent for Minuccio into his chamber, and the latter orderly recounted to him all that he had heard from Lisa, wherewith Don Pedro was exceeding well pleased and much commended the damsel, avouching himself resolved to have compassion of so worthful a young lady, and bidding him therefore go comfort her on his part and tell her that he would without fail come to visit her that day towards vespers. Minuccio, overjoyed to be the bearer of such pleasing news, betook himself incontinent, viol and all, to the damsel, and bespeaking her in private, recounted to her all that had passed, and after saying her the song to his viol, whereat she was so rejoiced and so content that she straightway showed manifest signs of great amendment, and longingly awaited the hour of vespers, when as her lord should come, without any of the household knowing or guessing how the case stood. Meanwhile, the king, who was a debonair and generous prince, having sundry times taken thought to the things heard from Minuccio, and very well knowing the damsel and her beauty, waxed yet more pitiful over her, and mounting to horse towards vespers, under colour of going abroad for his diversion, betook himself to the apothecary's house, where, having required a very goodly garden which he had to be opened to him, he alighted therein, and presently asked Bernardo what was come of his daughter, and if he had yet married her. My lord, replied the apothecary, she is not married, nay, she hath been and is yet very sick, albeit it is true that since none she hath mended marvellously. The king readily apprehended what this amendment meant, and said, in good sooth, 'twere pity so fair a creature should be yet taken from the world. We would fain go visit her. Accordingly, a little after, he betook himself with Bernardo and 2 companions only to her chamber, and going up to the bed where the damsel, some dearly upraised, awaited him with impatience, took her by the hand and said to her, what meaneth this, my mistress? You are young and should comfort other women, yet you suffer yourself to be sick. We would beseech you be pleased, for the love of us, to harden yourself on such wise that you may speedily be whole again. The damsel, feeling herself touched of his hands whom she loved over all else, albeit she was somewhat shamefast, felt yet such gladness in her heart as she were in paradise, and answered him, as best she might, saying, my lord, my having willed to subject my little strength unto very grievous burdens hath been the cause to me of this mine infirmity, whereof, thanks to your goodness, you shall soon see me quit. The king alone understood the damsel's covert speech, and held her momently of more account, nay, sundry whiles he inwardly cursed fortune, who had made her daughter unto such a man. Then, after he had tarried with her a while and comforted her yet more, he took his leave. This humanity of the king was greatly commended and attributed for great honour to the apothecary and his daughter, which latter abode as well pleased as ever was woman of her lover, and sustained of better hope, in a few days recovered and became fairer than ever. When she was whole again, the king, having taken counsel with the queen of what return he should make her for so much love, mounting one day to horse with many of his barons, repaired to the apothecary's house, and entering the garden, let call Master Bernardo and his daughter. Then, the queen presently coming thither with many ladies, and having received Lisa among them, they fell to making wonder merry. After a while the king and queen called Lisa to them, and the former said to her, noble damsel, the much love you have borne us hath gotten you a great honour from us, wherewith we would have you for the love of us be content, to wit, that, since you are apt for marriage, we would have you take him to husband whom we shall bestow on you, purposing, notwithstanding this, to call ourselves still your knight, without desiring aught from you of so much love but one sole kiss. The damsel, grown all vermel in the face for shamefastness, making the king's pleasure hers, replied in a low voice on this wise, my lord, I am well assured that, were it known that I had fallen enamoured of you, most folk would account me mad therefore, thinking belike that I had forgotten myself and knew not mine own condition nor yet yours, but God, who alone seeth the hearts of mortals, knoweth that, in that same hour when as first you pleased me, I knew you for a king and myself for the daughter of Bernardo the apothecary, and that it ill beseemed me to address the ardour of my soul unto so high a place. But, as you know far better than I, none here below falleth in love according to fitness of election, but according to appetite and inclination, against which law I once and again strove with all my might, till, availing no farther, I loved and love and shall ever love you. But, since first I felt myself taken with love of you, I determined still to make your will mine, wherefore, not only will I gladly obey you in this matter of taking a husband at your hands and holding him dear whom it shall please you to bestow on me, since that will be mine honour and estate, but, should you bid me abide in the fire, it were a delight to me, and I thought thereby to pleasure you. To have you, a king, tonight, you know how far it befitteth me, wherefore to that I make no farther answer, nor shall the kiss be vouchsafed you, which alone of my love you would have, without leave of my lady the queen. Natheless, of such graciousness as hath been yours towards me and that of our lady the queen, here God render you for me both thanks and recompense, for I have not the wherewithal. And with that she was silent. Her answer much pleased the queen, and she seemed to her as discreet as the king had reported her. Don Pedro then let call the girl's father and mother, and finding that they were well pleased with that which he purposed to do, summoned a young man, by name Perdicone, who was of gentle birth, but poor, and giving certain rings into his hand, married him, nothing loath, to Lisa, which done, he then and there, over and above many and precious jewels bestowed by the queen and himself upon the damsel, gave him Cefalo and Calatabellata, two very rich and goodly fiefs, and said to him, These we give thee to the lady's dowry. That which we purpose to do for thyself, thou shalt see in time to come. This said, he turned to the damsel and saying, Now will we take that fruit which we are to have of your love, took her head in his hands and kissed her on the brow. Perdicone and Lisa's father and mother, well pleased, as indeed was she herself, held high festival and joyous nuptials, and according as many avouch, the king very faithfully kept his covenant with the damsel, for that, whilst she lived, he still styled himself her knight, nor ever went about any deed of arms, but he wore none other favour than that which was sent him of her. It is by doing, then, on this wise that subjects' hearts are gained, that others are incited to do well, and that eternal renown is acquired, but this is a mark at which few or none nowadays bend the bow of their understanding, most princes being presently grown cruel and tyrannical. The 8th story. Sophronia, thinking to marry Giuseppus, becometh the wife of Titus Quintius Fulvus, and with him betaketh herself to Rome, whither Giuseppus cometh in poor case, and conceiving himself slighted of Titus, declareth, so he may die, to have slain a man. Titus, recognizing him, to save him, avoucheth himself to have done the deed, and the true murderer, seeing this, discovereth himself, whereupon they are all three liberated by Octavianus and Titus, giving Giuseppus his sister to wife, hath all his good in common with him. Pampinia having left speaking, and all having commended King Pedro, the Ghibelline lady more than the rest, Fiammetta, by the king's commandment, began thus, Illustrious ladies, who is there knoweth not that kings, when they will, can do everything great, and that it is, to boot, especially required of them that they be magnificent? Whoso, then, having the power, doth that which pertaineth unto him, doth well, but folk should not so much marvel thereat, nor exalt him to such a height with supreme praise, as it would behove them do with another, of whom, for lack of means, less were required. Wherefore, if you with such words extol the actions of kings, and they seem to you fair, I doubt not any was but those of our peers, when as they are like unto or greater than those of kings, will please you yet more, and be yet highlier commended of you, and I purpose accordingly to recount to you, in a story, the praiseworthy and magnanimous dealings of two citizens and friends with each other. You must know, then, that at the time when Octavianus Caesar, not yet styled Augustus, ruled the Roman Empire in the office called Triumvirate, there was in Rome a gentleman called Publius Quintius Fulvus, who, having a son of marvellous understanding, by name Titus Quintius Fulvus, sent him to Athens to study philosophy, and commended him as most he might to a nobleman there called Crims, his very old friend, by whom Titus was lodged in his own house, in company of a son of his called Giuseppus, and set to study with the latter, under the governance of a philosopher named Aristippus. The two young men, coming to consort together, found each other's usances so conformable that there was born thereof a brotherhood between them, and a friendship so great that it was never sundered by other accident than death, and neither of them knew weal nor peace save in so much as they were together. Entering upon their studies, and being each alike endowed with the highest understanding, they ascended with equal step and marvellous commendation to the glorious altitudes of philosophy, and in this way of life they continued good 3 years, to the exceeding contentment of Crims, who in a manner looked upon the one as no more his son than the other. At the end of this time it befell, even as it befalleth of all things, that Crims, now an old man, departed this life, whereof the two young men suffered a like sorrow, as for a common father, nor could his friends and kinsfolk discern which of the twain was the more in need of consolation for that which had betided them. It came to pass, after some months, that the friends and kinsfolk of Giuseppus resorted to him and together with Titus exhorted him to take a wife, to which he consenting, they found him a young Athenian lady of marvellous beauty and very noble parentage, whose name was Sophronia and who was maybe 15 years old. The term of the future nuptials drawing nigh, Giuseppus one day besought Titus to go visit her with him, for that he had not yet seen her. Accordingly, they being come into her house and she seated between the twain, Titus proceeded to consider her with the utmost attention, as if to judge of the beauty of his friend's bride, and every part of her pleasing him beyond measure, what while he inwardly commended her charms to the utmost, he fell, without showing any sign thereof, as passionately enamoured of her as ever yet man of woman. After they had been with her a while, they took their leave and returned home, where Titus, betaking himself alone into his chamber, fell a thinking of the charming damsel and grew the more enkindled the more he enlarged upon her in thought, which, perceiving, he fell to saying in himself, after many ardent sighs, Alack, the wretchedness of thy life, Titus! Wherein on what settest thou thy mind and thy love and thy hope? Knowest thou not that it behoveth thee, as well for the kindness received from Crims and his family as for the entire friendship that is between thee and Giuseppus, whose bride she is, to have yonder damsel in such respect as a sister? Whom, then, lovest thou? Whither lettest thou thyself be carried away by delusive love, whither by fallacious hope? Open the eyes of thine understanding and recollect thyself, wretch that thou art, give place to reason, curb thy carnal appetite, temper thine unhallowed desires and direct thy thoughts unto other what, gainstand thy lust in this its beginning and conquer thyself, whilst it is yet time. This thou wouldst have is unseemly, nay, it is dishonourable, this thou art minded to ensue it behoveth thee, even wert thou assured, which thou art not, of obtaining it, to flee from, and thou have regard unto that which true friendship requireth and that which thou oughtest. What, then, wilt thou do, Titus? Thou wilt leave this unseemly love, and thou wouldst do that which behoveth. Then, remembering him of Sophronia and going over to the contrary, he denounced all that he had said, saying, The laws of love are of greater puissance than any others, they annul even the divine laws, let alone those of friendship. How often aforetime hath father loved daughter, brother sister, stepmother stepson, things more monstrous than for one friend to love the other's wife, the which hath already 1,000 times befallen. Moreover, I am young and youth is altogether subject to the laws of love, wherefore that which pleaseth him, needs must it please me. Things honourable pertain unto mature folk, I will not save that which love willeth. The beauty of yonder damsel deserveth to be loved of all, and if I love her, who am young, who can justly blame me therefore? I love her not because she is Giuseppus's, nay, I love her for that I should love her, whosoever she was. In this fortune sinneth that hath allotted her to Giuseppus my friend, rather than to another, and if she must be loved, as she must, and deservedly, for her beauty, Giuseppus, and he came to know it, should be better pleased that I should love her, than another. Then, from that reasoning he reverted again to the contrary, making mock of himself, and wasted not only that day and the ensuing night in passing from this to that and back again, but many others, insomuch that, losing appetite and sleep therefore, he was constrained for weakness to take to his bed. Giuseppus, having beheld him several days full of melancholy thought and seeing him presently sick, was sore concerned and with every art and all solicitude studied to comfort him, never leaving him and questioning him often and instantly of the cause of his melancholy and his sickness. Titus, after having once and again given him idle tales, which Giuseppus knew to be such, by way of answer, finding himself e'en constrained thereunto, with tears and sighs replied to him on this wise, Giuseppus, had it pleased the gods, death were far more agree to me than to live longer, considering that fortune hath brought me to a pass whereas it behoved me make proof of my virtue and that I have, to my exceeding shame, found this latter overcome, but certes I look thereof to have ere long the reward that befiteth me, to wit, death, and this will be more pleasing to me than to live in remembrance of my baseness, which latter, for that I cannot nor should hide aught from thee, I will, not without sore blushing, discover to thee. Then, beginning from the beginning, he discovered to him the cause of his melancholy and the conflict of his thoughts and ultimately gave him to know which had gotten the victory and confessed himself perishing for love of Sophronia, declaring that, knowing how much this misbeseemed him, he had for penance thereof resolved himself to die, whereof he trusted speedily to make an end. Giuseppus, hearing this and seeing his tears, abode a while irresolute, as one who, though more moderately, was himself taken with the charms of the fair damsel, but speedily bethought himself that his friend's life should be dearer to him than Sophronia. Accordingly, solicited to tears by those of his friend, he answered him, weeping, Titus, wert thou not in need as thou art of comfort, I should complain of thee to thyself, as of one who hath transgressed against our friendship in having so long kept thy most grievous passion hidden from me, since, albeit it appeared not to thee honourable, nevertheless dishonourable things should not, more than honourable, be hidden from a friend, for that a friend, like as he rejoiceth with his friend in honourable things, even so he studieth to do away the dishonourable from his friend's mind, but for the present I will refrain therefrom and come to that which I perceive to be of greater urgency. That thou lovest Sophronia, who is betrothed to me, I marvel not, nay, I should marvel, indeed, if it were not so, knowing her beauty and the nobility of thy mind, so much the more susceptible of passion as the thing that pleaseth hath the more excellence. And the more reason thou hast to love Sophronia, so much the more unjustly dost thou complain of fortune, albeit thou expressest this not in so many words, in that it hath awarded her to me, it seeming to thee that thy love for her had been honourable, were she other than mine. But tell me, if thou be as well advised as thou usest to be, to whom could fortune have awarded her, whereof thou shouldst have more cause to render it thanks, than of having awarded her to me? Whoso else had had her, how honourable soever thy love had been, had liefer loved her for himself than for thee, a thing which thou shouldst not fear from me, and thou hold me a friend such as I am to thee, for that I mind me not, since we have been friends, to have ever had aught that was not as much thine as mine. Now, were the matter so far advanced that it might not be otherwise, I would do with her as I have done with my other possessions, but it is yet at such a point that I can make her thine alone, and I will do so, for that I know not why my friendship should be dear to thee, if, in respect of a thing that may honourably be done, I knew not of a desire of mine to make thine. True it is that Sophronia is my promised bride and that I loved her much and looked with great joyance for my nuptials with her, but, since thou, being far more understanding than I, with more ardour desirest so dear a thing as she is, live assured that she shall enter my chamber, not as my wife, but as thine. Wherefore leave thought-taking, put away melancholy, call back thy lost health and comfort and allegress, and from this time forth expect with blitheness the reward of thy love, far worthier than was mine. When Titus heard Giuseppus speak thus, the more the flattering hopes given him of the latter afforded him pleasure, so much the more did just reason inform him with shame, showing him that, the greater was Giuseppus his liberality, the more unworthy it appeared of himself to use it, wherefore, without giving over weeping, he with difficulty replied to him thus, Giuseppus, thy generous and true friendship very plainly showeth me that which it pertaineth unto mine to do. God forfend that her, whom he hath bestowed upon thee as upon the worthier, I should receive from thee for mine. Had he judged it fitting that she should be mine, nor thou nor others can believe that he would ever have bestowed her on thee. Use, therefore, joyfully, thine election and discreet counsel and his gifts, and leave me to languish in the tears, which, as to one undeserving of such a treasure, he hath prepared unto me, and which I will either overcome, and that will be dear to thee, or they will overcome me and I shall be out of pain. Titus, rejoined Giuseppus, and our friendship might accord me such license that I should enforce thee to ensue a desire of mine, and if it may avail to induce thee to do so, it is in this case that I mean to use it to the utmost, and if thou yield not to my prayers with a good grace, I will, with such violence as it behoveth us use for the weal of our friends, procure that Sophronia shall be thine. I know how great is the might of love, and that, not once, but many a time, it hath brought lovers to a miserable death, nay, unto this I see thee so near that thou canst neither turn back nor avail to master thy tears, but, proceeding thus, wouldst pine and die, whereupon I, without any doubt, should speedily follow after. If, then, I loved thee not for other what, thy life is dear to me, so I myself may live. Sophronia, therefore, shall be thine, for that thou couldst not lightly find another woman who would so please thee, and as I shall easily turn my love unto another, I shall thus have contented both thyself and me. I should not, peradventure, be so free to do this, were wives as scarce and as uneath to find as friends. However, as I can very easily find me another wife, but not another friend, I had liefer, I will not say lose her, for that I shall not lose her, giving her to thee, but shall transfer her to another and a better self, but, transfer her than lose thee. Wherefore, if my prayers avail aught with thee, I beseech thee put away from thee this affliction, and comforting at once thyself and me, address thee with good hope to take that joyance which thy fervent love desireth of the thing beloved. Although Titus was ashamed to consent to this, namely, that Sophronia should become his wife, and on this account held out yet a while, nevertheless, Love on the one hand drawing him and Giuseppus his exhortations on the other urging him, he said, Look you, Giuseppus, I know not which I can say I do most, my pleasure or thine, in doing that whereof thou prayest me and which thou tellest me is so pleasing to thee, and since thy generosity is such that it overcometh my just shame, I will e'en do it. But of this thou mayst be assured that I do it as one who knoweth himself to receive of thee, not only the beloved lady, but with her his life. The gods grant, and it be possible, that I may yet be able to show thee, for thine honour and thy weal, how grateful to me is that which thou, more pitiful for me than I for myself, dost for me. These things said, Titus, quoth Giuseppus, in this matter, and we would have it take effect, meseemeth this course is to be held. As thou knowest, Sophronia, after long treaty between my kinsfolk and hers, is become my affianced bride, wherefore, should I now go about to say that I will not have her to wife, a sore scandal would ensue thereof and I should anger both her kinsfolk and mine own. Of this, indeed, I should reck nothing, and I saw that she was thereby to become thine, but I misdoubt me that, and I renounce her at this point, her kinsfolk will straightway give her to another, who belike will not be thyself, and so wilt thou have lost that which I shall not have gained. Wherefore meseemeth well, and thou be content, that I follow on with that which I have begun and bring her home as mine and hold the nuptials, and thou mayst after, as we shall know how to contrive, privily lie with her as with thy wife. Then, in due place and season, we will make manifest the fact, which, if it please them not, will still be done and they must perforce be content, being unable to go back upon it. The device pleased Titus, wherefore Giuseppus received the lady into his house, as his, Titus being by this recovered and in good case, and after holding high festival, the night being come, the ladies left the new married wife in her husband's bed and went their ways. Now Titus his chamber adjoined that of Giuseppus and one might go from the one room into the other, wherefore Giuseppus, being in his chamber and having put out all the lights, betook himself stealthily to his friend and bade him go couch with his mistress. Titus, seeing this, was overcome with shame and would fain have repented and refused to go, but Giuseppus, who with his whole heart, no less than in words, was minded to do his friend's pleasure, sent him thither, after long contention. When as he came into the bed, he took the damsel in his arms and asked her softly, as if in sport, if she chose to be his wife. She, thinking him to be Giuseppus, answered, Yes, whereupon he set a goodly and rich ring on her finger, saying, And I choose to be thy husband. Then, the marriage consummated, he took long and amorous pleasance of her, without her or others anywise perceiving that other than Giuseppus lay with her. The marriage of Sophronia and Titus being at this pass, Publius his father departed this life, wherefore it was written him that he should without delay return to Rome, to look to his affairs, and he accordingly took counsel with Giuseppus to betake himself thither and carry Sophronia with him, which might not nor should aptly be done without discovering to her how the case stood. Accordingly, one day, calling her into the chamber, they thoroughly discovered to her the fact and thereof Titus certified her by many particulars of that which had passed between them twain. Sophronia, after eyeing the one and the other somewhat despitefully, fell a weeping bitterly, complaining of Giuseppus his deceit. Then, rather than make any words of this in his house, she repaired to that of her father and there acquainted him and her mother with the cheat that had been put upon her and them by Giuseppus, avouching herself to be the wife of Titus and not of Giuseppus, as they believed. This was exceeding grievous to Sophronia's father, who made long and sore complaint thereof to her kinsfolk and those of Giuseppus, and much and great was the talk and the clamour by reason thereof. Giuseppus was held in despite both by his own kindred and those of Sophronia, and every one declared him worthy not only of blame, but of severe chastisement, whilst he, on the contrary, avouched himself to have done an honourable thing and one for which thanks should be rendered him by Sophronia's kinsfolk, having married her to a better than himself. Titus, on his part, heard and suffered everything with no little annoy, and knowing it to be the usance of the Greeks to press on with clamours and menaces, till such times as they found who should answer them, and then to become not only humble, but abject, he bethought himself that their clamour was no longer to be brooked without reply, and having a Roman spirit and an Athenian wit, he adroitly contrived to assemble Giuseppus his kinsfolk and those of Sophronia in a temple, wherein entering, accompanied by Giuseppus alone, he thus bespoke the expectant folk. It is the belief of many philosophers that the actions of mortals are determined and foreordained of the immortal gods, wherefore some will have it that all that is or shall ever be done is of necessity, albeit there be others who attribute this necessity to that only which is already done. If these opinions be considered with any diligence, it will very manifestly be seen that to blame a thing which cannot be undone is to do no other what than to seek to show oneself wiser than the gods, who, we must e'en believe, dispose of and govern us in our affairs with unfailing wisdom and without any error, wherefore you may very easily see what fond and brutish overweening it is to presume to find fault with their operations, and eke how many and what chains they merit who suffer themselves be so far carried away by hardihood as to do this. Of whom, to my thinking, you are all, if that be true which I understand you have said and still say, for that Sophronia is become my wife, whereas you had given her to Giuseppus, never considering that it was foreordained from all eternity that she should become not his, but mine, as by the issue is known at this present. But, for that to speak of the secret foreordinance and intention of the gods appeareth unto many a hard thing and a grievous to apprehend, I am willing to suppose that they concern not themselves with aught of our affairs, and to condescend to the counsels of mankind, in speaking whereof, it will behove me to do two things, both very contrary to my usances, the one, some deally to commend myself, and the other, in some measure to blame or disparage others, but, for that I purpose, neither in the one nor in the other, to depart from the truth, and that the present matter requireth it, I will e'en do it. Your complainings, dictated more by rage than by reason, upbraid, revile and condemn Giuseppus with continual murmurs or rather clamours, for that, of his counsel, he hath given me to wife her whom you of yours had given him, whereas I hold that he is supremely to be commended therefore, and that for two reasons, the one, for that he hath done that which a friend should do, and the other, for that he hath in this wrought more discreetly than did you. That which the sacred laws of friendship will that one friend should do for the other, it is not my intention at this present to expound, being content to have recalled to you this much only thereof, to wit, that the bonds of friendship are far more stringent than those of blood or of kindred, seeing that the friends we have are such as we choose for ourselves, and our kinsfolk such as fortune giveth us. Wherefore, if Giuseppus loved my life more than your goodwill, I being his friend, as I hold myself, none should marvel thereat. But to come to the second reason, whereanent it more instantly behoveth to show you that he hath been wiser than yourselves, since meseemeth you reck nothing of the foreordinance of the gods, and know yet less of the effects of friendship, I say, then, that you of your judgment, of your counsel and of your deliberation, gave Sophronia to Giuseppus, a young man and a philosopher. Giuseppus of his gave her to a young man and a philosopher, your counsel gave her to an Athenian, and that of Giuseppus to a Roman. Your counsel gave her to a youth of noble birth, and his to one yet nobler, yours to a rich youth, his to a very rich, yours to a youth who not only loved her not, but scarce knew her, his to one who loved her over his every happiness and more than his very life. And to show you that this I say is true, and that Giuseppus his action is more commendable than yours, let us consider it, part by part. That I, like Giuseppus, am a young man and a philosopher, my favour and my studies may declare, without more discourse thereof. One same age is his and mine, and still with equal step have we proceeded studying. True, he is an Athenian and I am a Roman. If it be disputed of the glory of our native cities, I say that I am a citizen of a free city and he of a tributary one. I am of a city mistress of the whole world and he of a city obedient unto mine. I am of a city most illustrious in arms, in empery, and in letters, whereas he can only commend his own for letters. Moreover, albeit you see me here on lowly wise enough a student, I am not born of the dregs of the Roman populace. My houses and the public places of Rome are full of antique images of my ancestors, and the Roman annals will be found full of many a triumph led by the Quincii up to the Roman capital, nor is the glory of our name fallen for age into decay, nay, it presently flourisheth more splendidly than ever. I speak not, for shamefastness, of my riches, bearing in mind that honourable poverty hath ever been the ancient and most ample patrimony of the noble citizens of Rome, but, if this be condemned of the opinion of the vulgar and treasures commended, I am abundantly provided with these latter, not as one covetous, but as beloved of fortune. I know very well that it was and should have been and should be dear unto you to have Giuseppus here in Athens to kinsman, but I ought not for any reason to be less dear to you at Rome, considering that in me you would have there an excellent host and an useful and diligent and powerful patron, no less in public occasions than in matters of private need. Who then, letting be wilfulness and considering with reason, will commend your counsels above those of my Giuseppus? Certes, none. Sophronia, then, is well and duly married to Titus Quintius Fulvus, a noble, rich and long-descended citizen of Rome and a friend of Giuseppus, wherefore whoso complaineth or maketh moan of this doth not that which he ought, neither knoweth that which he doth. Some perchance will say that they complain not of Sophronia being the wife of Titus, but of the manner wherein she became his wife, to wit, in secret and by stealth, without friend or kinsman knowing aught thereof, but this is no marvel nor thing that betideth newly. I willingly leave be those who have aforetime taken husbands against their parents' will, and those who have fled with their lovers and have been mistresses before they were wives, and those who have discovered themselves to be married rather by pregnancy or childbearing than with the tongue, yet hath necessity commended it to their kinsfolk, nothing of which hath happened in Sophronia's case, Nay, she hath orderly, discreetly and honourably been given by Giuseppus to Titus. Others will say that he gave her in marriage to whom it appertained not to do so, but these be all foolish and womanish complaints and proceed from lack of advisement. This is not the first time that fortune hath made use of various means and strange instruments to bring matters to foreordained issues. What have I to care if it be a cordwainer rather than a philosopher, that hath, according to his judgment, dispatched an affair of mine, and whether in secret or openly, provided the issue be good. If the cordwainer be indiscreet, all I have to do is to look well that he have no more to do with my affairs and thank him for that which is done. If Giuseppus hath married Sophronia well, it is a superfluous folly to go complaining of the manner and of him. If you have no confidence in his judgment, look he have no more of your daughters to marry and thank him for this one. Nevertheless I would have you to know that I sought not, either by art or by fraud, to impose any stain upon the honour and illustriousness of your blood in the person of Sophronia, and that, albeit I took her secretly to wife, I came not as a ravisher to rob her of her maidenhead nor sought, after the manner of an enemy, whilst shunning your alliance, to have her otherwise than honourably, but, being ardently enkindled by her lovesome beauty and by her worth and knowing that, had I sought her with that ordinance which you will maybe say I should have used, I should not, she being much beloved of you, have had her, for fear lest I should carry her off to Rome, I used the occult means that may now be discovered to you and caused Giuseppus, in my person, consent unto that which he himself was not disposed to do. Moreover, ardently as I loved her, I sought her embraces not as a lover, but as a husband, nor, as she herself can truly testify, did I draw near to her till I had first both with the due words and with the ring espoused her, asking her if she would have me for husband, to which she answered I. If it appear to her that she hath been deceived, it is not I who am to blame therefore, but she, who asked me not who I was. This, then, is the great misdeed, the grievous crime, the sore default committed by Giuseppus as a friend and by myself as a lover, to wit, that Sophronia hath secretly become the wife of Titus Quintius, and this it is for which you defame and menace and plot against him. What more could you do, had he bestowed her upon a churl, a losel, or a slave? What chains, what prison, what gibbets had sufficed thereunto? But let that be for the present, the time is come which I look not for yet, to wit, my father is dead and it behoveth me return to Rome, wherefore, meaning to carry Sophronia with me, I have discovered to you that which I should otherwise belike have yet kept hidden from you and with which, an you be wise, you will cheerfully put up, for that, had I wished to cheat or outrage you, I might have left her to you, scorned and dishonoured, but God forfend that such a baseness should ever avail to harbour in a Roman breast. She, then, namely Sophronia, by the consent of the gods and the operation of the laws of mankind, no less than by the admirable contrivance of my Giuseppus and mine own amorous astuteness, is become mine, and this it seemeth that you, holding yourselves belike wiser than the gods and than the rest of mankind, brutishly condemn, showing your disapproval in two ways both exceedingly noyous to myself, first by detaining Sophronia, over whom you have no right, save in so far as it pleaseth me to allow it, and secondly, by entreating Giuseppus, to whom you are justly beholden, as an enemy. How foolishly you do in both which things I purpose not at this present to make farther manifest to you, but will only counsel you, as a friend, to lay by your despites and altogether leaving your resentments and the rancours that you have conceived, to restore Sophronia to me, so I may joyfully depart your kinsman and live your friend, for of this, whether that which is done please you or please you not, you may be assured that, if you offer to do otherwise, I will take Giuseppus from you and if I win to Rome, I will without fail, however ill you may take it, have her again who is justly mine and ever after showing myself your enemy, will cause you know by experience that whereof the despite of Roman souls is capable. Titus, having thus spoken, rose to his feet, with a countenance all disordered for anger, and taking Giuseppus by the hand, went forth of the temple, shaking his head threateningly and showing that he recked little of as many as were there. The latter, in part reconciled by his reasonings to the alliance and desirous of his friendship and in part terrified by his last words, of one accord determined that it was better to have him for a kinsman, since Giuseppus had not willed it, than to have lost the latter to kinsman and gotten the former for an enemy. Accordingly, going in quest of Titus, they told him that they were willing that Sophronia should be his and to have him for a dear kinsman and Giuseppus for a dear friend, then, having mutually done each other such honours and courtesies as beseem between kinsmen and friends, they took their leaves and sent Sophronia back to him. She, like a wise woman, making a virtue of necessity, readily transferred to Titus the affection she bore Giuseppus and repaired with him to Rome, where she was received with great honour. Meanwhile, Giuseppus abode in Athens, held in little esteem of well nigh all, and no great while after, through certain intestine troubles, was, with all those of his house, expelled from Athens in poverty and misery, and condemned to perpetual exile. Finding himself in this case and being grown not only poor, but beggarly, he betook himself, as least ill he might, to Rome, to essay if Titus should remember him. There, learning that the latter was alive and high in favor with all the Romans and inquiring for his dwelling place, he stationed himself before the door and there abode till such time as Titus came, to whom, by reason of the wretched plight wherein he was, he dared not say a word, but studied to cause himself be seen of him, so he might recognize him and let call him to himself, wherefore Titus passed on, without noting him and Giuseppus, conceiving that he had seen and shunned him and, remembering him of that which himself had done for him aforetime, departed, despiteful and despairing. It being by this night and he fasting and penniless, he wandered on, unknowing whither and more desirous of death than of other what, and presently happened upon a very desert part of the city, where seeing a great cavern, he addressed himself to abide the night there and presently, first pent with long weeping, he fell asleep on the naked earth and ill in case. To this cavern too, who had gone a-thieving together that night, came towards morning, with the booty they had gotten, and falling out over the division, one, who was the stronger, slew the other and went away. Giuseppus had seen and heard this and him seemed he had found a way to the death so sore desired of him, without slaying himself, wherefore he abode without stirring, till such time as the sergeants of the watch, who had by this gotten wind of the deed, came thither and laying furious hands of him, carried him off prisoner. Giuseppus, being examined, confessed that he had murdered the man nor had since availed to depart the cavern, whereupon the praetor, who was called Marcus Varro, commanded that he should be put to death upon the cross, as the usance then was. Now Titus was by chance come at that juncture to the praetorium and looking the wretched condemned man in the face and hearing why he had been doomed to die, suddenly knew him for Giuseppus, whereupon, marvelling at his sorry fortune and how he came to be in Rome and desiring most ardently to succour him, but seeing no other means of saving him than to accuse himself and thus excuse him, he thrust forward in haste and cried out, saying, Marcus Varro, call back the poor man whom thou hast condemned, for that he is innocent. I have enough offended against the gods with one crime, in slaying him whom thine officer found this morning dead, without willing presently to wrong them with the death of another innocent. Varro marvelled and it irked him that all the praetorium should have heard him, but, being unable, for his own honour's sake, to forbear from doing that which the laws commanded, he caused bring back Giuseppus and in the presence of Titus said to him, How camest thou to be so mad that, without suffering any torture, thou confessedst to that which thou didst not, it being a capital matter? Thou declaredst thyself to be he who slew the man yesternight, and now this man cometh and saith that it was not thou, but he that slew him. Giuseppus looked and seeing that it was Titus, perceived full well that he did this to save him, as grateful for the service aforetime received from him, wherefore, weeping for pity, Varro, quoth he, indeed it was I slew him and Titus his solicitude for my safety is now too late. Titus on the other hand, said, Praetor, do as thou seest. This man is a stranger and was found without arms beside the murdered man, and thou mayst see that his wretchedness giveth him occasion to wish to die, wherefore do thou release him and punish me, who have deserved it. Varro marvelled at the insistence of these two and beginning now to presume that neither of them might be guilty, was casting about for a means of acquitting them, when, behold, up came a youth called Publius Ambustus, a man of notorious ill life and known to all the Romans for an arrant rogue, who had actually done the murder and knowing neither of the twain to be guilty of that whereof each accused himself. Such was the pity that overcame his heart for the innocence of the two friends that, moved by supreme compassion, he came before Varro and said, Praetor, my fates impel me to solve the grievous contention of these twain and I know not what God within me spurreth and importuneth me to discover to thee my sin. Know, then, that neither of these men is guilty of that whereof each accuseth himself. I am verily he who slew yonder man this morning towards daybreak and I saw this poor wretch asleep there, what while I was in act to divide the booty gotten with him whom I slew. There is no need for me to excuse Titus, his renown is everywhere manifest and every one knoweth him to be no man of such a condition. Release him, therefore, and take of me that forfeit which the laws impose on me. By this Octavianus had notice of the matter and causing all three be brought before him, desired to hear what cause had moved each of them to seek to be the condemned man. Accordingly, each related his own story, whereupon Octavianus released the two friends, for that they were innocent, and pardoned the other for the love of them. Thereupon Titus took his Giuseppus and first reproaching him sore for lukewarmness and diffidence, rejoiced in him with marvellous great joy and carried him to his house, where Sophronia with tears of compassion received him as a brother. Then, having a while recruited him with rest and refreshment and reclothed him and restored him to such a habit as sorted with his worth and quality, he first shared all his treasures and estates in common with him and after gave him to wife a young sister of his, called Fulvia, saying, Giuseppus, henceforth it resteth with thee whether thou wilt abide here with me or return with everything I have given thee into Achaia. Giuseppus, constrained on the one hand by his banishment from his native land and on the other by the love which he justly bore to the cherished friendship of Titus, consented to become a Roman and accordingly took up his abode in the city, where he with his Fulvia and Titus with his Sophronia lived long and happily, still abiding in one house and waxing more friends, and more they might be, every day. A most sacred thing, then, is friendship and worthy not only of especial reverence, but to be commended with perpetual praise, as the most discreet mother of magnanimity and honor, the sister of gratitude and charity and the enemy of hatred and avarice, still, without waiting to be entreated, ready virtuously to do unto others that which it would have done to itself. Nowadays its divine effects are very rarely to be seen in any twain, by the fault and to the shame of the wretched cupidity of mankind, which, regarding only its own profit, hath relegated it to perpetual exile, beyond the extremest limits of the earth. What love, what riches, what kinship, what, except friendship, could have made Giuseppus feel in his heart the ardor, the tears, and the sighs of Titus with such efficacy as to cause him yield up to his friend his betrothed bride, fair and gentle and beloved of him? What laws, what menaces, what fears could have enforced the young arms of Giuseppus to abstain, in solitary places and in dark, nay, in his very bed, from the embraces of the fair damsel, she mayhap betimes inviting him, had friendship not done it? What honours, what rewards, what advancements, what, indeed, but friendship, could have made Giuseppus reck not of losing his own kinsfolk and those of Sophronia nor of the unmannerly clamours of the populace nor of scoffs and insults, so that he might pleasure his friend? On the other hand, what, but friendship, could have prompted Titus, when as he might fairly have feigned not to see, unhesitatingly to compass his own death, that he might deliver Giuseppus from the cross to which he had of his own motion procured himself to be condemned? What else could have made Titus, without the least demur, so liberal in sharing his most ample patrimony with Giuseppus, whom fortune had bereft of his own? What else could have made him so forward to vouchsafe his sister to his friend, albeit he saw him very poor and reduced to the extreme of misery? Let men, then, covet a multitude of comrades, troops of brethren and children galore and add, by dint of moneys, to the number of their servitors, considering not that every one of these, who and whatsoever he may be, is more fearful of every least danger of his own than careful to do away the great from father or brother or master, whereas we see a friend do altogether the contrary. The ninth story. Saladin, in the disguise of a merchant, is honourably entertained by Messer Torello d'Istria, who, presently undertaking the third crusade, appointeth his wife a term for her marrying again. He is taken by the Saracens and cometh, by his skill in training hawks, under the notice of the Soldan, who knoweth him again and discovering himself to him, entreateth him with the utmost honour. Then, Torello falling sick for languishment, he is by magical art transported in one night from Alexandria to Pavia, where, being recognized by his wife at the bride feast held for her marrying again, he returneth with her to his own house. Philomena having made an end of her discourse and the magnificent gratitude of Titus having been of all alike commended, the king, reserving the last place unto Dioneo, proceeded to speak thus: Assuredly, lovesome ladies, Philomena speaketh sooth in that which she saith of friendship and with reason complaineth, in concluding her discourse, of its being so little in favour with mankind. If we were here for the purpose of correcting the defaults of the age or even of reprehending them, I might ensue her words with a discourse at large upon the subject, but, for that we aim at other what, it hath occurred to my mind to set forth to you, in a story belike somewhat overlong, but withal altogether pleasing, one of the magnificences of Saladin, to the end that, if, by reason of our defaults, the friendship of any one may not be throughly acquired, we may, at the least, be led, by the things which you shall hear in my story, to take delight in doing service, in the hope that, whensoever it may be, reward will ensue to us thereof. I must tell you, then, that, according to that which divers folk affirm, a general crusade was, in the days of the Emperor Frederick I, undertaken by the Christians for the recovery of the Holy Land, whereof Saladin, a very noble and valiant prince, who was then Soldan of Babylon, having notice a while beforehand, he bethought himself to seek in his own person to see the preparations of the Christian princes for the undertaking in question, so he might the better avail to provide himself. Accordingly, having ordered all his affairs in Egypt, he made a show of going a pilgrimage and set out in the disguise of a merchant, attended by 2 only of his chiefest and sagest officers and 3 serving men. After he had visited many Christian countries, it chanced that, as they rode through Lombardy, thinking to pass beyond the mountains, they encountered, about vespers, on the road from Milan to Pavia, a gentleman of the latter place, by name Messer Torello d'Istria, who was on his way, with his servants and dogs and falcons, to sojourn at a goodly country seat he had upon the Tisano, and no sooner set eyes on Saladin and his company than he knew them for gentlemen and strangers, wherefore, they Soldan inquiring of one of his servants how far they were yet distant from Pavia and if he might win thither in time to enter the city, he suffered not the man to reply, but himself answered, Gentlemen, you cannot reach Pavia in time to enter therein. Then, said Saladin, may it please you acquaint us, for that we are strangers, where we may best lodge the night. Quoth Messer Torello, that will I willingly do. I had it presently in mind to dispatch one of my men here to the neighbourhood of Pavia for somewhat. I will send him with you and he shall bring you to a place where you may lodge conveniently enough. Then, turning to the discreetest of his men he privily enjoined him what he should do and sent him with them, whilst he himself, making for his country house, let order, as best he might, a goodly supper and set the tables in the garden, which done, he posted himself at the door to await his guests. Meanwhile, the servant, devising with the gentleman of one thing and another, led them about by certain byroads and brought them, without their suspecting it, to his lord's residence, where, when as Messer Torello saw them, he came to meet them afoot and said, smiling, Gentlemen, you are very welcome. Saladin, who was very quick of apprehension, understood that the gentlemen had misdoubted him they would not have accepted his invitation, had he bidden them when as he fell in with them, and had, therefore, brought them by practice to his house, so they might not avail to refuse to pass the night with him, and accordingly, returning his greeting, he said, Sir, and one could complain of men of courtesy, we might complain of you, for that, letting be that you have somewhat hindered us from our road, you have, without our having merited your goodwill otherwise than by a mere salutation, constrained us to accept of such noble hospitality as is this of yours. Gentlemen, answered Messer Torello, who was a discreet and well-spoken man, it is but a sorry hospitality that you will receive from us, regard had to that which should behove unto you, and I may judge by that which I apprehend from your carriage and that of your companions, but in truth you could nowhere out of Pavia have found any decent place of entertainment, wherefore, let it not irk you to have gone some dealey beside your way, to have a little less unease. Meanwhile, his servants came round about the travellers and helping them to dismount, eased their horses. Messer Torello then brought the 3 stranger gentlemen to the chambers prepared for them, where he let unboot them and refresh them somewhat with very cool wines and entertained them in agreeable discourse till such time as they might sup. Saladin and his companions and servants all knew Latin, wherefore they understood very well and were understood, and it seemed to each of them that this gentleman was the most pleasant and well-mannered man they had ever seen, and the best spoken. It appeared to Messer Torello, on the other hand, that they were men of magnificent fashions and much more of account than he had at first conceived, wherefore he was inwardly chagrined that he could not honour them that evening with companions and with a more considerable entertainment. But for this he bethought himself to make them amends on the morrow, and accordingly, having instructed one of his servants of that which he would have done, he dispatched him to Pavia, which was very near at hand and where no gate was ever locked, to his lady, who was exceeding discreet and great-hearted. Then, carrying the gentlemen into the garden, he courteously asked them who they were, to which Saladin answered, We are merchants from Cyprus and are bound to Paris on our occasions. Would to God, cried Messer Torello, that this our country produced gentlemen of such a fashion as I see Cyprus doth merchants. In these and other discourses they abode till it was time to sup, whereupon he left it to them to honour themselves at table, and there, for an improvised supper, they were very well and orderly served, nor had they abidden long after the tables were removed, when Messer Torello, judging them to be weary, put them to sleep in very goodly beds and himself a little after in like manner betook himself to rest. Meanwhile the servant sent to Pavia did his errand to the lady, who, with no womanly, but with a royal spirit, let call in haste a great number of the friends and servants of Messer Torello and made ready all that behoved unto a magnificent banquet. Moreover, she let bid by torchlight many of the noblest of the town folk to the banquet and bringing out cloths and silks and furs, caused throughly order that which her husband had sent to bid her do. The day come, Saladin and his companions arose, whereupon Messer Torello took horse with them and sending for his falcons, carried them to a neighbouring ford and there showed them how the latter flew. Then, Saladin inquiring for someone who should bring him to Pavia and to the best inn, his host said, I will be your guide, for that it behoveth me go thither. The others, believing this, were content and set out in company with him for the city, which they reached about tierce, and thinking to be on their way to the best inn, were carried by Messer Torello to his own house, where a good 100 of the most considerable citizens were already come to receive the stranger gentleman, and were straightway about their bridles and stirrups. Saladin and his companions, seeing this, understood but too well what was forward, and said, Messer Torello, this is not what we asked of you. You have done enough for us this past night, aye, and far more than we are worth, wherefore you might now fitly suffer us fare on our way. Gentlemen, replied Messer Torello, for my yesternight's dealing with you I am more indebted to fortune than to you, which took you on the road at an hour when it behoved you come to my poor house, but of your this morning's visit I shall be beholden to yourselves, and with me all these gentlemen who are about you, and to whom it seemed to you courteous to refuse to dine with them, you can do so, if you will. Saladin and his companions, overcome, dismounted, and being joyfully received by the assembled company, were carried to chambers which had been most sumptuously arrayed for them, where having put off their travelling gear and somewhat refreshed themselves, they repaired to the saloon, where the banquet was splendidly prepared. Water having been given to the hands, they were seated at table with the goodliest and most orderly observance, and magnificently served with many viands, insomuch that, were the emperor himself come thither, it had been impossible to do him more honour, and albeit Saladin and his companions were great lords and used to see very great things, nathless, they were mightily wondered at this, and it seemed to them of the greatest, having regard to the quality of the gentleman, whom they knew to be only a citizen and not a lord. Dinner ended and the tables removed, they conversed a while of divers things, then, at Messer Torello's instance, the heat being great, the gentlemen of Pavia all betook themselves to repose, whilst he himself, abiding alone with his 3 guests, carried them into a chamber, and, that no precious thing of his should remain unseen of them, let call thither his noble lady. Accordingly, the latter, who was very fair and tall of her person, came into them, arrayed in rich apparel and flanked by 2 little sons of hers, as they were 2 angels, and saluted them courteously. The strangers, seeing her, rose to their feet, and receiving her with worship, caused her sit among them, and made much of her 2 fair children. Therewithal she entered into pleasant discourse with them, and presently, Messer Torello having gone out a while, she asked them courteously whence they were and whither they went, to which they made answer even as they had done to her husband, whereupon quoth she, with a blithe air, then see I that my womanly advisement will be useful, wherefore I pray you, of your especial favour, refuse me not, neither disdain a slight present, which I shall cause bring you, but accept it, considering that women, of their little heart, give little things, and regarding more the goodwill of the giver than the value of the gift. Then, letting fetch them each 2 gowns, one lined with silk and the other with miniver, no wise citizens' clothes nor merchants, but fit for great lords to wear, and 3 doublets of sendal and linen breeches to match, she said, take these, I have clad my lord in gowns of the like fashion, and the other things, for all they are little worth, may be acceptable to you. Considering that you are far from your ladies, and the length of the way you have travelled, and that which is yet to travel, and that merchants are proper men and nice of their persons. The Saracens marvelled, and manifestly perceived that Messer Torello was minded to leave no particular of hospitality undone them, nay, seeing the magnificence of the unmerchant-like gowns, they misdoubted them they had been recognized of him. However, one of them made answer to the lady, saying, Madam, these are very great matters, and such as should not lightly be accepted, and your prayers, to which it is impossible to say no, constrained us not thereto. This done, and Messer Torello being now returned, the lady, commending them to God, took leave of them, and let furnish their servants with like things such as sorted with their condition. Messer Torello with many prayers prevailed upon them to abide with him all that day, wherefore, after they had slept a while, they donned their gowns and rode with him some dealy about the city. Then, the supper hour come, they supped magnificently with many worshipful companions, and in due time betook themselves to rest. On the morrow they arose with day, and found, in place of their tired hackneys, 3 stout and good palfreys, and on likewise fresh and strong horses for their servants, which when Saladin saw, he turned to his companions and said, I vow to God that never was there a more accomplished gentleman nor a more courteous and apprehensive than this one, and if the kings of the Christians are kings of such a fashion as this is a gentleman, the Sultan of Babylon can never hope to stand against a single one of them, not to speak of the many whom we see make ready to fall upon him. Then, knowing that it were in vain to seek to refuse this new gift, they very courteously thanked him therefor and mounted to horse. Messer Torello, with many companions, brought them a great way without the city, till, grievous as it was to Saladin to part from him, so much was he by this grown enamoured of him, nathless, need constraining him to press on, he presently besought him to turn back, whereupon, loath as he was to leave them, Gentlemen, quoth he, since it pleaseth you, I will do it, but one thing I will e'en say to you, I know not who you are nor do I ask to know more thereof than it pleaseth you to tell me. But, be you who you may, you will never make me believe that you are merchants, and so I commend you to God. Saladin, having by this taken leave of all Messer Torello's companions, replied to him, saying, Sir, we may yet chance to let you see somewhat of our merchandise, whereby we may confirm your belief, meantime, God be with you. Thereupon he departed with his followers, firmly resolved, if life should endure to him and the war he looked for undo him not, to do Messer Torello no less honour than that which he had done him, and much did he discourse with his companions of him and of his lady and all his affairs and fashions and dealings, mightily commending everything. Then, after he had, with no little fatigue, visited all the west, he took ship with his companions and returned to Alexandria, where, being now fully informed, he addressed himself to his defence. As for Messer Torello, he returned to Pavia and went long in thought who these might be, but never hit upon the truth, no, nor came near it. The time being now come for the crusade and great preparations made everywhere, Messer Torello, notwithstanding the tears and entreaties of his wife, was altogether resolved to go thereon, and having made his every provision and being about to take horse, he said to his lady, whom he loved over all, Wife, as thou seest, I go on this crusade, as well for the honour of my body as for the health of my soul. I commend to thee our affairs and our honour, and for that I am certain of the going, but of the returning, for 1,000 chances that may betide, I have no assurance. I will have thee do me a favour, to wit, that whatever befall of me, and thou have not certain news of my life, thou shalt await me a year and a month and a day, ere thou marry again, beginning from this the day of my departure. The lady, who wept sore, answered, Messer Torello, I know not how I shall endure the chagrin wherein you leave me by your departure, but, and my life prove stronger than my grief and aught befall you, you may live and die assured that I shall live and die the wife of Messer Torello and of his memory. Wife, rejoined Messer Torello, I am very certain that, inasmuch as in thee lieth, this that thou promisest me will come to pass, but thou art a young woman and fair and of high family and thy worth is great and everywhere known, wherefore I doubt not but many great and noble gentlemen will, should aught be misdoubted of me, demand thee of thy brethren and kinsfolk, from whose importunities, how much soever thou mightest wish, thou wilt not be able to defend thyself and it will behove thee perforce comply with their wishes, and this is why I ask of thee this term and not a greater one. Quoth the lady, I will do what I may of that which I have told you, and should it nevertheless behove me to do otherwise, I will assuredly obey you in this that you enjoin me, but I pray God that he bring nor you nor me to such an extremity in these days. This said, she embraced him, weeping, and drawing a ring from her finger, gave it to him, saying, and it chance that I die ere I see you again, remember me when you look upon this ring. Torello took the ring and mounted to horse, then, bidding all his people adieu, he set out on his journey and came presently with his company to Genoa. There he embarked on board a galleon and coming in a little while to Acre, joined himself to the other army of the Christians, wherein, well nigh out of hand, there began a sore sickness and mortality. During this, whether by Saladin's skill or of his good fortune, well nigh all the remnant of the Christians who had escaped alive were taken by him, without blow stricken, and divided among many cities and imprisoned. Messer Torello was one of those taken and was carried prisoner to Alexandria, where, being unknown and fearing to make himself known, he addressed himself, of necessity constrained, to the training of hawks, of which he was a great master, and by this he came under the notice of Saladin, who took him out of prison and entertained him for his falconer. Messer Torello, who was called by the Soldan by none other name than the Christian, recognized him not nor did Saladin recognize him, nay, all his thoughts were in Pavia and he had more than once essayed to flee, but without avail, wherefore, certain Genoese coming ambassadors to Saladin, to treat for the ransom of sundry of their townsmen, and being about to depart, he bethought himself to write to his lady, giving her to know that he was alive and would return to her as quickly as he might, and bidding her await him. Accordingly, he wrote letters to this effect and instantly besought one of the ambassadors, whom he knew, to cause them come to the hands of the abbot of San Pietro in Cialdoro, who was his uncle. Things being at this pass with him, it befell one day that, as Saladin was devising with him of his hawks, Messer Torello chanced to smile and made a motion with his mouth, which the former had much noted, what while he was in his house at Pavia. This brought the gentleman to his mind and looking steadfastly upon him, seemed it was himself, wherefore, leaving the former discourse, Hark ye, Christian, said he, what countryman art thou of the West? My lord, replied Torello, I am a Lombard of a city called Pavia, a poor man and of mean condition. Saladin, hearing this, was in a manner certified of the truth of his suspicion and said joyfully in himself, God hath vouchsafed me an opportunity of showing this man how grateful his courtesy was to me. Accordingly, without saying other what, he let lay out all his apparel in a chamber and carrying him thither, said to him, Look, Christian, if there be any among these gowns that thou hast ever seen. Torello looked and saw those which his lady had given Saladin, but, nathless, conceiving not that they could possibly be the same, he answered, My lord, I know none of them, albeit, in good sooth, these twain do favour certain gowns wherewithal I, together with 3 merchants who came to my house, was invested aforetime. Thereupon Saladin, unable to contain himself farther, embraced him tenderly, saying, You are Messer Torello d'Istria and I am one of the 3 merchants to whom your lady gave these gowns, and now is the time come to certify you what manner merchandise mine is, even as I told you, at my parting from you, might chance to betide. Messer Torello, hearing this, was at once rejoiced and ashamed, rejoiced to have had such a guest and ashamed for that him seemed he had entertained him but scurvily. Then said Saladin, Messer Torello, since God hath sent you hither to me, henceforth consider that not I, but you are master here. Accordingly, after they had mightily rejoiced in each other, he clad him in royal apparel and carrying him into the presence of all his chief barons, commanded, after saying many things in praise of his worth, that he should of all who held his favour dear be honoured as himself, which was thenceforward done of all, but above all of the 2 gentlemen who had been Saladin's companions in his house. The sudden height of glory to which Messer Torello thus found himself advanced put his Lombardy affairs some deally out of his mind, more by token that he had good reason to hope that his letters were by this come to his uncle's hands. Now there had died and been buried in the camp or rather in the host, of the Christians, the day they were taken by Saladin, a Provençal gentleman of little account, by name Messer Torello de Dignes, by reason whereof, Messer Torello d'Istria being renowned throughout the army for his magnificence, whosoever heard say, Messer Torello is dead, believed it of Messer Torello d'Istria, not of him of Dignes. The hazard of the capture that ensued thereupon suffered not those who had been thus misled to be undeceived, wherefore many Italians returned with this news, amongst whom were some who scrupled not to avouch that they had seen him dead and had been at the burial. This, coming to be known of his wife and kinsfolk, was the cause of grievous and inexpressible sorrow, not only to them, but to all who had known him. It were longsome to set forth what and how great was the grief and sorrow and lamentation of his lady, but, after having bemoaned herself some months in continual affliction, coming to sorrow less and being sought in marriage with the chiefest men in Lombardy, she began to be presently importuned by her brothers and other her kinsfolk to marry again. After having again and again refused with many tears, needs must she at the last consent perforce to do her kinsfolk's will, on condition that she should abide, without going to a husband, so long as she had promised Messer Torello. The lady's affairs at Pavia being at this pass and there lacking maybe 8 days of the term appointed for her going to her new husband, it chanced that Messer Torello espied one day in Alexandria one whom he had seen embark with the Genoese ambassadors on board the galley that was to carry them back to Genoa, and calling him, asked him what manner voyage they had had and when they had reached Genoa, whereto the other replied, Sir, the galleon, as I heard in Crete, where I remained, made an ill voyage, for that, as she drew near unto Sicily, there arose a furious northerly wind, which drove her on to the Barbary quicksands, nor was any one saved, and amongst the rest 2 brothers of mine perished there. Messer Torello, giving credit to his words, which were indeed but too true, and remembering him that the term required by him of his wife ended a few days thence, concluded that nothing could be known at Pavia of his condition and held it for certain that the lady must have married again. Wherefore he fell into such a chagrin that he lost sleep and appetite and taking to his bed, determined to die. When Saladin, who loved him above all, heard of this, he came to him and having, by dint of many and urgent prayers, learned the cause of his grief and his sickness, upbraided him sore for that he had not before told it to him and after besought him to be comforted, assuring him that, if he would but take heart, he would so contrive that he should be in Pavia at the appointed term and told him how. Messer Torello, putting faith in Saladin's words and having many a time heard say that this was possible and had indeed been often enough done, began to take comfort and pressed Saladin to dispatch. The Soldan accordingly charged a nigromancer of his, of whose skill he had aforetime made proof, to cast about for a means whereby Messer Torello should be in one night transported upon a bed to Pavia, to which the magician replied that it should be done, but that, for the gentleman's own weal, he must put him to sleep. This done, Saladin returned to Messer Torello and finding him altogether resolved to seek at any hazard to be in Pavia at the term appointed, if it were possible, and in default thereof, to die, bespoke him thus, Messer Torello, God knoweth that I neither will nor can anyways blame you if you tenderly love your lady and are fearful of her becoming another's, for that, of all the women I ever saw, she it is whose manners, whose fashions and whose demeanour, leaving be her beauty, which is but a short-lived flower, appear to me most worthy to be commended and held dear. It had been very grateful to me, since fortune hath sent you hither, that we should have passed together, as equal masters in the governance of this my realm, such time as you and I have to live, and if this was not to be vouchsafed me of God, it being fated that you should take it to heart to seek either to die or to find yourself in Pavia at the appointed term, I should above all have desired to know it in time, that I might have you transported to your house with such honour, such magnificence and in such company as your worth meriteth. However, since this hath not been vouchsafed and you desire to be presently there, I will e'en, as I may, dispatch you thither after the fashion whereof I have bespoken you. My lord, replied Messer Torello, your acts, without your words, have given me sufficient proof of your favour, which I have never merited in such supreme degree, and of that which you say, though you had not said it, I shall live and die most assured, but, since I have taken this resolve, I pray you that that which you tell me you will do may be done speedily, for that tomorrow is the last day I am to be looked for. Saladin answered that this should without fail be accomplished, and accordingly, on the morrow, meaning to send him away that same night, he let make, in a great hall of his palace, a very goodly and rich bed of mattresses, all, according to their usance, of velvet and cloth of gold, and caused lay thereon a counterpoint curiously wrought in various figures with great pearls and jewels of great price, the which here in Italy was after esteemed an inestimable treasure, and 2 pillows such as sorted with a bed of that fashion. This done, he bade invest Messer Torello, who was presently well and strong again, in a gown of the Saracen fashion, the richest and goodliest thing that had ever been seen of any, and wind about his head, after their guise, one of his longest turban cloths. Then, it growing late, he betook himself with many of his barons to the chamber where Messer Torello was, and seating himself, well nigh weeping, by his side, bespoke him thus: Messer Torello, the hour draweth near that is to sunder me from you, and since I may not bear you company nor cause you to be accompanied, by reason of the nature of the journey you have to make, which suffereth it not, needs must I take leave of you here in this chamber, to which end I am come hither. Wherefore, ere I commend you to God, I conjure you, by that love and that friendship that is between us, that you remember you of me, and if it be possible, ere our times come to an end, that, when as you have ordered your affairs in Lombardy, you come at the least once to see me, to the end that, what while I am cheered by your sight, I may then supply the default which needs must I presently commit by reason of your haste, and against that betide, let it not irk you to visit me with letters, and require me of such things as shall please you, for that of a surety I will more gladly do them for you than for any man alive. As for Messer Torello, he could not contain his tears, wherefore, being hindered thereby, he answered, in a few words, that it was impossible his benefits and his nobility should ever escape his mind, and that he would without fail do that which he enjoined him, when as occasion should be afforded him, whereupon Saladin, having tenderly embraced him and kissed him, bade him with many tears Godspeed, and departed the chamber. The other barons then all took leave of him and followed the Soldan into the hall where he had caused make ready the bed. Meanwhile, it waxing late and the nigromant awaiting and pressing for dispatch, there came a physician to Messer Torello with a draught, and making him believe that he gave it him to fortify him, caused him drink it, nor was it long ere he fell asleep, and so, by Saladin's commandment, was carried into the hall and laid upon the bed aforesaid, whereon the Soldan placed a great and goodly crown of great price, and inscribed it on such wise that it was after manifestly understood to be sent by him to Messer Torello's lady, after which he put on Torello's finger a ring, wherein was a carbuncle enchased, so resplendent that it seemed a lighted flambeau, the value whereof could scarce be reckoned, and girt him with a sword, whose garniture might not lightly be appraised. Moreover, he let hang a fair mail on his breast, wherein were pearls whose like were never seen, together with other precious stones galore, and on his either side he caused set 2 great basins of gold, full of doubloons, and many strings of pearls and rings and girdles and other things, which it were tedious to recount, round about him. This done, he kissed him once more and bade the nigromant dispatch, whereupon, in his presence, the bed was incontinent taken away, Messer Torello and all, and Saladin abode devising of him with his barons. Meanwhile, Messer Torello had been set down, even as he had requested, in the church of San Pietro in Cialdoro at Pavia, with all the jewels and ornaments aforesaid, and yet slept when, matins having sounded, the sacristan of the church entered, with a light in his hand, and chancing suddenly to espy the rich bed, not only marvelled, but, seized with a terrible fright, turned and fled. The abbot and the monks, seeing him flee, marvelled and questioned him of the cause, which he told them, whereupon quoth the abbot, Mary, thou art no child nor art thou new to the church that thou shouldst thus lightly take fright, let us go see who hath played the bugbear with thee. Accordingly, kindling several lights, the abbot and all his monks entered the church and saw that wonder rich and goodly bed and thereon the gentleman asleep, and what while, misdoubting and fearful, they gazed upon the noble jewels, without drawing any was near to the bed, it befell that, the virtue of the draught being spent, Messer Torello awoke and heaved a great sigh, which when the monks saw and heard, they took to flight, abbot and all, affrighted and crying, Lord aid us. Messer Torello opened his eyes and looking about him, plainly perceived himself to be whereas he had asked Saladin to have him carried, at which he was mightily content. Then, sitting up, he particularly examined that which he had about him, and for all he had before known of the magnificence of Saladin, it seemed to him now greater and he knew it more. Nevertheless, without moving farther, seeing the monks flee and divining why, he proceeded to call the abbot by name, praying him be not afraid, for that he was Torello his nephew. The abbot, hearing this, waxed yet more fearful, as holding him as dead many months before, but, after a while, taking assurance by true arguments and hearing himself called, he made the sign of the cross and went up to him, whereupon quoth Messer Torello, How now, father mine, of what are you adread? Go to mercy, I am alive and returned hither from beyond seas. The abbot, for all he had a great beard and was clad after the Saracen fashion, presently recognized him and altogether reassured, took him by the hand, saying, My son, thou art welcome back. Then he continued, Thou must not marvel at our affright, for that there is not a man in these parts but firmly believeth thee to be dead, insomuch that I must tell thee that Madame Adalida thy wife, overmastered by the prayers and threats of her kinsfolk and against her own will, is married again and is this morning to go to her new husband, and the bride feast and all that pertaineth unto the nuptial festivities is prepared. Therewithal Messer Torello arose from off the rich bed and greeting the abbot and the monks with marvellous joyance, prayed them all to speak with none of that his return, against he should have dispatched an occasion of his, after which, having caused lay up the costly jewels in safety, he recounted to his uncle all that had befallen him up to that moment. The abbot rejoiced in his happy fortunes and together with him, rendered thanks to God, after which Messer Torello asked him who was his lady's new husband. The abbot told him and Torello said, I have a mind, ere folk know of my return, to see what manner countenance is that of my wife in these nuptials, wherefore, albeit it is not the usance of men of your habit to go to entertainments of this kind, I would have you contrive, for the love of me, that we may go thither, you and I. The abbot replied that he would well and accordingly, as soon as it was day, he sent to the new bridegroom, saying that he would fain be at his nuptials with a friend of his, whereto the gentleman answered that it liked him passing well. Accordingly, eating time come, Messer Torello, clad as he was, repaired with his uncle to the bridegroom's house, beheld with wonderment of all who saw him, but recognized of none, and the abbot told every one that he was a Saracen sent ambassador from the Soldan to the King of France. He was, therefore, seated at a table right over against his lady, whom he beheld with the utmost pleasure, and him seemed she was troubled in countenance at these new nuptials. She, in her turn, looked whiles upon him, but not of any cognizance that she had of him, for that his great beard and outlandish habit and the firm assurance she had that he was dead hindered her thereof. Presently, when as it seemed to him time to essay if she remembered her of him, he took the ring she had given him at his parting and calling a lad who served before her, said to him, Say to the bride, on my part, that it is the usance in my country, when as any stranger, such as I am here, eateth at the bride feast of any new married lady, like herself, that she, in token that she holdeth him welcome at her table, send him the cup, wherein she drinketh, full of wine, whereof after the stranger hath drunken what he will, the cup being covered again, the bride drinketh the rest. The page did his errand to the lady, who, like a well-bred and discreet woman as she was, believing him to be some great gentleman, commanded, to show him that she had his coming in gree, that a great gilded cup, which stood before her, should be washed and filled with wine and carried to the gentleman, and so it was done. Messer Torello, taking her ring in his mouth, contrived in drinking to drop it, unseen of any, into the cup, wherein having left but a little wine, he covered it again and dispatched it to the lady. Madame Adalida, taking the cup and uncovering it, that she might accomplish his usance, set it to her mouth and seeing the ring, considered it a while, without saying aught, then, knowing it for that which she had given to Messer Torello at parting, she took it up and looking fixedly upon him whom she deemed a stranger, presently recognized him, whereupon, as she were waxen mad, she overthrew the table she had before her and cried out, saying, "It is my lord, it is indeed Messer Torello." Then, running to the place where he sat, she cast herself as far forward as she might, without taking thought to her clothes or to aught that was on the table, and clipped him close in her arms, nor could, for word or deed of any there, be loosed from his neck till she was bidden of Messer Torello contain herself somewhat, for that time enough would yet be afforded her to embrace him. She accordingly having arisen, and the nuptials being by this all troubled, albeit in part more joyous than ever for the recovery of such a gentleman, every one, at Messer Torello's request, abode quiet, whereupon he related to them all that had betided him from the day of his departure up to that moment, concluding that the gentleman, who, deeming him dead, had taken his lady to wife, must not hold it ill if he, being alive, took her again unto himself. The bridegroom, though somewhat mortified, answered frankly and as a friend that it rested with himself to do what most pleased him of his own. Accordingly, the lady put off the ring and crown head of her new groom and donned the ring which she had taken from the cup and the crown sent her by the Soldan. Then, issuing forth of the house where they were, they betook themselves, with all the nuptial train, to Messer Torello's house, and there recomforted his disconsolate friends and kindred and all the townsfolk, who regarded his return as well nigh a miracle, with long and joyous festival. As for Messer Torello, after imparting of his precious jewels to him who had had the expense of the nuptials, as well as to the abbot and many others, and signifying his happy repatriation by more than one message to Saladin, whose friend and servant he still professed himself, he lived many years thereafterward with his noble lady, and thenceforth, used more hospitality and courtesy than ever. Such then was the issue of the troubles of Messer Torello and his beloved lady, and the recompense of their cheerful and ready hospitalities, the which many study to practice, who, albeit they have the wherewithal, do yet so ill contrive it that they make those on whom they bestow their courtesies by them, ere they have done with them, for more than their worth. Wherefore, if no reward ensue to them thereof, neither themselves nor others should marvel thereat. The 10th story. The Marquis of Salazzo, constrained by the prayers of his vassals to marry, but determined to do it after his own fashion, taketh to wife the daughter of a peasant, and hath of her 2 children, whom he maketh believe to her to put to death, after which, feigning to be grown weary of her and to have taken another wife, he letteth bring his own daughter home to his house, as she were his new bride, and turneth his wife away in her shift, but, finding her patient under everything, he etc hate her home again, dearer than ever, and showing her children grown great, honoureth and letteth honour her as Marchioness. The king's long story being ended, and having, to all appearance, much pleased all, Dionio said, laughing, "The good man, who looked that night to abase the phantom's tail upright, had not given a brace of farthings of all the praises that you bestow on Messer Torello." Then, knowing that it rested with him alone to tell, he proceeded, "Gentle ladies mine, it appeareth to me that this day hath been given up to kings and soldans and the like folk, wherefore, that I may not remove over far from you, I purpose to relate to you of a marquis, not an act of magnificence, but a monstrous folly, which, albeit good ensued to him thereof in the end, I counsel not any to imitate, for it was 1,000 pities that will betided him thereof. It is now a great while agone since the chief of the house among the marquises of Salazzo was a youth called Gualtieri, who, having neither wife nor children, spent his time in naught but hunting and hawking, nor had any thought of taking a wife nor of having children, wherein he deserved to be reputed very wise. The thing, however, not pleasing his vassals, they besought him many times to take a wife, so he might not abide without an heir nor they without a lord, and offered themselves to find him one of such a fashion and born of such parents that good hopes might be had of her and he be well content with her, whereto he answered, "My friends, you constrain me unto that which I was altogether resolved never to do, considering how hard a thing it is to find a wife whose fashions sort well within one's own humour, and how great an abundance there is of the contrary sort, and how dour a life is his who happeneth upon a woman not well suited unto him. To say that you think, by the manners and fashions of the parents, to know the daughters, wherefrom you argue to give me a wife such as will please me, is a folly, since I know not whence you may avail to know their fathers nor yet the secrets of their mothers, and even did you know them, daughters are often unlike their parents. However, since it e'en pleaseth you to bind me in these chains, I am content to do your desire, but, that I may not have occasion to complain of other than myself, if it prove ill done, I mean to find a wife for myself, certifying you that, whomsoever I may take me, if she be not honoured of you as your lady and mistress, you shall prove, to your cost, how much it irketh me to have at your entreaty taken a wife against mine own will." The good honest men replied that they were content, so he would but bring himself to take a wife. Now the fashions of a poor girl, who was of a village near to his house, had long pleased Gualtieri, and him seeming she was fair enough, he judged that he might lead a very comfortable life with her, Wherefore, without seeking farther, he determined to marry her, and sending for her father, who was a very poor man, agreed with him to take her to wife. This done, he assembled all his friends of the country round and said to them, My friends, it hath pleased and pleaseth you that I should dispose me to take a wife, and I have resigned myself thereto, more to complaise you than of any desire I have for marriage. You know what you promised me, to wit, that you would be content with and honour as your lady and mistress her whom I should take, whosoever she might be, wherefore the time is come when I am to keep my promise to you, and when I would have you keep yours to me. I have found a damsel after mine own heart, and purpose within some few days hence to marry her and bring her home to my house, wherefore do you bethink yourselves how the bride feast may be a goodly one, and how you may receive her with honour, on such wise that I may avouch myself contented of your promise, even as you will have cause to be of mine. The good folk all answered joyfully that this liked them well, and that, be she who he would, they would hold her for lady and mistress and honour her as such in all things, after which they all addressed themselves to hold fair and high and glad festival, and on like wise did Gualtieri, who let make ready very great and goodly nuptials, and bade thereto many his friends and kinsfolk and great gentlemen and others of the neighbourhood. Moreover, he let cut and fashion store of rich and goodly apparel, after the measure of a damsel who seemed to him like of her person to the young woman he was purposed to marry, and provided also rings and girdles and a rich and goodly crown and all that behoveth unto a bride. The day come that he had appointed for the nuptials, Gualtieri towards half-tierce mounted to horse, he and all those who were come to do him honour, and having ordered everything needful. Gentlemen, quoth he, it is time to go fetch the bride. Then, setting out with all his company, he rode to the village, and betaking himself to the house of the girl's father, found her returning in great haste with water from the spring, so she might after go with other women to see Gualtieri's bride come. When the Marquis saw her, he called her by name, to wit, Griselda, and asked her where her father was, to which she answered bashfully, My lord, he is within the house. Thereupon Gualtieri dismounted, and bidding all await him, entered the poor house alone, where he found her father, whose name was Gianicolo, and said to him, I am come to marry Griselda, but first I would fain know of her somewhat in thy presence. Accordingly, he asked her if, and he took her to wife, she would still study to please him, nor take umbrage at aught that he should do or say, and if she would be obedient, and many other like things, to all of which she answered I, whereupon Gualtieri, taking her by the hand, led her forth, and in the presence of all his company and of every one else, let strip her naked. Then, sending for the garments which he had let make, he caused forthright clothe and shoe her, and would have her set the crown on her hair, all tumbled as it was, after which, all marvelling at this, he said, Gentlemen, this is she who I purpose shall be my wife, and she will have me to husband. Then, turning to her, where she stood, all shamefast and confounded, he said to her, Griselda, wilt thou have me to thy husband? To which she answered, I, my lord. Quoth he, and I will have thee to my wife, and espoused her in the presence of all. Then, mounting her on a palfrey, he carried her, honourably accompanied, to his mansion, where the nuptials were celebrated with the utmost splendour and rejoicing, no otherwise than as he had taken to wife the king's daughter of France. The young wife seemed to have, together with her clothes, changed her mind and her manners. She was, as we have already said, goodly of person and countenance, and even as she was fair, on like wise she became so engaging, so pleasant and so well-mannered that she seemed rather to have been the child of some noble gentleman than the daughter of Gianicolo and a tender of sheep, whereof she made every one marvel who had known her aforetime. Moreover, she was so obedient to her husband and so diligent in his service that he accounted himself the happiest and best contented man in the world, and on like wise she bore herself with such graciousness and such loving kindness towards her husband's subjects that there was none of them but loved and honoured her with his whole heart, praying all for her welfare and prosperity and advancement, and whereas they were used to say that Gualtieri had done as one of little wit to take her to wife, they now with one accord declared that he was the sagest and best advised man alive, for that none other than he might ever have availed to know her high worth, hidden as it was under poor clothes and a rustic habit. Brief, it was no great while ere she knew so to do that, not only in her husband's marquisate, but everywhere else, she made folk talk of her virtues and her well-doing and turned to the contrary whatsoever had been said against her husband on her account, when as he married her. She had not long abidden with Gualtieri ere she conceived with child and in due time bore a daughter, whereat he rejoiced greatly. But, a little after, a new thought having entered his mind, to wit, to seek, by dint of long tribulation and things unendurable, to make trial of her patience, he first goaded her with words, feigning himself troubled and saying that his vassals were exceeding ill content with her, by reason of her mean extraction, especially since they saw that she bore children, and that they did nothing but murmur, being sore chagrined for the birth of her daughter. The lady, hearing this, replied, without any was changing countenance or showing the least distemperature, My lord, do with me that which thou deemest will be most for thine honour and solace, for that I shall be content with all, knowing, as I do, that I am of less account than they and that I was unworthy of this dignity to which thou hast advanced me of thy courtesy. This reply was mighty agreeable to Gualtieri, for that he saw she was not uplifted into aught of pridefulness for any honour that himself or others had done her, but, a little after, having in general terms told her that his vassals could not brook this girl that had been born of her, he sent to her a serving man of his, whom he had lessoned and who said to her with a very woeful countenance, Madam, and I would not die, needs must I do that which my lord commandeth me. He hath bidden me take this your daughter and said no more. The lady, hearing this and seeing the servant's aspect and remembering her of her husband's words, concluded that he had enjoined him put the child to death, whereupon, without changing countenance, albeit she felt a sore anguish at heart, she straightway took her from the cradle and having kissed and blessed her, laid her in the servant's arms, saying, Take her and punctually do that which thy lord hath enjoined thee, but leave her not to be devoured of the beasts and the birds, except he commanded thee. The servant took the child and reported that which the lady had said to Gualtieri, who marvelled at her constancy and dispatched him with the child to a kinswoman of his at Bologna, praying her to bring her up and rear her diligently, without ever saying whose daughter she was. In course of time the lady again conceived and in due season bore a male child, to her husband's great joy, but, that which he had already done sufficing him not, he addressed himself to probe her to the quick with a yet sorer stroke and accordingly said to her one day with a troubled air, Wife, since thou hast borne this male child, I have no was been able to live in peace with these my people, so sore do they murmur that a grandson of Gianicolo should become their lord after me, wherefore I misdoubt me, and I would not be driven forth of my domains, it will behove me do in this case that which I did other when and ultimately put thee away and take another wife. The lady gave ear to him with a patient mind nor answered other what then, My lord, study to content thyself and to satisfy thy pleasure and have no thought of me, for that nothing is dear to me save in so much as I see it please thee. Not many days after, Gualtieri sent for the son, even as he had sent for the daughter. And making a like show of having him put to death, dispatched him to Bologna, there to be brought up, even as he had done with the girl, but the lady made no other countenance nor other words thereof than she had done of the girl, whereat Gualtieri marvelled sore and affirmed in himself that no other woman could have availed to do this that she did, and had he not seen her tender her children with the utmost fondness, what while it pleased him, he had believed that she did this because she recked no more of them, whereas in effect he knew that she did it of her discretion. His vassals, believing that he had caused put the children to death, blamed him sore, accounting him a barbarous man, and had the utmost compassion of his wife, who never answered other what to the ladies who condoled with her for her children thus slain, than that which pleased him thereof who had begotten them, pleased her also. At last, several years being passed since the birth of the girl, Gualtieri, deeming it time to make the supreme trial of her endurance, declared, in the presence of his people, that he could no longer endure to have Griselda to wife and that he perceived that he had done ill and boyishly in taking her, wherefore he purposed, as far as in him lay, to make interest with the Pope to grant him a dispensation, so he might put her away and take another wife. For this he was roundly taken to task by many men of worth, but answered them nothing save that needs must it be so. The lady, hearing these things and her seeming she must look to return to her father's house and maybe tend sheep again as she had done aforetime, what while she saw another woman in possession of him to whom she willed all her weal, sorrowed sore in herself, but yet, even as she had borne the other affronts of fortune, so with a firm countenance she addressed herself to bear this also. Gualtieri no great while after let come to him from Rome counterfeit letters of dispensation and gave his vassals to believe that the Pope had thereby licensed him to take another wife and leave Griselda, then, sending for the latter, he said to her, in presence of many, Wife, by concession made me of the Pope, I am free to take another wife and put thee away, and accordingly, for that mine ancestors have been great gentlemen and lords of this country, whilst thine have still been husbandmen. I mean that thou be no more my wife, but that thou return to Gianicolo his house with the dowry which thou broughtest me, and I will after bring hither another wife, for that I have found one more sorted to myself. The lady, hearing this, contained her tears, contrary to the nature of woman, though not without great unease, and answered, My lord, I ever knew my mean estate to be no was sortable with your nobility, and for that which I have been with you I have still confessed myself indebted to you and to God, nor have I ever made nor held it mine, as given to me, but have still accounted it but as a loan. It pleaseth you to require it again and it must and doth please me to restore it to you. Here is your ring wherewith you espoused me, take it. You bid me carry away with me that dowry which I brought hither, which to do you will need no paymaster and I neither purse nor pack horse, for I have not forgotten that you had me naked, and if you account it seemly that this my body, wherein I have carried children begotten of you, be seen of all, I will be gone naked, but I pray you, in requital of my maidenhead, which I brought hither and bear not hence with me, that it please you I may carry away at the least one sole shift over and above my dowry. Gualtieri, who had more mind to weep than to other wot, natheless kept a stern countenance and said, so be it, carry away a shift. As many as stood around besought him to give her a gown, so that she who had been 13 years and more his wife should not be seen go forth of his house on such mean and shameful wise as it was to depart in her shift, but their prayers all went for nothing, wherefore the lady, having commended them to God, went forth his house in her shift, barefoot and nothing on her head, and returned to her father, followed by the tears and lamentations of all who saw her. Gianicolo, who had never been able to believe it true that Gualtieri should entertain his daughter to wife and went in daily expectation of this event, had kept her the clothes which she had put off the morning that Gualtieri had married her and now brought them to her, whereupon she donned them and addressed herself, as she had been wont to do, to the little offices of her father's house, enduring the cruel onslaught of hostile fortune with a stout heart. Gualtieri, having done this, gave out to his people that he had chosen a daughter of one of the counts of Panago and letting make great preparations for the nuptials, sent for Griselda to come to him and said to her, I am about to bring home this lady, whom I have newly taken to wife, and mean, at this her first coming, to do her honour. Thou knowest I have no women about me who know how to array me the rooms nor to do a multitude of things that behove unto such a festival, wherefore do thou, who art better versed than any else in these household matters, order that which is to do here and let bid such ladies as it seemeth good to thee and receive them as thou wert mistress here, then, when the nuptials are ended, thou mayst be gone back to thy house. Albeit these words were all daggers to Griselda's heart, who had been unable to lay down the love she bore him as she had laid down her fair fortune, she replied, My lord, I am ready and willing. Then, in her coarse homespun clothes, entering the house, whence she had a little before departed in her shift, she fell to sweeping and ordering the chambers and letting place hangings and cover cloths about the saloons and make ready the viands, putting her hand to everything, as she were some paltry serving wench of the house. Nor ever gave over till she had arrayed and ordered everything as it behoved. Thereafter, having let invite all the ladies of the country on Gualtieri's part, she awaited the day of the festival, which being come, with a cheerful countenance and the spirit and bearing of a lady of high degree, for all she had mean clothes on her back, she received all the ladies who came thither. Meanwhile, Gualtieri, who had caused the 2 children be diligently reared in Bologna by his kinswoman, who was married to a gentleman of the Panago family, the girl being now 12 years old and the fairest creature that ever was seen and the boy 6, had sent to his kinsman at Bologna, praying him be pleased to come to Salazzo with his son and daughter and take order to bring with him a goodly and honourable company and bidding him tell every one that he was carrying him the young lady to his wife, without otherwise discovering to any aught of who she was. The gentleman did as the Marquis prayed him and setting out, with the girl and boy and a goodly company of gentlefolk, after some days' journey, arrived, about dinner time, at Salazzo, where he found all the country folk and many others of the neighbourhood awaiting Gualtieri's new bride. The latter, being received by the ladies and come into the saloon where the tables were laid, Griselda came to meet her, clad as she was, and accosted her blithely, saying, Welcome and fair welcome to my lady. Thereupon the ladies, who had urgently, but in vain, besought Gualtieri to suffer Griselda to abide in a chamber or lend her one of the gowns that had been hers, so that she might not go thus before his guests, were seated at table and it was proceeded to serve them. The girl was eyed by every one and all declared that Gualtieri had made a good exchange, and among the rest Griselda commended her amain, both her and her young brother. Gualtieri perceiving that the strangeness of the case in no wise changed her and being assured that this proceeded not from lack of understanding, for that he knew her to be very quick of wit, him seemed he had now seen fully as much as he desired of his lady's patience and he judged it time to deliver her from the bitterness which he doubted not she kept hidden under her constant countenance, wherefore, calling her to himself, he said to her, smiling, in the presence of every one, How deemest thou of our bride? My lord, answered she, I deem exceeding well of her, and if, as I believe, she is as discreet as she is fair, I doubt not a whit but you will live the happiest gentleman in the world with her, but I beseech you, as most I may, that you inflict not on her those pangs which you inflicted whilera on her who was sometime yours, for methinks she might scarce avail to endure them, both because she is younger and because she hath been delicately reared. Whereas the other had been in continual fatigues from a little child. Thereupon, Gualtieri, seeing she firmly believed that the young lady was to be his wife nor therefore spoke any was less than well, seated her by his side and said to her, Griselda, it is now time that thou reap the fruits of thy long patience and that those who have reputed me cruel and unjust and brutish should know that this which I have done I wrought to an end aforeseen, willing to teach thee to be a wife and to show them how to take and use one and at the same time to beget myself. Perpetual quiet, what while I had to live with thee, the which, when as I came to take a wife, I was sore afraid might not betide me, and therefore, to make proof thereof, I probed and afflicted thee after such kind as thou knowest. And meseeming, for that I have never perceived that either in word or in deed hast thou departed from my pleasure, that I have of thee that solace which I desired, I purpose presently to restore thee, at one stroke, that which I took from thee at many and to requite thee with a supreme delight the pangs I have inflicted on thee. Wherefore with a joyful heart take this whom thou deemest my bride and her brother for thy children and mine, for these be they whom thou and many others have long accounted me to have barbarously let put to death, and I am thy husband, who loveth thee over all else, believing I may vaunt me that there is none else who can be so content of his wife as can I. So saying, he embraced her and kissed her, then, rising up, he betook himself with Griselda, who wept for joy, whereas the daughter, hearing these things, sat all stupefied, and tenderly embracing her and her brother, undeceived her and many others who were there. Thereupon the ladies arose from table, overjoyed, and withdrew with Griselda into a chamber, where, with happier augury, pulling off her mean attire, they clad her anew in a magnificent dress of her own and brought her again to the saloon, as a gentlewoman, which indeed she appeared, even in rags. There she rejoiced in her children with wonder great joy, and all being overjoyed at this happy issue, they redoubled in feasting and merrymaking and prolonged the festivities several days, accounting Gualtieri a very wise man, albeit they held the trials which he had made of his lady over harsh, nay, intolerable, but over all they held Griselda most sage. The Count of Panigo returned, after some days, to Bologna, and Gualtieri, taking Gianicolo from his labour, placed him in such a state as befitted his father-in-law, so that he lived in honour and great solace and so ended his days, whilst he himself, having nobly married his daughter, lived long and happily with Griselda, honouring her as most might be. What more can here be said save that even in poor cottages there rain down divine spirits from heaven, like as in princely palaces there be those who were worthier to tend swine than to have lordship over men. Who but Griselda could, with a countenance, not only dry, but cheerful, have endured the barbarous and unheard proofs made by Gualtieri? Which latter had not belike been ill requited, had he happened upon one who, when he turned her out of doors in her shift, had let jumble her furbelows of another to such purpose that a fine gown had come of it. Dionio's story being finished and the ladies having discoursed amain thereof, some inclining to one side and some to another, this blaming one thing and that commending it, the king, lifting his eyes to heaven and seeing that the sun was now low and the hour of vespers at hand, proceeded, without arising from session, to speak thus: Charming ladies, as I doubt not you know, the understanding of mortals consisteth not only in having in memory things past and taking cognizance of things present, but in knowing, by means of the one and the other of these, to forecast things future is reputed by men of mark to consist the greatest wisdom. Tomorrow, as you know, it will be 15 days since we departed Florence, to take some diversion for the preservation of our health and of our lives, eschewing the woes and dolours and miseries which, since this pestilential season began, are continually to be seen about our city. This, to my judgment, we have well and honourably done, for that, and I have known to see aright, albeit merry stories and belike incentive to concupiscence have been told here and we have continually eaten and drunken well and danced and sung and made music, all things apt to incite weak minds to things less seemly. I have noted no act, no word, in fine nothing blameworthy, either on your part or on that of us men, nay, meseemeth I have seen and felt here a continual decency, an unbroken concord and a constant fraternal familiarity, the which, at once for your honour and service and for mine own, is, certes, most pleasing to me. Lest, however, for overlong usance aught should grow thereof that might issue in tediousness, and that none may avail to cavil at our overlong tarriance, each of us, moreover, having had his or her share of the honour that yet resides in myself, I hold it meet, and it be your pleasure, that we now return whence we came, more by token that, if you consider aright, our company, already known to several others of the neighbourhood, may multiply after a fashion that will deprive us of our every commodity. Wherefore, if you approve my counsel, I will retain the crown conferred on me until our departure, which I purpose shall be tomorrow morning, but, should you determine otherwise, I have already in mind whom I shall invest withal for the ensuing day. Much was the debate between the ladies and the young men, but ultimately they all took the king's counsel for useful and seemly and determined to do as he proposed, whereupon, calling the seneschal, he bespoke him of the manner which he should hold on the ensuing morning, and after, having dismissed the company until supper time, he rose to his feet. The ladies and the young men, following his example, gave themselves, this to one kind of diversion and that to another, no otherwise than of their wont, and supper time come, they betook themselves to table with the utmost pleasure, and after fell to singing and caroling and making music. Presently, Loretta leading up a dance, the king bade Fiammetta sing a song, whereupon she very blithely proceeded to sing thus: If love came but withouten jealousy, I know no lady born so blithe as I were, whosoe'er she be. If gladsome youthfulness in a fair lover might content a maid, virtue and worth discreet, valiance or gentillesse, wit and sweet speech and fashions all arrayed, in pleasantness complete, certes, I'm she for whose behoof these meet. In one, for, love o'erborn, all these in him who is my hope I see. But for that I perceive that other women are as wise as I tremble for affright, and tending to believe the worst, in others the desire espy of him who steals my sprite. Thus this that is my good and chief delight enforceth me, forlorn, sigh sore and live in dole and misery. If I knew fealty such in him my lord as I know merit there, I were not jealous, I. But here is seen so much lovers to tempt, how true they be soe'er, I hold all false, whereby I'm all disconsolate and fain would die, of each with doubting torn, who eyes him, lest she bear him off from me. Be, then, each lady prayed by God that she in this be not intent gainst me to do amiss. For, sure, if any maid should or with words or becks or blandishment my detriment in this seek or procure, and if I know wis be all my charms forsworn, but I will make her rue it bitterly. No sooner had Fiammetta made an end of her song than Dioneo, who was beside her, said, laughing, Madam, you would do a great courtesy to let all the ladies know who he is, lest you be ousted of his possession through ignorance, since you would be so sore incensed thereat. After this divers other songs were sung, and the night being now well nigh half spent, they all, by the king's commandment, betook themselves to repose. As the new day appeared, they arose, and the seneschal having already dispatched all their gear in advance, they returned, under the guidance of their discreet king, to Florence, where the 3 young men took leave of the 7 ladies, and leaving them in Santa Maria Novella, whence they had set out with them, went about their other pleasures, whilst the ladies, when as it seemed to them time, returned to their houses. Here endeth the 10th and last day of the Decameron. Conclusion of the author. Most noble damsels, for whose solace I have addressed myself to so long a labour, I have now, methinketh, with the aid of the divine favour, vouchsafed me, as I deem, for your pious prayers and not for my proper merits, throughly accomplished that which I engaged, at the beginning of this present work, to do, wherefore, returning thanks first to God and after to you, it behoveth to give rest to my pen and to my tired hand. Whiche'er I accord them, I purpose briefly to reply, as to objections tacitly broached, to certain small matters that may peradventure be alleged by some one of you or by others, since me seemeth very certain that these stories have no especial privilege more than other things, nay, I mind me to have shown, at the beginning of the 4th day, that they have none such. There are, peradventure, some of you who will say that I have used overmuch license in inditing these stories, as well as in making ladies whiles say and very often hearken to things not very seemly either to be said or heard of modest women. This I deny, for that there is nothing so unseemly as to be forbidden unto any one, so but he express it in seemly terms, as meseemeth indeed I have here very aptly done. But let us suppose that it is so, for that I mean not to plead with you, who would overcome me, I say that many reasons very readily offer themselves in answer why I have done this. Firstly, if there be aught thereof in any of them, the nature of the stories required it, the which, and they be considered with the rational eye of a person of understanding, it will be abundantly manifest that I could not have otherwise recounted, and I would not altogether disfeature them. And if perchance there be therein some tittle, some wordlet or two freer, maybe, then like your squeamish hypocritical prudes, who weigh words rather than deeds and study more to appear, than to be, good, I say that it should no more be forbidden me to write them than it is commonly forbidden unto men and women to say all day long hole and peg and mortar and pestle and sausage and polony and all manner like things, without reckoning that no less liberty should be accorded to my pen than is conceded to the brush of the limner, who, without any, or, at the least, Any just reprehension maketh. Let be Saint Michael smite the serpent with sword or spear, and Saint George the dragon, whereas it pleaseth them, but Adam male and Eve female, and affixed to the cross, whiles with one nail and whiles with two, the feet of him himself who willed for the salvation of the human race to die upon the rood. Moreover, it is enough to see that these things are spoken, not in the church, of the affairs whereof it behoveth to speak with a mind and in terms alike of the chastest, albeit among its histories there are tales enough to be found of another Gates fashion than those written by me, nor yet in the schools of philosophy, where decency is no less required than otherwhere, nor among churchmen or philosophers anywhere, but amidst gardens, in a place of pleasance and diversion, and among men and women, though young, yet of mature wit, and not to be led astray by stories, at a time when it was not forbidden to the most virtuous to go, for their own preservation, with their breeches on their heads. Again, such as they are, these stories, like everything else, can both harm and profit, according to the disposition of the listener. Who know it not that wine, though, according to Sinsiglione and Scolaggio and many others, an excellent thing for people in health, is hurtful unto whoso hath the fever? Shall we say, then, because it harmeth the fevered, that it is not? Who know it not that fire is most useful, nay, necessary to mortals? Shall we say, because it burneth houses and villages and cities, that it is not? Arms on likewise assure the welfare of those who desire to live in peace, and yet oftentimes slay men, not of any malice of their own, but of the perversity of those who use them wrongfully. Corrupt mind never understood word healthily, and even as seemly words profit not depraved minds, so those which are not altogether seemly avail not to contaminate the well-disposed, any more than mire can sully the rays of the sun, or earthly foulness the beauties of the sky. What books, what words, what letters are holier, worthier, more venerable than those of the divine scriptures? Yet many there be, who, interpreting them perversely, have brought themselves and others to perdition. Everything in itself is good unto somewhat, and ill-used, may be in many things harmful, and so say I of my stories. If any be minded to draw therefrom ill counsel or ill practice, they will nowise forbid it him, if perchance they have it in them, or be strained and twisted into having it, and whoso will have profit and utility thereof, they will not deny it him, nor will they be ever styled or accounted other than useful and seemly, if they be read at those times and to those persons for which and for whom they have been recounted. Whoso hath to say paternosters or to make tarts and puddings for her spiritual director, let her leave them be, they will not run after any to make her read them, albeit your she saints themselves now and again say and even do fine things. There be some ladies also who will say that there are some stories here, which had been better away. Granted, but I could not nor should write aught save those actually related, wherefore those who told them should have told them goodly, and I would have written them goodly. But, if folk will e'en pretend that I am both the inventor and writer thereof, which I am not, I say that I should not take shame to myself that they were not all alike goodly, for that there is no craftsman living, barring God, who doth everything alike well and completely, witness Charlemagne, who was the first maker of the paladins, but knew not to make so many thereof that he might avail to form an army of them alone. In the multitude of things, needs must divers qualities thereof be found. No field was ever so well tilled but therein or nettles or thistles or somewhat of briars or other weeds might be found mingled with the better herbs. Besides, having to speak to simple lasses, such as you are for the most part, it had been folly to go seeking and wearying myself to find very choice and exquisite matters, and to use great pains to speak very measuredly. All gates, whoso goeth reading among these, let him leave those which offend and read those which divert. They all, not to lead any one into error, bear branded upon the forefront that which they hold hidden within their bosoms. Again, I doubt not but there be those who will say that some of them are overlong, to whom I say again that whoso hath overwrought to do doth folly to read these stories, even though they were brief. And albeit a great while is past from the time when I began to write to this present hour, when as I come to the end of my toils, it hath not therefore escaped my memory that I proffered this my travail to idle women and not to others, and unto whoso readeth to pass away the time, nothing can be overlong, so but it do that for which he useth it. Things brief are far better suited unto students, who study, not to pass away, but usefully to employ time, than to you ladies, who have on your hands all the time that you spend not in the pleasures of love, more by token that, as none of you goeth to Athens or Bologna or Paris to study, it behoveth to speak to you more at large than to those who have had their wits whetted by study. Again, I doubt not a jot but there be yet some of you who will say that the things aforesaid are full of quips and cranks and quodlibets, and that it ill beseemeth a man of weight and gravity to have written thus. To these I am bound to render and do render thanks, for that, moved by a virtuous jealousy, they are so tender of my fame, but to their objection I reply on this wise, I confess to being a man of weight and to have been often weighed in my time, wherefore, speaking to those ladies who have not weighed me, I declare that I am not heavy, nay, I am so light that I abide like a nutgall in water, and considering that the preachments made of friars, to rebuke men of their sins, are nowadays for the most part seen full of quips and cranks and jibes, I conceived that these latter would not sit amiss in my stories written to ease women of melancholy. All gates, and they should laugh overmuch on that account, the lamentations of Jeremiah, the passion of our Saviour and the complaint of Mary Magdalene will lightly avail to cure them thereof. Again, who can doubt but there will to boot be found some to say that I have an ill tongue and a venomous, for that I have in sundry places written the truth anent the friars. To those who shall say thus it must be forgiven, since it is not credible that they are moved by other than just cause, for that the friars are a good sort of folk, who eschew unease for the love of God and who grind with a full head of water and tell no tales, and but that they all savour somewhat of the buck-goat, their commerce would be far more agreeable. Natheless, I confess that the things of this world have no stability and are still on the change, and so may it have befallen of my tongue, the which, not to trust to mine own judgment, which I eschew as most I may in my affairs, a she-neighbour of mine told me, not long since, was the best and sweetest in the world, and in good sooth, were this the case, there had been few of the foregoing stories to write. But, for that those who say thus speak despitefully, I will have that which hath been said suffice them for a reply, wherefore, leaving each of you henceforth to say and believe as seemeth good to her, it is time for me to make an end of words, humbly thanking him who hath, after so long a labour, brought us with his help to the desired end. And you, charming ladies, abide you in peace with his favour, remembering you of me, if perchance it profit any of you ought to have read these stories. Here endeth the book called Decameron, and surnamed Prince Galahalt.